heat up as NASCAR Hotpass heads to Kansas Speedway for a battle in the Sunflower State. Emotions will be running high, and drivers will be locked in and focused on finding their groove. Ride along with last year's winner Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, Martin Truex Jr., Jeff Burton, and Denny Hamlin as they try to earn points in the chase. Which of your favorite drivers will take the top spot? Hold on tight and find out next on NASCAR Hotpass.
Welcome to the third race of what NASCAR calls its playoff, the chase for the Nextel Cup. Today, it's the Lifelock 400 from Kansas Speedway in Kansas City, Kansas. You are riding shotgun today on Channel 795 with Martin Truex Jr. and that number 1 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet. Hot Pass today presented by Dodge. I'm Rick Allen. I'll be joined by Phil Parsons today. He's covering all of the action down on pit road. He'll be getting the inside scoop and the strategy that's going to take place as we go 267 laps from Kansas. Now, when in Kansas, you've always got to be wary of the skies. And today, they are talking about thunderstorms. They're very, very possible in this area because of a cold front that is passing through. As a matter of fact, it has just gotten quite a bit darker than it has been all day long. So we're looking at some clouds and the potential for scattered thunderstorms. Gusts and the winds could be upwards of 35 miles per hour. Let's take a look at our point standings as we've had 2 races in the chase for the Nextel Cup. And Jeff Gordon still leading the points battle there. But Martin Truex Jr. just 7th spot, 46 points out of the lead. And all that is 10 positions on the racetrack. So Martin Truex Jr. very close to the front of this field, and that is what the chase is all about. We do want to hear from our driver. This was recorded just before he climbed into the car. They are strapped in now. Let's hear from Martin Truex Jr. and Phil Parsons.
Martin, you know what it takes to run for a championship. You won 2 Busch championships back-to-back. You guys are really in an incredible position. It seems like that win at Dover just all of a sudden turned on the floodgates. You guys have been so consistent since Dover. What's caused that?
Well, we've had a great race team for a while now. It just took us a while to kind of find our way and get all the bad luck out of the way. And these guys are just doing an awesome job for me, bringing great race cars each week and doing a good job in the pits, adjusting on them throughout the race. And that's been our biggest gain, has been just getting better throughout the races. So hopefully they'll do that for me today, and we can have this Bass Pro Chevrolet up front all day long.
It was really windy yesterday during practice, much like it is today. How was that affecting the car on the racetrack?
It makes it really tough to get through turn 3 and 4. You go down in the corner and you got to slow down because the wind just wants to blow you up the racetrack. So it's going to be interesting. The wind's worse today. I'm sure it's going to play havoc on all of us out there, but the good thing is everybody's got the same thing. So we'll do the best job we can with it, and hopefully we'll, like I said, be able to keep this thing up front all day and be around at the end of the race with them.
During practice yesterday, you were right up against the wall. That's where the grip was. You told Bono. How you got such a fine line there that if you cross that line, a couple times you said, I'm really throwing up some dirt now, but it's such a fine line. How do you keep that thing down off the wall? Because Bono says that's one of the things that you have to do is keep the right front fender on it.
Well, it's tough. It is a fine line. It's like balancing a marble on a razor blade. You just got to be patient. You got to slow down. You can't try to hustle the car too much. Just take what it'll give you. I really enjoy running up there. That was really the only place my car worked good yesterday. The only thing bad about running up there is as the race goes on, it kind of gets wore down. You start running out of room and you get too close to the wall, and next thing you know, you're in it. So we'll do what we can do, and hopefully we'll keep it out of the wall, and hopefully that top groove will work for us at the end of the race.
Well, we're glad to have you on Hot Pass. We had you one time before, and that didn't turn out quite as well as this day's going to be.
Yeah, I hope it goes better than last time. But I appreciate you guys coming along with us.
All right, thanks, Martin.
Thank you.
How about Martin Truex Jr. trying to balance a marble on a razor blade? That would be very difficult. But one of the things that Martin Truex Jr. has been good at is, as of recently, he's been able to run consistently well. The first race in the chase, New Hampshire International Speedway, Martin Truex Jr. was able to come home with a 5th place finish. And then last week in Dover, he gets caught up in this incident. Kurt Busch sliding into the wall, bouncing off of cars. Martin Truex Jr. nowhere to go. He brings that car onto pit road. The team goes to work on it. Martin was running in the 6th spot when that accident happened. The team was able to get him back out on the racetrack. He was able to continue and complete this race, but it was nowhere near the finish that they were expecting, as he had such a great run going there at Dover. We take a look at what has happened the last 2 races as the cars are rolling out onto the racetrack now. A 5th place finish in Loudon, a 13th place finish in Dover, and what an amazing finish that was after what had taken place and all of the work that that team did to get that car ready to get back out on the racetrack and still have a 13th place finish after all the damage. And actually, Phil Parsons, you're with the guy who negotiated all of those changes that had to take place. Kevin Bono Mannion up there with you on the pit box.
Sure, and Bono, what an incredible job you guys did last week to salvage a 13th place finish. It really looked like probably a sure top 5, even though you're running 6th. But all the work you guys did to get that car back on the racetrack, that's what wins championships.
Yeah, that sure is. These guys all put in a great effort. Like I said, we're 1 lap shy of getting a top 10 out of that. Would have finished 7th with a tore-up race car. So 13th was pretty cool, but like I said, top 5 would have been nice.
You know, we talked a little bit this morning about how difficult it is to make adjustments to these cars with the types of setups that you're running now. What kind of things can you do during the race? Is it just air pressure or some minor track bar adjustments and wedge?
You can for surely do minor track bar adjustments and wedge, but seems to be the most effective is the air pressures.
Now you got this thing. It's so windy out here now, and obviously we've got a weather situation. Is that something you're going to keep an eye on?
Well, we're watching the radar to see where the rain is. The first batch of rain missed us, so we just watched the second batch. But the wind is incredible today. You know, tornado type winds out here. So keep it out of the fence, getting in turn 3 with all that wind up there, and keep the pit signs from blowing away, and the spotter on the spotter stand will be okay.
All right, Bono, thanks.
Thank you.
So the wind, the big story around this 1.5 mile racetrack as we take a look at the graphics here. A 1.5 mile track, 15 degrees banking. It's a tri-oval here at Kansas Speedway. One of the big things they're talking about, that wind is blowing down the backstretch, so it will be behind them as they're going into turn number 3. They will pick up speeds upwards of 180, 185 miles an hour going into that corner. We're going to go 267 laps. It'll be 400 miles in length. On pit road, they can only go 45 miles per hour, and our pit window, we think, is going to be anywhere from 50 to 55 laps. We want to take a look at our EA Sports practice lap. EA Sports giving us an opportunity to take a trip around this 1.5 mile track.
There we are right there. There's Martin Truex past the start-finish line. Going to be over 200 miles an hour entering the corner. You see Martin right down on the bottom of the racetrack, right next to the white line. On new tires, that's probably where he's going to be as you see him exit turn 2. But in the race, we heard Martin tell us he's going to be right up against the wall with the dust flying. Here we are going into turn number 3 again, about 200 miles an hour, down to about 160 miles an hour in the center of the corner. Very little brakes used here at Kansas Speedway. A great racing facility opened back in 2001, and that's going to be one lap, your EA Sports lap at Kansas.
Make sure to check out EA's NASCAR 08 in stores now. Again, the cars are rolling around the racetrack now. Key, Phil, what do you think the keys to the race are going to be?
You're coming to 1 to go this time here, 1 to go.
Yeah, stay off the wall is a big thing. We talked to Martin about running up against the wall, and he talked about the wind going to blow him down into turn number 3 and trying to blow him up into the wall. So that's one of the keys. Aerodynamics are so critical here on these Nextel Cup cars. Last year was a fuel mileage, which Bono said, so that's something he's got to keep an eye on. We're looking at about 51 laps on our first pit stop. That fuel mileage should get better as the race wears on, and we just talked to Bono about the weather. He's going to keep a close eye on the weather. He said the first batch of rain missed us. There's another batch potentially coming. We're going to have to keep an eye on that because we want to be up front if the rain comes.
Yeah, Phil, this weather is really, it's amazing. I mean, all of the crew chiefs, the drivers, the pit
Yeah, where are we at on pit road? I didn't get a good look.
Talking about
first
position.
stall before the start-finish line. First stall before the start-finish line.
Right in the middle of pit road for Martin
Good
Truex
for.
Jr.
All right, guys, do what you're doing there today. I'll do what I can.
There's the
And
pit
for
stall.
me, brake fans, gear fans. Have a right rear tire blower all the way to the right. Just remember the wind is really, really bad. Be careful up by that wall first a little bit here. We'll get you fixed up all race and be there at the end.
10-4.
That's the kind of communication we're expecting to hear today. Martin Truex Jr.
Just
obviously
getting a trace of moisture up top right now. Just a trace. Can't really tell where it's coming from.
You're hearing a little bit of moisture, and that is coming from Joey Meyer. He's the spotter. Kevin Mannion, our crew chief.
It's not down here yet, Rick. I'm not feeling anything down here yet, and I'm about probably, a couple of 100 yards from Joey down on pit road. Actually, I am starting to feel it now. Just a hint of a sprinkle.
Yeah, there's a band of thunderstorms that are going to pass through the area, and it's a long band. I mean, it comes all the way from down in Oklahoma through Kansas, all the way up through Nebraska. And you see the darkened clouds there, and this thunderstorm, they're expecting it to pass through rather quickly because, as we mentioned before, the winds are blowing extremely hard around this racetrack. And as of right now, we're still expecting to get the green flag and start this race on time. The lights are off on the pace car.
267 laps. You are coming to the green.
There will be one eye on the racetrack and one eye on the skies here at Kansas as they come out of turn number 4.
Pace car's off. Have a good day.
Green flag about to fly to kick off the Lifelock 400 from the Kansas Speedway.
Green flag, green flag. Everybody's rolling, still outside. 5's outside, 2 back to the 07. Clear high if you need it. 8 to 5 are outside. 8's by himself, 2 back to the 5. 5's coming up top. You're clear high. Clear.
You see Martin right down on the bottom of the racetrack. Obviously, everybody starts with new tires posted to the
5
inside
down
of
with
the
you,
16.
outside by himself. The 16, you're clear.
Moving up in position, you'll see
All clear.
telemetry on the top of the screen, the running order. Kenseth out in front of the field. Martin Truex Jr. running in the 6th spot now. You may wonder, he started 9th officially, but Jimmy Johnson.
10 struggling up there in front of us. Nobody from behind, 2 back.
Jimmy Johnson, who started on the pole today, actually had to go to a backup car after hitting the wall yesterday. That sent him to the back of the field. That moved up the inside line 1 position, and so we started
outside from
7th.
behind. 3 wide, you're on the bottom. 2 wide, still outside. Still outside, the 5 and 16.
Martin hugging that
There you
white
go,
line.
easy at the 10. 3 wide, you're on the bottom. 3 wide on the bottom, 4 wide, and 2's inside. Clear to the middle, inside and out. Inside and out. You're in the middle, clear high behind Greg. Clear high right there, you're clear, still inside. Still inside, clear high behind the 10. The 16's coming though. Outside. Still there to your door.
Let's take a look back a few moments ago, upper left of your screen. The 11 of Denny Hamlin and the 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. make a little bit of a contact here. Actually, it's Dale Jr. and the car in front of him, the 10 car of Scott Riggs. And Martin almost makes some contact with the 11 of Denny Hamlin. That's what slowed our momentum and allowed the 5 of Kyle Busch to drive by on the outside.
Everyone checking up in front of Martin Truex Jr. and having to avoid that 11 of Denny Hamlin. But back underway, we're back up to speed. And right now, racing with the 10 of Scott Riggs on our outside. We're going
still
to
there
see.
to your door. Your lane's starting to move, but he's still there.
We will
By
see.
nose, still there. Give him room. All right, you're clear now. Clear, clear.
This line will move up. Martin Truex Jr. talked about running up towards the wall. And right now you may be wondering, well, what's he doing down on the white line? Fresh tires are able to run down on the white line. As the race progresses, they're going to move up, and this line will move all the way up to the wall. That's where we saw Martin Truex Jr. run most of his laps in practice yesterday.
Yeah, Rick, it'll be unbelievable entering these corners at 200 miles an hour, and Martin will be right up against the wall, less than 3-4 feet away from the wall.
Back into the 6th position after jockeying through some different positions early on. Again, we can listen in. The onboard camera has a microphone as well. You can hear when Martin Truex Jr. gets out of the gas just for almost 3 seconds, and then right back into the gas he goes. Upper left-hand corner, you saw Kevin Bono Mannion up on the pit box and the wind blowing. You can see the tarp that's above them. It's flapping around. Again, the wind's upwards of 35 miles per hour as far as gusts go, and those are behind the cars when they're going down the backstretch. So, Phil, as you mentioned, upwards of 200 miles an hour when they go into turn number 1, and about 185 miles an hour when they're going into turn 3.
Yeah, big difference in the wind. And you know, they have a DirecTV satellite down here in the pit, so Bono can watch our DirecTV Hotpass coverage, and you would not believe how much that long pole with a satellite on the top is moving, but yet we're not losing reception at all.
Waving around back and forth as Martin Truex Jr. holding his spot in 6th. Just in front of us, our teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the number 8. Right behind us, the 16 of Greg Biffle. It's Matt Kenseth, Jeff Gordon, Kyle Busch, and Kurt Busch, your top 4. And again, Dale Earnhardt Jr. running 5th. 6th is Martin Truex Jr. 7th, Greg Biffle. 8th is Scott Riggs. 9th, Clint Boyer. And rounding out the top 10 is Denny Hamlin.
Now you see Martin moving up the racetrack. That's when he really excelled during practice and happy hour yesterday. When he got up on top of the racetrack, that's when his car really began to go.
32.95, good lap.
Under 33 seconds on that lap, and we've completed 9. We're on lap 10 of 267. Our fuel window we're expecting to be anywhere between 50 and 55 laps. That should increase as the race progresses. Little bump there in the upper right-hand corner. We saw that AT&T number 31 of Jeff Burton get into the side of another car. John Andretti made a little contact there. Jeff Burton. They continue on as Martin Truex Jr. has a gap in front of him and a gap behind him. So running, I guess you would say, in clean air right now is Martin Truex Jr. Kurt Busch in the screen, as is the 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. The 2 DEI cars running right along the rim of this racetrack.
A little bit of rain here and there, just be aware of it.
So if they've talked just very briefly about potential of rain, we're going to slip away for a quick break. We'll be right back.
Quite a bit of rain on the front.
We're in the lower left corner of your screen. Caution flag has come out.
GM OnStar, how may I help you, Mr. Gordon?
Yeah, I just got my first diagnostic email. It's unbelievable.
I'm glad you're impressed. We can access hundreds of diagnostic checks.
Impressed? You know how much I pay my team for this kind of information?
Your back left tire is 3 pounds too low, and your Chevy Trailblazer's oil life is 16%.
How'd you know that?
Your OnStar diagnostic email. You left the new printer.
You don't have to be a star to get the OnStar treatment.
OnStar Active.
Available on 16 Chevy models.
Wow, I can't believe we're really gonna meet Casey K.
There he is.
I wonder what he's like.
I must be dreaming. I'm always dreaming. Dreaming of
you. Avoid one of these, and you could save up to 30% with a Safe Driver discount.
I'm super sorry about your car.
Are you in good hands?
Season premieres of ABC Sunday are almost here. And when we say Sunday's big, believe it. First, the huge 2-hour premiere.
This is for the kids, for the pets. It's for story time, for the great outdoors, and the chance of a lifetime. This is for all the little reasons that are bigger than NASCAR. It's why we created the NASCAR Foundation, and you can help support the causes that mean the most to all of us by becoming a friend of the foundation.
Get involved. Show your compassion as part of the NASCAR family. Visit NASCAR.com to learn how.
Become a friend of the foundation for all the right reasons.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents 2 of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
Pacquiao lands another huge left.
The will of 2 warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm. and Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 123.
I'm Martin Truex Jr., and you're riding.
No problem on your left front.
Welcome back to NASCAR Hot Pass, exclusively on DirecTV. We are under caution in the upper left-hand corner. You saw a little
really
bit of
good right now
the
in the
moisture coming down. That is why the caution came out
I'm getting a
earlier.
good amount out here on my windshield too.
You hear Martin Truex Jr. talking about the windshield. We see.
And you can see right through it. It's a very small area right here over one. I don't think it's going to be here long, but you can see right through it.
Now, when the caution came out, the leaders came onto pit road, and Phil, it was a very impressive pit strategy here for Martin Truex Jr.
It really was. Bono said that, you know, whatever the leaders do. So the leaders came down pit road, and Martin followed them down there, and you see 2 right side tires was the call by Bono, and did a really nice job here and really got him out. Third of the cars that came in and put tires on at all, or maybe even the cars that pitted, period. There's a few cars ahead of us on the racetrack that either did not pit or maybe did not take any tires.
Get the left side up on the pit box, guys. Left side.
It is raining quite a bit harder in the upper left-hand corner. You take a look at the band of thunder showers that are coming through that green line that is just to the west of us right now. It's very, very close. We are right in the center of that radar. And so it is coming, and it's going to rain very hard here for just a while, but then it's going to pass through.
They're going to bring you down pit road. Probably 2 guys in the cover.
And we're hearing that they're going to bring them onto pit road, red flag it, because again, these cars don't have windshield wipers. They cannot clean the windshields off. They can't see, and obviously they don't have rain tires. That is why we don't race in any kind of moisture conditions for the NASCAR Nextel Cup Series. Now, what they did strategically, they came down and only changed 2 right side tires, and what that enabled them to do was move up. Matt Kenseth probably taking on the same strategy.
Closed, but they're bringing you down the pit road this time here.
He and Dale Earnhardt Jr. came onto pit road, only took 2 tires and came out the same time, just in front of Martin Truex Jr. So moving up a few positions on pit road, and now the cars are moving onto pit road. As you heard, it's closed. They can't do any work on the cars, but they're going to stop them on pit road as this thunder shower is moving through.
That pit stop was 5.8 seconds for right side tires.
The last 2 laps, you were the fastest car, they say.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, it was looking good from where I was.
10-4, man.
They are going to allow you 2 guys per car when they get stop bumps.
Just passed by our pit box.
10-4. Should have 2 on the way, correct?
10-4, I'm at the car.
All right. Make sure you dry off the gas hole, Sammy. Tape it up, tape your cowl up. Stuff some rags in the tailpipe.
Listen to the conversation there. Kevin Bono Mannion talking about making sure that the gas hole is covered up. The intake, the manifold on the top
about 5 minutes.
has a cowl on the top right at the base of the windshield, and they'll also cover that up to make sure no moisture gets in there. And he also wanted to cover the tailpipes. We'll be right back with more NASCAR Hot Pass after this.
You know, taking risks is part of racing. But when it comes to running my business, I never risk it, and neither should you. Rely on Office Depot for everything from office supplies to office furniture to the latest technology like laptops and software. Everything your business needs. So race into Office Depot today. Oh, that would have been bad.
Office Depot, proud sponsor of NASCAR, Carl Edwards, and the number 99 Roush Fenway Racing Team.
I'm comfortable going fast. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Introducing Relaxed Straight Leg and Relaxed Boot Fit from Wrangler Jeans Company. Wrangler Jeans Company. New fits, new styles, great comfort.
Fan mail for Denny Hamlin just keeps rolling in. Mitch Gordon from Albany, New York writes, "Hey, FedEx, I heard that when Denny isn't racing, he volunteers at a retirement home." Well, Mitch,
Come on, Marty. Is that all you got? Did you see Marty bump me?
Jeff Gordon, 2007 NASCAR Nextel Cup contender.
Jeff?
The regular season.
Jeff?
Cut.
Can you pick up some diapers?
Got it.
Jeff Gordon, NASCAR legend.
Baby!
And
I meant now.
Keep up with your favorite driver in the chase with the Motorola IC502 featuring Nextel Direct Connect.
The brakes were shot, so I went to AutoZone. With their ZNet system, he showed me pictures of the brakes to make sure I got the right parts, and even gave me complete instructions to do the job right. I tell you, the service you get at AutoZone, you can't beat it.
56 million viewers felt the heat of Monday Night Fever. Strap in for dancing's wildest competition.
It's on.
Dancing with the Stars, Monday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Wednesday at 8/7 Central. The season's biggest premiere finally arrives.
What if you didn't have to be dead?
That'd be preferable.
From the director of Men in Black, Pushing Daisies premieres Wednesday at 8/7 Central.
next races as we continue forward, because the top 35 are locked into owners' points. We want to take a look at our radar right now. The rain has actually stopped in this area. It is passing over us right now. You see the tail end of this front has gone over the Kansas City Speedway, the Kansas Speedway here in Kansas City, Kansas. And so right now we're seeing that this racetrack can be dried. And Larry, we've heard from track officials anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half if they lose the racetrack. Now, I'm not so sure we lost the racetrack there. It was a pretty brief shower that went through.
Yeah, this racetrack actually will dry pretty quick, and the one thing that will make it dry really quick is the wind that we have blowing. In fact, Rick, open the back door in our condo here, put my weather rock outside to see what was going on. The wind blew it away. It's not even there anymore.
It was unbelievable. You saw the teams with the tents over their pit stalls and trying to put the tarps down to make sure that their stalls stayed dry. And they were having a hard time getting them to stay because of the wind that's blowing through here. And so, like you said, that will definitely help in the drying of these racetracks. You see all of the drivers now are out of their cars. They're covered up. And we are on a short rain delay, we hope.
Yeah, and again, under red flag conditions, once all the cars stopped, all NASCAR would allow these teams to do, all drivers got out of the cars. They allowed 2 team members to cover the cars up. That's the only work that can be done to these cars while we're under red flag conditions.
We heard our crew chief, Kevin Bono-Mannion, who is crew chief for that #1 Chevrolet, the Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet, say make sure you cover up the gas hole, make sure you don't let any moisture in there, and also cover up the cowl for the intake. And he also said make sure we put something in the exhaust so that we don't get any moisture in that direction.
Now, he gave them instructions to make sure all that stuff was taped up and closed up. Now, the next set of instructions when we do go back racing, make sure each and every one of those orifices is uncovered, because it won't run without the cowl open. It won't run without the exhaust. And if you don't untape the gas hole, obviously you're not going to be able to put gas in it under the next pit stop.
It would be a hard time. Again, today on NASCAR Hotpass, we're covering Martin Truex Jr. He's on 795. Again, we've come together as one channel to talk about this rain delay, but Jeff Burton also being covered on channel 796. Jeff Gordon is on channel 797. Denny Hamlin covered on 798. And Tony Stewart on channel 799. Where are they running after this first caution has come out and red flag conditions? Our first Hotpass driver is Martin Truex Jr. He's running in the 6th spot. Then it's Tony Stewart in 11th, Jeff Gordon currently 14th, Denny Hamlin 19th, and Jeff Burton 32nd. Now, again, we talked about pit strategy taking place. Martin Truex Jr. and Tony Stewart both only changing 2 tires, so that gave them track position after this first stop.
Well, it gave them track position, Rick, but it will also, when we go back racing, it will give them good information, especially to Kevin Mannion and Greg Zipadelli, the crew chief of these 2 teams, about how their car reacted to just changing 2 tires, because we know when we get in the latter stages of this 400-mile race, track position, getting out in clean air can be so critical. So if you think you can gain something with those 2 tires, it's great to learn it now rather than later on in the race.
And we saw Matt Kenseth make the fuel-only stop, so there was a little bit of a gamble, but a year ago, this race was won on fuel mileage.
You never pass up an opportunity at Kansas Speedway to put fuel in that race car. And trust me, when we go back to racing, when we go back to caution, Dave Blaney, Kyle Petty, and Ken Schrader, they will come to pit road to put fuel in. But I'll be willing to bet this. When Dave Blaney comes in, if we don't have one to go, Kyle Petty will stay out. He'll get his 5 points. Kyle Petty comes in, Ken Schrader will stay out and get his 5 points. It'll be the domino effect, because those guys are fighting for every point they can come up with right now.
Again, battling to stay into the top 5. A year ago at this racetrack, we talked about a fuel mileage race. It was Tony Stewart in the Home Depot Chevrolet coasting across the start-finish line. And that's what fuel mileage will do for you.
And the reason that Tony Stewart and Greg Zipadelli could roll the dice, all to gain and nothing to lose. They were not in the chase 1 year ago, and I think that's one reason they did that. Greg told me many times, if we were in the chase, we probably would not have won that race, because we wouldn't be thinking necessarily about winning the race. We would be thinking about a top 5 finish. And I might add to that, Casey Mears, driving for Chip Ganassi with Felix Sabates, finished 2nd behind Tony, out of gas as well, but another guy that was not in the chase, just trying to win a race.
Able to roll the dice when not so much is on the line. Right now on the line is a wet racetrack, and so they're drying that off. The jet dryers are out there. They'll continue to dry them off. We'll talk to a few drivers when we come back.
None of that. Hot cow lands
That's another huge left.
The will of two warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm, and Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 120.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. Great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Tune in October 5th through the 7th for the Choice Extra free preview weekend.
You just have to honor the correct price. You got that?
I can't do this many leaves for $10.
We need to get away.
Road trip? Now, what do we have here? You wearing pants? No.
What did you do?
I blew up their bar.
Oh!
I wanted to say something funny, but all I could think of was black jokes. Please, do tell.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
And Mother Nature has actually stopped that rain. For now, the front has passed through. A light shower took over and cleansed the racetrack. And so we have gone under a red flag condition. All the cars have been pulled onto pit road. And right now the drivers have kind of, I guess, congregated underneath their tents. And one of those drivers, the driver of the Home Depot Chevrolet, is with Wendy Venturini. Wendy?
Thanks, Rick. Tony Stewart out of his car just chatting with the guys. Now, you guys had a little bit of strategy call. I know you wanted to stay out and gain some points, but Greg was worried about maybe getting off on fuel mileage, so you guys came in and only took 2 tires. A little bit of strategy.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that we got smaller fuel cells today versus what we ran in the Busch car yesterday, so, too early to be doing stuff too tricky yet, but our car is good, so felt like we could come in and take 2 and get some track position instead.
Your car looks really strong in those first few laps. I'm impressed. 15 laps in the books yet. I already know you guys look pretty decent out there.
Yeah, it's turning good, and it's good in 3 and 4 where it's real windy, and that's going to be the spot that if you can get your car working good all day, that's going to be the hot spot. So pretty happy with it right now.
This kind of stinks for a driver though, getting out of the car 15 laps in. What do you do?
Sit here and hang out with the guys. So it's fun because we don't get a chance to hang out, but on Sunday mornings before the race, so we just try to hang out here with the guys and keep everybody away from us.
Did you end up going to Knoxville last night and signing autographs?
I did. We signed 750 autographs last night and watched a great dirt late model race. I wish I could have been a part of it, but it was fun to watch. I mean, it was a pretty dominating performance, but it was one of those that you don't see somebody like, put on a performance like Brady Smith did last night. He did an awesome job.
All right, what do you have in store from us? I think we're going to get this race back in. It stopped raining. It drizzled a little bit more. Your car looks good, though. What do you have up your sleeve?
Just, we got to get in and get settled more because now the racetrack's not going to have any rubber on it, so it's going to be kind of like starting over to a certain degree. So we're just going to have to run some laps and get rubber on the track and just keep working on it because the track's going to keep changing. So we just have to keep adjusting on it and making it better.
All right, thanks, Smoke. And, of course, Rick, Tony Stewart has elected to step out of any extracurricular driving activities, which is why he went to Knoxville. He had agreed to race the Knoxville Nationals fans had bought tickets to see him, but then once he was in the chase, he decided that wasn't the greatest idea, so he honored that by going there last night just to sign those autographs, even though he elected not to race. This chase, there's a lot at stake, and man, we've seen it with Clint Boyer jamming his wrist this weekend in a dirt race, and possibility of Carl Edwards, had a hard hit in the Busch race. This is something besides Cup racing these guys got to watch out for during this chase.
Yeah, most definitely, Wendy. And actually, Carl Edwards was racing in Nebraska a couple months ago, got in an accident, and they were very worried that he was injured more severely than he actually was. And so probably a good move for Tony Stewart to say, all right, I might step out of the dirt track racing for a while and just focus on the Cup, because it is a big deal to be in this chase for the Cup.
It is, Rick. And Jeff Hammond and I got into a little debate yesterday during one of our Busch shows on Speed about drivers and their extracurricular activity. I know you can't put yourself in a bubble. I mean, you could actually be leaving the racetrack and be involved in a car accident in your rental car. But I don't think you need to push the envelope. There's just too much at stake here. There's nothing gained. If you want to relax, heck, go fishing. Don't go drive a dirt car. I just think the risk versus reward is just too far apart.
Well, speaking of fishing, one guy who lists fishing as his favorite activity outside of racing is Martin Truex Jr., and he's with Phil Parsons.
Well, you didn't get to run many laps, but the few laps you got to run, the thing looked pretty good.
Yeah, it's real good. Real happy with it. The last couple laps, I really got going where I wanted to be, up on the top groove, and the car was driving well. So a little bit tight off turn 4 with me, an adjustment for that on our stop here, and hopefully it'll be good enough to drive it to the front and lead some laps.
I think Bono said while we were in commercial break that the last 2 laps you were the fastest car on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's what he said, so I believe him. It felt good.
We didn't think there were going to be many laps on the bottom, and sure enough, there weren't many laps in there. Just new tires for a couple laps is going to be about it, right?
Yeah, the track's cooled off since yesterday, and the bottom's pretty good right now. I'm sure it'll go away as guys run down there. I was actually surprised how well it was for me the first couple laps. I couldn't run that well down there yesterday, so maybe it'll stay like that and we can run the bottom, to keep up with them on the short run and get up top and hopefully put some distance on them in the long run.
After you got out of the car, you and Junior were talking. Were you guys comparing notes?
Yeah, just talking about our cars. He's a little bit tight, and I'm a little tight off turn 4, so just seeing what he had. We were just talking about how much dust he was kicking up there. I told him I appreciate him cleaning up that groove for me.
All right, buddy. We'll be following you.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
And they're talking about that groove on the high side of the track. We saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Martin Truex Jr. both almost immediately go to the wall in practice yesterday and stayed up there running that high groove. And we see that out of both of those drivers on a regular basis at most racetracks.
But that's one of the great things about Kansas Speedway. Rick, this is the 7th race that we've run here. We first came here, started coming here in 2001. We only race here once a year. And when you first come here, it was deemed as the cookie cutter racetrack.
Exactly.
You didn't dare move 6 inches off the bottom of the racetrack. The only way you pass someone is on pit road or if you got against them and did the bump and run. But over the last 3 or 4 years, this place, the grip has deteriorated. It's got a little bumpier, and all those things have promoted more grooves of racing. I go back to the Busch race yesterday. I don't know that I've seen a better race than what we saw yesterday in that. And I think these guys are really starting to like Kansas Speedway now because of that.
Kansas, Chicagoland, both opening the same year, and they thought the two would be somewhat sister tracks, almost the same in configuration. And obviously Kansas has developed into more of, you run closer to the wall here at Kansas.
It seems like that the grip here has deteriorated more than Chicagoland for some reason or another. But yeah, I mean, when they built these speedways, if you almost don't look around for different colors and things, you don't know if you're in Chicagoland Speedway or Kansas Speedway. But Rick, I do want to go one thing that Tony Stewart, as we're watching Tony right now, that he said about all of the rubber being washed off the racetrack. I'm not sure that I would be too concerned about that yet. We didn't get a downpour. We just got a sprinkle. If anything, the track temperature of this place has cooled down, which is going to make the speeds really, really go up. A lot of grip's going to be gained.
What about the jet dryers, though, as far as drying off the track? Isn't there a little jet residue that goes on the track also?
There's been the theory that goes on, and I know a lot of times people get concerned about that, but I think that's more when you have a jet dryer out there before you're going to go out there and do the bonsai qualifying run, more so than during race conditions.
Hey, right now Matt Yoakum is caught up with his driver, Denny Hamlin. What's going on down there, Matt?
I don't know, we're a little tight right now, but the good thing is our car's, not loose entry to center. And especially with the wind, I felt like that was going to be an issue. So we can work on corner exit. If we were fighting loose, that's a tough thing to try to fight.
What do you do when you get into a rain delay situation? You're in a great condominium, so to speak, compared to years ago, like when Larry Mack started out. Maybe you might be able to fit one crew chief on top of a box. This thing has instant messaging capability with your other teams, satellite, you name it. I mean, this is pretty high tech.
Yeah, definitely. We try to use every resource that we possibly can, communicate with other teams, and able to track the lap tracker, lap times with myself and other cars out there that are fast. So, I think for these guys to do their absolute best work, it's they've got to have all the resources at their hand, and that's what they've got here.
All right, well, right here what we've got is we've got jet dryers on the racetrack trying to get this racing surface dry so we can get back to green.
And as there's rain coming down, we see Denny Hamlin take a drink of water.
I watched him before the race, before he got in his car. Of course, myself, Matt Yoakum, on Channel 798, covering Denny Hamlin, the 11 team. He must have drank 5 bottles of water before he got in that race car from the time he walked up there after a driver introduction.
Well, it's amazing, Larry. I mean, these cars get very warm. I mean, and they're obviously wearing their fire suits, and so it's warm. You're going to sweat a lot. You want to make sure that you hydrate yourself.
Absolutely, and of course now we're actually getting in much better racing conditions than we had back in August, like at Bristol, Fontana, especially
blistering
in Richmond.
heat.
But it's still very, very important that you keep very hydrated.
You see the cover on the top of the 11 pit box right now. They're wanting to make sure that they don't have any problems with any moisture getting in any of those monitors that they've been looking at. We look at our point standings again through 28 races, and again this is the Chase point standings. 46 points for Martin Truex Jr. coming into this. Again, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, one of our Hotpass drivers today, as is Jeff Burton. Denny Hamlin rounding out the top 12, 158 points back. Now, Larry, 158 points back, a lot of times you'd say, well, he might be out of it, but we still have quite a few races to go.
Well, I want to point something out, and I pointed this out earlier on our Channel 798 broadcast. Let's go back a year ago, and I know the complexity has changed because now we have 12 drivers. The last 3 years we've had 10, but last year, our 2006 champion, Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus, the 48 team, in the first 4 races, they did not even have a top 10 finish.
Right.
They were over 150 points out with only 6 races to go. But they rebounded by having 5 consecutive top 2 finishes and then sealed the deal at Homestead with the top 10. So comebacks are definitely in the making, but I think what has changed this chase complexity, Rick, is 12 drivers and not just 10.
Adding those extra 2 at the back end of this has made it a little bit more difficult. And really the reason for that is not only does Denny Hamlin have to make up 158 points on Jeff Gordon, but he also has to worry about all of these other drivers that are in front of him, because if they perform as well as Denny Hamlin, it doesn't matter how good Denny Hamlin does unless he wins every race. Somebody else could perform just a bit better and stay in front of him.
And the thing I want to point out when I look at these top 12 here, Rick, is let's look at Kenseth, Kurt Busch, and Denny Hamlin. They have actually had some good runs. Matt Kenseth, he was probably going to win Dover last week. The engine let go. Kurt Busch had a good run at Loudon, had the carburetor problem, had a good run at Dover, and got caught up in the wreck after he blew the right front tire. Denny Hamlin led a bunch of laps at Dover. When I look at this, the only 2 guys that concern me right now that are not really running that good, unfortunately, are the 2 Childress cars, Jeff Burton and Kevin Harvick. Now, I know Burton had a good finish last week, but he got the free pass 3 times because of attrition. The only really car that I think's running well, of course, is the guy that won the first race of the chase, Clint Boyer from the Richard Childress stables.
Right. Well, you mentioned Jeff Burton. Let's hear from him. He's with Jimmy Thompson.
Well, thanks, guys. Able to catch up with Jeff. Obviously, I started in the back. You're able to pick up some spots early on. Only a handful of laps, but how'd the car feel?
It was better than it was yesterday, for sure. We're going to still have some work to do. There's no question about that. But, we did 4 here, which cost us some spots. But we think ultimately that's the right thing to do. We knew going into the race that we weren't as good as we needed to be. And the changes that we make now ultimately will help us make decisions on what we're going to do later. So we chose 4 because we think that it'll make us smarter in knowing what to do to the car, later, and hopefully that pays off. It's certainly, we gave up some spots for sure. We probably gave up, 7, 8, 10 spots by not doing 2, but we're racing for is, to be good when, later in the race. So if we can get our track position and keep learning and keep making our car better, then we can be a threat.
Now, we heard Larry Mack say during our rain delay that the track might change not so much with the rubber being washed away, but just the temperature change. Do you think it's going to affect your car that much?
Well, one thing we have today for sure that we didn't have yesterday is we do have higher winds. We did have wind yesterday, but the track temps are already cooler. The weather has come in and has made the track temp come down even more. We saw yesterday some impact with the track temp going down late in the race compared to what it was early in the race. So hopefully we can apply that. And but it's going to make more grip. But it's going to make more grip for everybody. If you were good right there, you might be too tight now. If you were loose, it might help you some there, or it might hurt you. It's really hard to tell. But I think that ultimately the track temp just makes more grip.
Well, thanks, Jeff. And once we go back to green flag racing, we look forward to seeing you go to the front.
I don't think it's going to be long. I think the track's trying pretty quick, and with all this wind, that's helping. And it looks like to me it's trying. It won't be long. We'll be going again.
All right, thanks, Jeff Burton.
Again, Jeff Burton and the rest of the drivers staying right by their pit boxes. They'll be called back to the cars as soon as NASCAR deems that the track's ready for them to roll back out there. The caution came out on lap 12 because of a brief rain shower, and they brought them onto pit road on lap 15. And so we've completed 15 laps of racing up to this point. 267 are scheduled. Larry, there's no lights at this racetrack, so the one thing we've got to look at is if this gets delayed once again, there is a drop dead time when they can't go back out on the track.
Yeah, we still, I think, Rick, we're in Central Time. We've got about 5 more hours of daylight, maybe 5.5. So, but yeah, you're right. We've had about all the rain. In other words, we've used our mulligan up already. We have no more left.
Exactly. Again, the Lifelock 400 from Kansas Speedway under a red flag condition. They are drying the racetracks right now. The jet dryers are out there, as Jeff Burton just mentioned. He doesn't think it's going to be long before they're going to be back out onto the racetrack. The winds are upwards of 30 to 35 mile per hour gusting, and so we're seeing a lot of that help dry this racing surface right now. It was just a really brief shower. Probably less than 3 minutes was all it rained here, but it did come down pretty hard for those 3 minutes, and so they are still drying this racetrack. They said when they lose the racetrack, it could be upwards of an hour to an hour and a half, but I don't think we're anywhere near that, Larry.
No, and I think the biggest friend we have now, I know it's aggravating, but the biggest friend we have now, we mentioned this a while ago, is that wind blowing 30, 35 miles per hour. That's doing probably even a better job than these jet dryers right here drying this mile-and-a-half racetrack.
We see the safety crews still out on the racetrack and the track continuing to gray and get even drier until they get back in their cars. Let's go down to Kurt Busch. He's with Phil Parsons.
Standing by with Kurt Busch, who's currently running 7th right now, but you're an oftentimes on Hotpass, and I'm sure we'll see you again. We don't have you this week, unfortunately, but you guys have really turned your season around here, 8-10 weeks ago?
It's been great since Pat Tryson came aboard. His experience level has just created a calmness amongst the team on where guys needed to be or what they needed to be doing. And Pat's just on top of the pit box making the right calls. And just like right now, 2 tires was probably the way to go, but we needed fuel. So that was the main reason for coming down. You don't want to get stuck out there in a long run and have to pit 12 laps before everybody else.
You guys had a good run going last week. You're running in the top 5 inside of 20 laps to go, and I don't know if you cut a tire down or something broke on the right front, but you really guys have really been running well coming into the chase, and now been running competitively, very competitively during the 2 chase races.
Yeah, it's been good. To race our way in and experience that as far as what the team had to go through and to be on your toes and to have none of those bad finishes. It felt great. Then you step it up a notch racing in the chase, and we just had a couple things bite us, and the good thing is we've been running strong during the chase races, and so we're optimistic. And the cool thing is there's still 8 races to go.
You've got some experience doing this chase thing. You won the very first chase for the Nextel Cup. So what is your mindset getting through the first 26 races, getting in the chase, and do you change anything or you just continue to try to win each race?
Well, you hope that you've got everything prepared and your cars are ready to go and you stay ahead of the game. Right now we've got everything ahead except for our points. So we still don't want to race any different, but yet we need to get some good finishes because we had a couple good cars that finished 25th and 29th. That's not good if you're running for a championship.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, and good luck the rest of the day.
No problem. It's good to see everybody on DirecTV Hotpass.
And Rick, that's Dodge's only hope in the chase for the championship. The only Dodge in the top 12. But you know what? Your partner on the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series broadcast is going to be an upset man.
Why is that?
Wind is messing with that man's hair, is what I'm telling you.
It is, isn't it? Phil's got some nice hair. It's impressive, but like you said, the wind is definitely blowing here at Kansas Speedway in the Kansas City, Kansas area. Obviously, Kansas maybe most famously known for The Wizard of Oz. And in that movie, I think it wrapped around the idea of a tornado going through here, and it's been almost tornado-like winds at this racetrack today. Hey, let's go down to Matt Yoakum. He is caught up with Mike Ford.
And Rick, the wind's also helping dry this racetrack. Pit road almost dry. The track itself almost dry. Well, first off, Mike, a lot of strategy played for track position on that first stop. You took on 4 tires and some adjustments. Why?
You know, it's early in the race. You're 12 laps in, and you know, car was tight. Figure the front side of the race, it's better to try and get a good race car than it is to take a bad race car. You know, put 2 tires on it. You know, a lot of these guys, I would be willing to bet in 3 laps you're going to be back to where they were running originally. So, you know, tires do fall off here at Kansas pretty quick. We saw that yesterday. So, you know, we're working on a race car. We want to be around at the end of the day to get a good finish. So, you know, we were a little too tight. You know, tighter than what we wanted to be. 2 tires, you know, possibly would have made that worse. So, opted for 4, make some adjustments. You know, take our time. We'll work our way back up.
Due to the fact that we've had the rain, also the jet dryers on the track, which sometimes, you know, they leave a little bit of residue, which can affect, you know, how big of a swing you see in the handling of the race car. Looking ahead to the next stop, do you anticipate having to take a big swing at it, or maybe small adjustments to get your car further where you need it to be?
No, they just pretty much prolonged the race 12 laps here, pushed it off. I would expect the same thing from the very start of the race. No real issue, kind of a re-rack from the first start, so not really that concerned with it. You know, I'm sure, you know, the residue on the track makes it slick for a few laps, but, you know, 43 cars out there, it'll run in pretty quick. You know, you'll use the backside of that run to make your adjustments, so nothing really new.
Denny said he was really surprised, almost like flipping a switch, at how different his race car was in the early laps compared to what he thought it was going to be like after final practice.
Yeah, we knew we were a little bit to the free side on a longer run in practice. Didn't make many changes. Today is, you know, a lot different as far as the weather goes, so didn't really chase the racetrack. You know, and figured it would come to us. So, you know, we've got plenty of room to free the thing up because we worked on tightening it up yesterday. So, I think we can get it tuned in here, 1 or 2 changes, and, you know, work that FedEx Chevy back towards the front.
When we go back to green, Mike Ford's FedEx Chevy will roll off from the 19th position once we drop that green flag. Rick?
Thank you, Matt. Again, under a red flag condition now as the safety crews continue to dry this racetrack. You're seeing the trucks and the haulers and everything down on the lower portion of the racetrack. That's a good sign because that's normally the last thing that they have to work on. They start at the top of the track and ease their way down. As all of this has been going on, some of the teams are back under their pit boxes enjoying maybe a little bit of football. We've got some football fans in the area. You see the crew members for the number 12 team watching the Cowboys-Rams game right now on NFL Sunday Ticket. Make sure to check out NFL Sunday Ticket from DirecTV. All you got to do is call 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race, or you can visit directv.com/NFL and sign up. Over 14 games each week. You can watch your favorite team no matter where you live. So go ahead and give them a call, 1-800-GET-SPORTS. You can call after the race, or maybe you got a couple seconds here in between racing action, and you can sign up today.
You better do it fast because I believe we're going to be back racing here pretty quick. I'm seeing a lot of gray out on that racetrack, Rick.
It won't be long until we hear the call for the drivers to head back to the cars. They'll send a couple crew members out there to uncover them. And as you mentioned before, they want to make sure that they uncover the orifices that they had covered up earlier, that cowl, the gas hole, as well as the exhaust pipes.
A lot of work to do even to get back ready to race. But, you know, I know our fans, whether you're NFL or NASCAR, you hate commercials. If you go to the Red Zone channel, it's commercial free.
That's right. Exactly right. You can watch 24/7. And again, Some of the teams enjoying a little bit of football at this short break. We saw some team members out on pit road earlier throwing a football. And now we're starting to see the teams move toward the car. And so as they are headed to the cars to uncover and get back into racing, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with more racing from Kansas Speedway. The cars are uncovered. The Lifelock 400 coming up again when we come back.
Another huge left.
The will of two warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm, and Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 123.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. Great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Tune in October 5th through the 7th for the Choice Extra free preview weekend.
You just have to honor the correct price. You got that?
I can't do this many leaves for $10.
We need to get away.
Road trip?
Now, what do we have here?
You wearing pants?
No.
What did you do?
I blew up their bar.
Oh!
I wanted to say something funny, but all I could think of was black jokes. Please do tell.
Welcome back to the Lifelock 400 from Kansas Speedway. The weather showers have gone through the area. Again, welcome back. The sun has broken out now on the racetrack, so it's beginning to dry. The drivers have been called back into their cars. Martin Truex Jr. will climb in and strap in to the #1 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet. A couple crew members there to help uncover that car and take the tape off of the intake cowl as well as the gas hole, which Kevin Bono-Mannion said make sure you cover those up as the rains came here in the Kansas City, Kansas area and delayed us for just a few minutes. A quick shower came through. Phil, did you stay dry?
I did. I was able to stay dry, but it's amazing as quickly as that shower came, it went. And it stopped raining, and obviously NASCAR's done a great job getting the track dry, and certainly the wind has helped that. Now the sun's out. It's as bright probably as it's been, in the last couple hours, but it's amazing the things you see and hear when there's a bit of a rain delay. I mean, everyone's all pumped up, and you get into your rhythm for the day. You get in the car, you start the race, and then you run 12, 15 laps, and you have to stop and get out. So it's amazing.
Get in the game with the new Vizio, America's #1 flat panel HD TV company.
Maybe Team Tylenol's so fast because they use rocket boosters. Yeah, a plutonium. Or a time machine. Guys, I think it has something to do with rabbit release.
It's rapid release, Elliot.
Oh. Come on, guys. We've got to figure out Team Tylenol's secret.
Let's have our fans help us out with this.
Join the Underground Alliance and start your investigation today at StopTeamTylenol.com. You could win a trip to Daytona.
Watch out, Fridays. This is one of those tucking in the napkin, ordering a drink before my jeans even hit the booth kind of nights. So let's jar my taste buds out of hibernation with something I've never tried before. Something with one or preferably more of the following adjectives: fire grilled, crusted, marinated, glazed. 3 courses totally up to me for just $12.99. Friday's 3-course menu is back, and so am I. Give me more Fridays.
This is for the kids, for the pets. It's for story time, for the great outdoors, and the chance of a lifetime. This is for all the little reasons that are bigger than NASCAR. It's why we created the NASCAR Foundation, and you can help support the causes that mean the most to all of us by becoming a friend of the foundation.
Join the NASCAR Foundation track walk near you. Just simply log on to NASCAR.com/foundation to learn more.
Become a friend of the foundation for all the right reasons.
Has drive. The drivers are strapping in. The cars have been uncovered. Officials are down there. Phil, did you stay dry under that first little rain shower?
I did, Rick. It's amazing as quickly as that shower came, and it was, pretty good downfall. It went away. It just rained for just a few moments, but enough, obviously, to get the track wet, and the NASCAR had to get the jet dryers out, and they've really done a great job getting this track back in raceable shape. The track looks great here from my position on pit road, but it's quite amazing what goes on during a rain delay like this, because you get into a rhythm on race day as far as the driver and the crews, and you kind of all peaks at the right time when the green flag drops, and then you run 10, 12, 15 laps, and you have to stop and re-rack and start over again. So it's amazing that what the motions that you go through. But we're going to be back with some green flag racing here in a few moments from Kansas on Hotpass.
If over half of all NASCAR teams trust Mobil 1 technology for maximum engine performance, shouldn't you? From Talladega to the Turnpike, nothing beats the world's leading synthetic motor oil. Mobil 1, the official motor oil of NASCAR.
Tony Stewart here with my buddy Jared.
Subway restaurants are known for tasty, low-fat subs, like this 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki. At 5 grams of fat, it's a third the fat of a McDonald's snack wrap.
And look at it. It's a lot more food. Fills me up without slowing me down.
So, Tony, would you say that makes Subway restaurants your favorite pit stop? The tasty 6-inch sweet onion chicken teriyaki from Subway restaurants. Make it part of a new Subway Fresh Fit meal with new, better-for-you sides and drinks.
Subway, race hard,
eat fresh.
Dodge Avenger RT and Charger RT. Inspired by NASCAR. Built to grab life.
Left here.
Morning, gentlemen.
So how'd the testing go? Well, low-quality discount gasolines can leave behind engine gunk.
Hate engine gunk.
I know you do. Well, Shell stop gunky buildup to help engines perform at their best.
Still won't turn right, huh?
Not gonna happen.
Hello. I'm Alex Keith, president of Old Spice Marketing. To promote the new Old Spice Collectors series, we pioneered a unique media opportunity. Tony Stewart's armpits.
I think it's really good. This is the same car that you wanted.
Welcome back to Kansas Speedway. NASCAR Hot Pass exclusively on DirecTV. The clouds have broken up. Sun has actually peeked through those clouds. And I believe they will be telling the drivers to fire the engines back up. And we'll roll back out onto the racetrack here very shortly. Again, a rain shower came through lap 12. The caution came out. They brought them onto pit road. Some drivers opted to change 2 tires. Some opted to change no tires, and others opted to change 4. and they made it back out on the racetrack, but then the red flag condition came out when the rains came down hard. We've completed 15 laps of the 267 scheduled for today. In those first 12 laps early on, we had a very close incident with Martin Truex Jr. just in front of him. The 8 and the 10 of Scott Riggs, he'll come into the picture here. They make a little contact, and Denny Hamlin has to check up. And as he does that, a very close call for Martin Truex Jr. as he almost makes contact with that 11. Again, that happened early on in the race when they were jockeying for positions. As we see now, the cars rolling out onto the racetrack, getting ready to restart the Lifelock 400 from Kansas Speedway.
Remember, Rick, that Bono told us before the race that it's so critical to keep the right front fender on this thing. So that could have been some damage to the right front fender there had he had made contact with Denny Hamlin. So good heads up driving by Martin to avoid that situation. But I tell you, we talked to Martin during the rain delay, and he really loves the way the race car is. And that's how they came off the racetrack in happy hour. He really felt like he had something that he could drive all day with.
We haven't seen him move up the racetrack as of yet, but we're very early in this one. Just 15 laps complete on lap 16 now that they're rolled out back on the racing surface. The one caution that took place was on lap 12, and that was because of rain. We had a great stop. They opted for 2 tires. Phil called it 5.8 seconds the time that they were in their pit box, and they came back out on the racing surface, and they were the 3rd one off of pit road. Now there were also 3 cars that stayed out on the racetrack. And so when we get ready to restart this race, it will be in the 6th spot.
First 3 cars in line hadn't pitted yet.
There you hear it from Joey Miller and Kevin Bono Mannion are going to be talking on the radio.
I think Joey was listening to you, and he wanted to remind Martin after you told him.
Again, Martin Truex Jr. making sure that he gets that car ready to go back into racing. The 2 voices you'll hear other than Martin Truex Jr., Kevin Mannion, Colin Bono, and Joey Meyer, the spotter for Martin Truex Jr. We have the opportunity, if he's not too busy, obviously he's back on the racetrack and somewhat busy, but we can talk to our driver. Let's see if Martin's available for us. Hey, Martin, it is Rick Allen up here in the Hotpass booth. Wanted to chat with you a second if you got it.
Gotcha.
Hey, I know you've only had about 14 laps or 12 laps that you're actually on the racetrack, but you started to move up a little bit to that higher groove. Is that your comfort zone on this racetrack?
Yeah, it sure is. We worked on my car up there yesterday, and that's about the only place I could run. So it was real good up there today, just like yesterday, maybe even a little better. So looking forward to the rest of the day. I hated to see that rain. I felt like I was just getting going. So we'll see what we can do here.
Listening into your radio yesterday, you talked about a seam in the pavement, and it was kind of right about the groove that you were trying to run. Is that your line that you're looking for around this racetrack?
I'm actually trying to stay away from them seams. If you look at the racetrack, you'll see there's 3 or 4 real dark black seams all the way around the racetrack. And it's real slick if you get your tire on them just right. So we try to stay off of them, straddle them if we can, and hopefully we'll get this groove up above that last one. And against the wall there, we'll be able to really make some ground up.
Good luck, buddy. Thanks for letting us ride shotgun with you.
I appreciate it. I mean, second blower, sir. You're coming to 1 to go. 1 to go. Green at lap 18 now.
Yeah, Rick, you see the seams on the racetrack.
You got us?
Hey, let's listen in. I think Martin is the
It sounds like the wind hasn't bothered you too bad getting down into turn 3. Is this still the hardest corner to negotiate right now like it was early in the race?
Well, right now, they all seem pretty easy. My car's really good, so the guy's done a good job for me again. And it's just a little bit tight off turn 4 where that wind catches the nose. But other than that, car's real good, and I look forward to going to the front here. We'll see what we can do.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you later.
Appreciate it.
Martin's probably going to come back on the radio here shortly and say, does anybody else want to talk to me? He's a little bit busy right now, getting ready for the restart here of the LifeLock 400 from Kansas Speedway. Martin Truex Jr. currently has moved up in the scoring position to the 3rd spot, as it will be Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Martin Truex Jr. 1, 2, and 3. Coming off of the racing surface was the 22 of Dave Blaney. He stayed out. Again, looking to lead laps.
All right, buddy, it's the 2 and the 16 lined up behind you. You weren't coming to the green here.
Get some points. He's fighting for that 35th spot, locking him into the race. Clean racetrack in front of Martin Truex Jr. He's got Matt Kenseth and teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. just in front of him.
Outside, Joey. A lot of guys were jumping out yesterday. Yeah, 10-4, 10-4.
Tires are cleaned off.
Cars off. Be ready.
Racing service dry. We're coming back to the restart.
Green, green, green. Clear one back and pull it away.
Good restart for the #1 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet.
Following our teammate right now, the 8 of Dale Jr. I talked to Bono this morning. He said they very much share information. Very similar setups in the 8 and the 1. It looks like Martin may be going to the inside to try to take over the second spot.
Looking for position
Still there to your door.
2.
Your lanes are moving, though.
Martin Truex Jr. with an extremely strong car
Outside
to start
by
this
himself.
race.
Holding tight with you. One back to the 2 car.
Door to door as
Nice and
they come
easy
out of 2.
2 cars on your bumper. He's by himself. You're starting to move and you're clear. Clear. Here you go.
All clear for Martin Truex Jr. Position #2. Now he'll try to reel in that 17 of Matt Kenseth.
And remember, that's the bottom of the racetrack that Martin said he wasn't that good on.
Running the inside line as he passed his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now Kurt Busch trying to follow him on the lower portion of the racetrack. Second, third, and 27th, the DEI crew. Also got to factor in that 0-1 driven by Mark Martin. He's running in the 19th spot right now.
Leader 32 flat. You're 32 flat.
Impressive lap time for Martin Truex Jr. there. 32 flat.
That's about 0.3 of a second faster.
Joey,
than
when
the
that
fastest
gets
lap.
working, Joey, with 8. 10-4.
That lap time, Rick, was 0.3 of a second faster than the fastest lap time that Martin ran in happy hour yesterday.
He's up there right now, but the people are passing him still. I'll tell you. Leader 20 or 25. 8 running 65.
Hear a little bit of communication there between Kevin Bono Mannion and telling Martin Truex Jr. In the upper right-hand corner, we saw a replay of Jeff Burton actually almost pulling, I believe it was Rusty Wallace, maybe Sterling Marlin a long time ago. Sterling Marlin climbed out of his car under a red flag condition and actually pulled the fender out.
This lap looked better for him off of 1 and 2. Still
Jeff
scratchy in 3 and 4. Leader run a 30, you run a 33.
Jeff Burton did come
run
out
half second off you.
and look at that fender. Looks like he grabbed it, but I'm not sure if he made any adjustments.
Yeah, it actually
And you're
cost
still
Sterling
pulling away
Marlin
from the 2 and the 20 in your mirror.
the Daytona 500. That was during a red flag late in the Daytona 500. Sterling got out and he had made some contact. I think it might have been with Jeff Gordon. And he actually had to pull the fender out. And when he did, NASCAR relegated him to the back of the line. And that's the race that Ward Burton won, the Daytona 500.
That's right. You cannot make any
car hit the
adjustments
fence.
to your
Leader
race
run a
car.
50, you run a 52. 72 behind you.
In a red flag condition, no changes can be done to the car. And again, that was Jeff Burton we're talking about right now. Martin Truex Jr. running in the second spot. Matt Kenseth in front of him. Last time by the start-finish line, it was 1.2 seconds. The difference between 1 and 2. Behind us is the 2 of Kurt Busch. Then it's Tony Stewart has moved all the way up into 4th. Impressive run for the 20 of Tony Stewart.
Leader run a 58. You run a 70. 90 behind you.
A little bit quicker lap for Kenseth.
Remember last year, Tony Stewart won this race, Rick, and he was probably running about 60 miles an hour, maybe 30 miles an hour when he took the checker flag out of fuel.
Yeah, first and second ran out of gas before they got to the start-finish line, but were able to coast across the start-finish line. We talked with Bono Mannion before the race today, and
this lap will be up top here, Bones.
He said anytime you
I
come.
was just going to say maybe it's time. Leader running 80, you're running 85. 85 behind you.
He said anytime you come to Kansas, you've got to think fuel mileage.
We heard Martin tell the guys, tell Bono that he was going to go to the top and see how that did. See if maybe he can pick up a little bit of time on that 17 of Matt Kenseth.
Last time by, it was 5/100ths of a second difference between Kenseth and Truex Jr. Graphics showing the difference between
You're running 84, you're running 80. 95 behind you.
There is the pickup we're looking for. So
you know, it might not sound like 4/100ths of a second as a pickup, but it is. These guys claw for every 100th of a second. That's 4/100ths of a second faster that lap. If you can continue to do that.
Spin down the back. Spin down the back.
Trouble on the backstretch.
Caution is out here.
Kyle
Caution is
Busch
out.
in the
The 5 car spun down the back.
He
Hit
gets
up
turned
high
around.
off the 4. Getting into 3, went to the bottom.
That looked a lot like
Water
what
and
took
oil.
place in the Busch race last night. Look at the front end of that car in the upper right-hand corner of your screen.
That's another one of the chase
Got a little free down there on the
contenders
bottom.
too.
As it ran, I moved up and fixed it. So, fixed it, make some time there. Just run out of laps again.
The 8 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. gets into the back of the 5, and the 5 trying to regain control of that car, slides up the racetrack.
All right, open this time. Watch for debris down the back, getting into 3 up high to the bottom.
And right into the wall.
Pretty significant damage to that Kellogg's number 5.
Top lane
That is
there.
that's one of the guys
Here
that's
in the
ahead of us in
17,
points right now.
Stay out. That was 10 green. The first time was 11 green. I'm okay either way. I'm okay with 2 tires again. Just depends on how many people come.
Well, I'm in 3. Let me know.
See again, Kyle Busch was able to slow it down.
You know here, come on.
Wasn't as drastic
Come on down.
a hit. And here we're hearing come down
Now
pit
watch
road.
the 5 car. He's tore up. Just watch for debris. 4,000 in second. Second car in line bones.
45 miles per hour, 4,000 RPM on pit road.
Going to bring him down again.
10
Remember,
away, 15 away. Gas on, gas on, gas on. 2 tires, fellas. 2 tires. Right on your sign. Right on your sign. Perfect.
again, going to go with a
Go,
2.
go, 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 go. Hard, 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 hard. 4,500. Hard, hard, hard. Right there. 45, 45. 4,000 in second. 4,000 in second per line here. 4,000.
And it
4,000 right here.
It
All right,
looks
guys, nice
like
job.
Kenseth may have tried the same strategy because
Job,
it
guys.
got off the same time we did.
Sure does. And you know,
Thank
it's
you,
really
Joey.
a lot about fuel too. A lot of, you want to make sure you're not caught being down on fuel and have to make a green flag pit stop. But we'll be back with more at Kansas Speedway. Green Flag Racing on DirecTV Hot Pass right after these messages.
Max Life, and there's no telling how long your car will keep going.
Sweet.
Max Life not only protects against friction, but also leaks, deposits, and sludge, the 4 major causes of high mileage engine breakdown. Drive it forever.
As a gold award winner in the American Light Lager category at 4 World Beer Cups, Miller Lite knows something about winning. So here's to the Blue Deuce, Kurt Busch, and the chase for his own cup. Miller Lite, good call.
Communicate in less than a second with Nextel Direct Connect.
Nice work.
The largest and fastest push-to-talk network on the planet. That's getting it done at sprint speed.
How did we arrive at a 315 horsepower engine with the best highway fuel economy of any full-size pickup? 90 years of R&D.
This is our country.
Chevy Silverado. This is our truck.
Nice race, Casey. See you later.
step out of the vehicle? Please place both hands on the vehicle. No, sir, the rear of the vehicle. Okay, sir, get that headlight fixed.
Everyone admires a great driver. At Allstate, great drivers can save up to 30% with a Safe Driver discount. Are you in good hands?
Chase for the NASCAR Nextel Cup is on, and NASCAR.com has you covered. From Track Pass to the Superstore's largest selection of driver gear, the only way to follow the chase is on NASCAR.com.
When a show is a little dirty and the sexy, it's money.
Because you know you're so.
An all-new Dirty Sexy Money. Wednesday at 10/9 Central after an all-new Private Practice on ABC.
Got a good start trying to get outside of you, but you're clear. Looking inside.
Green flag flying once again
Down
for the
there by
Lifelock
himself.
400. Kurt Busch looking to the inside of Martin Truex Jr. on the restart.
Down there by himself, clear behind him if you need it.
Horsepower down the backstretch. Right
Mark's
back by that two.
Going to fight back on the outside. Had the
Still
momentum.
inside, one back to the 24 on the bottom.
Going to be able to hang tough on the outside here. Kurt may be able to clear us this time.
Got bias on the bottom. Turns 3 and 4. Now we're running in the third spot.
24 looking inside. He'll be on the bottom all by himself here. Nice and easy here. Nice and easy.
We got problems. Smoke
Got
coming
something
out
in
of
the wall
that
here,
number
guys.
1.
We got in the wall here. Not hard. Come on. Keep digging. They're lined up inside. Right front slant. Right front slant. Coming. We got something wrong with the right front. It looks like, guys. I can't tell.
A little
All right,
puff of
come down
smoke.
pit road, right side. Pull the tires away.
The right tire
Caution
just
is
came
down for
off.
debris. Caution is for debris. We got a tire down. You want to come down now, Bono? Yes, 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 yes. Right side, pull the tires away. Don't lose a lap. Come on down 4,300. 4,300.
You see the right front tire off.
Very, very hard, guys. I got you. How's your steering wheel? Let's get a tire on it first. Let's not lose a lap. We're good on the pace car. 4,300. Right here on your sign. Gonna have to work on that fender. You're gonna have to get it up. Gas guys, fill the gas, get over the wall, gas guys. Gary and Haskell. Get over there, Gary and Haskell. Don't break nothing loose. Get the fender up so don't run the top of the fender. Turn 3. We're okay in the pace car. Any braces bent underneath, Gary? Broken, rather? Middle of 3 and 4, coming to 1 to go. All right, put your tire on. All right, let it down easy. Let it down easy. Let it down easy. Everything good there? I got the pace car. It is cool. Good, Haskell? All right, go, 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 go. You're good on the pace car. 4,400. 4,400. Did you make contact with somebody, Martin, or just go flat?
I run something over. I felt it.
Okay, man. You're coming to green, so hustle around there and get caught up. Hustle around, get caught up. Let me know how your steering wheel is on the back.
Here's what happened here. You see him.
Okay, man.
You heard Martin say the steering wheel's perfect. He's going to go in on the high side. He felt something going wrong. You see Jeff Gordon just drive by on the inside. That's because Martin knew that something was wrong with the right front tire. He goes up, makes some slight contact with the outside safer barrier, was able to get down to pit road. The actual carcass of the tire came off, and that's what caused the caution flag. So a big break that the caution came out, and we were able to get down pit road under caution. The guys took their time, beat the fender out, got a new set of right side tires on it. So
got 3 of them coming off the pit road behind you.
hopefully we'll be good to go.
Track vehicle up high here around the corner, right in your lane in front of you. In your lane in front of you. Here you go. 10 car inside of you. 3 cars in your mirror to get behind. 3 of them. Plenty of time, guys.
And there was still a safety vehicle on the racetrack.
So you just tell me when a green's coming.
10-4, buddy. 10-4. Lap 35.
Upper left corner, you see the teams looking at that tire.
Yeah, man, we're good. No penalty here. Just time the green, but don't do nothing out of the ordinary. Pace car's off. All right, be ready.
Our tire specialist, Russell Simpson, Taking a look at that
They're
tire.
rolling. Green flag.
Goodyear.
Green flag.
Green flag back out. We've got a fast car. Now we've got to get by the other cars in front of us.
Yeah, we have a lot of time left, weather permitting, but we've lost
Still
all the track
inside. You're
position,
clear.
obviously.
Clear. Still inside on the bottom here. Lined up. Your lane's starting to move. Clear.
Right in the middle of the racetrack now. Martin Truex Jr. trying to make up
Clear
spots.
either lane. Still inside.
Bono's waiting to
25's on the bottom by himself.
hear what Martin
Middle's
has to
open.
say about the car. Make sure the car's still okay.
Slight contact with the outside wall getting into turn 2.
Clear, clear.
Tire went down as he was just entering turn number 1 on lap 33.
Clear either lane. Car still up there by himself. Half back to him. Clear high behind the 36. You're in the right lane here.
Phil, what have you learned about what's going on with the tire? What happened?
Well, Rick, you know, we heard Martin say that he ran over something and felt it. And I just talked to Rick Campbell, one of the Goodyear tire engineers, and he said that you see the valve stem right here. That's for the outer part of the tire, the outer casing of the tire. There's a valve stem on the inside that is for the inner liner. And Rick Campbell said, ironically, that valve stem was broken on the inside. So that may have been the deflation, but Martin definitely said he ran over something, and that's what he felt. But we always talk about the inner liner. That's the inner liner right there. Unfortunately, the inner liner is out of air because of that valve stem being compromised. But that is the inner liner, the actual tire within a tire. That's exactly what it looks like. We don't often get a tire torn up enough like this to be able to see the inner liner, but that is a tire that actually goes inside the outer tire in order to hold the car up and maybe hold some air in the car if you compromise an outer part of the tire. But that's a good shot of the inner liner and what's left of the outer part of the tire. But a valve stem on the inside was broken off of this right front tire.
So again, we brought out the third caution of the day on lap 33. We heard before the race started, Bono's keys to the race, stay off the wall. Well, we had a little problem with that. Weather, we've already had an issue with that, and that could come back into play now as we're currently running in the 33rd position, trying to make up spots after having to come all the way back with that flat right front tire that put us into the wall in turn number 2. So Martin Truex Jr. has got his work cut out for him, but he's up to the challenge. He is moving toward the front, currently in the 32nd spot. We've run all the way up as high as second in this race, and that's where he wants to get back up to. And then battle for the win at the end of this race. Again, it's 267 laps scheduled. We've only completed 43 of the 267, or completed 42 of the 267. And so a lot of racing still to take place here at Kansas Speedway.
Passing a lot of cars too. It looks like that car is really good still. Haven't heard any comments yet from Martin about the car.
And Phil, amazingly enough, he thought he ran over something. They were just on the racetrack with those jet dryers cleaning that racing surface up.
Yeah, sometimes the jet
man,
dryers
really
will actually...
fast right now. Take care of it. Still going to win this thing 33-30.
Heard Bono tell him still really fast, but sometimes the jet dryers will actually blow up
by himself.
So
There's
they
your
blow
door
off
back
the
to your
outside of the
outside
racetrack. So sometimes they could have blown something, but you never know. Something could have fallen off a car. There could have something fallen off the 5 of Kyle Busch. You never know what. It doesn't take much. These tires are only about 4/32 of an inch thick, so it doesn't take much.
By a nose, he's there. Give him room, give him room. You're clear, clear, clear.
33-10,
And
leader
so with the
25.
new aerodynamic package on the number 1 because of brushing the wall in turn number 2, we started back about 40th, but we're moving toward the front. We'll be right back.
For years, Panasonic Toughbooks have been engineered to match the terrain.
to protect your work no matter where you work. Durable, reliable, wireless. Toughbook. Work anywhere. Risk nothing. With Intel Centrino Duo processor technology for unsurpassed wireless freedom. Panasonic. Ideas for life.
No one has more access to the action than a pit crew member, until now.
Man, how do they do it? How do they know so much about parts?
Show him.
You sure?
It's part of the team now. It's cool. All the information about every part in the world is on there.
In the world?
The world.
It even holds MP3s.
No way. Yeah, like 15,000 songs. That's awesome.
Parts. All the parts, the whole world on that right there.
Wow. Got any hip hop?
Sometimes just getting to retirement seems impossible. That's where we come in. As the nation's 401k leader, the Principal offers many simple ways to plan for retirement, making it easier for you to get where you're going. The Principal Financial Group will give you an edge.
Yeah, that's right, people. I quit. It's the dawn of a new Chad. This box isn't big enough to hold Chad's potential. Get ready, people, because I'm a rocket to the top, and it's time to light that candle. Adios, amigos. Woo!
That's not good. Need to keep your car moving? Go to NASCAR.com and click on the NASCAR Performance logo for car care know-how and a listing of NASCAR Performance Network shops near you.
I'll walk.
You've been able to ride along with Martin Truex Jr. even through the commercial breaks down in the lower left corner of your screen, and you've seen him move up to now the 26th position. Look at all the cars.
You're clear. Clear.
He's going to be working by as he goes down the backstretch. Martin Truex Jr. again having to go about to the 40th position to restart this race when a right front tire blew, as he said he ran over
you're clear,
something.
man, clear.
So they had to come in, change that tire. It brought out the third caution of the day, but he has been able to move toward the front. Kevin Bono-Mannion said, hey, make sure don't get carried away here with this. Save the equipment a little bit. But I think Martin Truex Jr. has decided, I'm going to get to the front, and I need to get there as quickly as possible.
He is really good in the center of the corner. He is able to get on the throttle so much earlier.
Clear. Lap 50 this time, 50.
Than any of the cars that he's running around, and that's why he's been able to pass as many cars as he has. They go into the corner pretty comparable, but he gets to the center of the corner and he punches the button and then he goes.
Great running car for Martin Truex Jr. Kevin Bono-Mannion.
33.44.
33.44. Impressive lap time for the number of laps they have on these tires.
Passed 18 cars since the restart 15 laps ago.
Now we'll set his sights on Bobby Labonte just in front of him, as well as that 18 of J.J. Yaley.
Somebody needs to tell J.J. that we want that high line to move down out of our way.
I think he heard it, Phil. He may have just heard you say that. And
yeah,
so
that was good then.
Clear the 43.
Yaley went down to the bottom.
Killing these guys. Nice job. You're clear, man, clear.
You can hear it in the voice of Joey Meyer. He's excited. He's like, you're killing these guys. I mean, he knows Martin Truex Jr. has a good car. Earlier, they were a little bit worried that the radio stuck.
You run a 25 in the clear, you run a 50. You're like 4/10 better than the next 15 cars.
That's great news for Martin Truex Jr., but we haven't heard him respond back. Earlier, his radio stuck, and they said,
220, 255.
There you go. That's the first word we've heard from Martin Truex Jr. in a while. 220, 255 water and oil temperatures.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Martin really knows how good that car is right now. He knows that obviously the cars are going to become harder to pass.
Either run a 33, you run a 40.
He's running right now within a tenth of a second of the leader, and the leader has clean racetrack, and Martin's been passing all these cars. You can see his lap times right there, very, very consistent. And remember, this is the traffic. Fortunately, we're one of the guys running right up at the top of the racetrack, and not too many people are.
Getting hot.
You see Martin right up. He's got just about has his left side tires up above the top seat.
Somebody tell Paul to move up, getting in. We'll go a lot faster. 10-4, I'll relay the message. Still inside.
Talking about his teammate Paul, trying to help him out a little bit. Said if he moves up entering the corner, they'll go a lot faster. Watch Martin on the high side here.
Flying
and
right
you're clear
by
down
him.
the back.
And that's his teammate. That number 1 is on a mission. 19th now for Martin Truex Jr. as he continues to move toward the front.
You know, a lot of times, Rick, you've noticed when we've had the onboard shot looking at Martin when he sticks his hand out the window after he passes somebody. That's just simply a thank you for giving me some room. A lot of hand signals from inside these cars that, you know, the guys communicate a lot more than you would think with hand signals and things like that.
And Phil, the spotters are telling all these drivers, the 1 is coming fast. I mean, they're letting him know he's coming fast and he's running that high line. And so these drivers know what Martin Truex Jr. likes. Now David Rudiman has to move up the racetrack.
Nobody from behind. Do what you have to do here. Still outside.
He got in our way.
Everybody knows. Clear to the middle if you need it. Clear to the middle. 00's 1 back. You're clear.
Down the backstretch they go. The 00 with a little bit of a run now as he comes right up behind Martin Truex Jr. But as you mentioned earlier, Phil, Martin able to roll through these corners so much faster than everybody else. You see him. He's about ready to go past Mark Martin. He's about ready to go past Dave Blaney.
3 wide. That's on the bottom of 22. He's right on the line. Right there. You're clear to the middle.
Shortcut.
You're clear. Clear.
Shortcut for Martin Truex Jr. He's done that twice now. Gone to the apron to make the pass.
Yeah, he made this racetrack 1.4 miles instead of 1.5
that's 15th
miles.
place right here in front of you. Nice job.
Here comes Blaney looking to the inside once again, but as you'll see, Martin Truex Jr. able to roll through the corner so much quicker on the high side. He keeps that momentum up and he's able to pull away from Dave Blaney. We've moved up into that 15th position. It's Martin Truex Jr. on the move to the front.
The Ford F-150 has massive lower front control arms and rear shock absorbers mounted outside the frame rails, giving it the highest available payload in its class. And giving you unbelievable handling and control. Now that's forward thinking.
We need more customers. So, what? Advertise?
Ask the ad guru.
The first path, Yellow Book. Excellent. Yellow Book. But what about the internet?
The second path, yellowbook.com.
What if people look on search engines?
The third path, trust Yellow Book to place your ad on powerful search engines across the internet. The path begins with Yellow Book.
Business is off the charts.
Wherever you look, Yellow Book.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Tune in October 5th through the 7th for the Choice Extra free preview weekend.
You just have to honor the correct price. You got that?
I can't do this many leaves for $10.
We need to get away.
Road trip?
Now, what do we have here? You wearing pants?
No.
What did you do?
I blew up their bar.
Oh! I wanted to say something funny, but all I could think of was black jokes. Please, do tell.
Yeah, 4,200, let us know here. 4,200. 4,200.
They're coming off of pit road, and 45 miles an hour is the speed that they were going for.
All right, guys, need to work on that stop a little bit, all right?
15.2 seconds.
That's what we talked about this morning. That one was off.
They were hoping for a 14-second stop or sub-14. That time it was 15.2.
All right, one to go when you get over here. One to go. Pace car's in 3, lap 63 when you go green.
Came onto pit road again.
Guys, just do your thing in there, man.
Is the 88
no pressure.
Of
do your thing in there. We can win this race.
See Martin come down pit road here. We're going to put 4 tires on this side this time. Martin said it's a little bit tight, center off. He really wants to hold that throttle down like we've been able to see him do. Dave Collins and Coleman Dollarhide are our tire changers. Jeff Carr, the jack man. This team typically averages in the 13s for their pit stop, so that one was just a little bit off, but these guys really do it on pit road here. All of DEI's teams really do a great job on pit road, and this one is no exception.
Yeah, Phil, that was the first 4-tire stop that this team has done this race.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty happy, you know, around the bottom there. Even back in that traffic, I was surprised how well it turned, so I think we're pretty good. You know, I'd hate to free it up too much, not be able to run the time real fast.
10-4, we made an adjustment so we didn't free it up too much. We'll just see what this does for you.
Martin, before we replayed that stop, made the comment to...
15th right there in front of you, lap 63. Got a little bit of rain showing up just north of where it was earlier, Bono, as far as I don't know what you see here.
4. Tires look good, no tire rub on your right front.
Talked about a little tire rub. They're taking a look at their pit stop. They're replaying it. Trying to perfect that 4-tire stop for the Bass Pro Shops Chevrolet. And Martin came on the radio and said to Kevin Bono,
It is single file in front of you. That's the 01 in your mirror.
He said, we can win this race. This car is good.
All right, pace car's off.
All stacked up. We're running in the 16th spot now. Right behind us,
green,
Mark
green.
Martin, our teammate.
Green flag. Everybody's rolling. Go back to Mark.
See Martin with these new tires right on the bottom of the racetrack for a few laps.
And nobody from behind.
I don't think it'll be long and we'll see Martin back up on top of the racetrack. He really likes the top of the racetrack. Makes up so much time. Look how hard he gets in the corner down there in turn 3. Drifts up a little bit in the center. See the 41 of Reed Sorensen on the outside that apparently those cars are going by. You know, we talked about how bad it hurt the track position, Rick, by that flat tire and unscheduled pit stop when the caution came out, but getting back to the top 15, top 16, we've got all the track position back.
Yeah, as quickly as
41's up there by himself. You're starting to move, but he's even near door. Back to you now, outside.
Martin rolls through the corner so much better.
You're clear.
Most of the cars.
2 back, clear.
These are some of the cars that we really haven't seen all day. These are the ones that were behind us when we had the flat tire, and then the cars we hadn't got to yet when the caution came out.
Out there to your door, hold tight, back outside, clear behind them if you want it.
It's the 26 of Jamie McMurray, our winner in Daytona in July.
Still up top by himself. Clear high.
You can tell how much more momentum you have coming off the corner on the high side. See the 26 of Jamie McMurray just chop off our front end there, trying to get in the corner, and Martin's going to get a run through the center, up off the corner. Sure would be nice to clear him when we get down to
still even with you. The 22's behind him, still outside. Up there by himself. You're starting to move, and you're clear now. Clear, clear.
Clearing that 26. Now Martin will be able to run the line that he wants.
F4, 33.05.
Sun peeking through. You see the shadows on the cars.
You're just able to get in the throttle, Rick, so much earlier than the guys he's around
outside,
right now.
you are moving.
It's a battle for the 13th position with the 9 of Casey Kane.
Clear. Clear.
He clears Casey Kane, moves up to 13th. Now we'll set his sights on that 38 of David Gilliland.
32.90.
Still running quickly on the lower portion of the racetrack. This wasn't his comfort zone earlier. He loved running up near the wall.
Got a car stopped over in 1 and 2. He's on the apron, not moving. Be ready. No caution, just keep rolling here. He'll be on the bottom in 1 and 2 next time you go by.
What a great job Joey Meyer is doing, just giving him an overall view of what's taking place in this race.
33.15. Turn around the corner.
You know, Rick, we heard so much optimism.
Caution is out. Caution is out. Wave him off here. Caution is out.
We heard so much optimism before the race out of Martin and out of Bono.
Quiet, Joey.
You know what kind of anxious moment that was for Martin and Bono when that tire went down to get into the wall. You never know if it's going to affect aerodynamics. You never know if it's going to affect the toe.
Right foot still hot, Martin.
We know that.
A little bit. 220, 255.
We know that right now the car is good. Even in traffic, running very competitive lap times with the leader. There's another chase car you can see top right of your screen. Jeff Burton is stalled on the racetrack.
I was about to be able to make some time up top. Everybody just started to slow down on the bottom there, so should be in good shape here.
Jeff Burton, one of our Hotpass drivers, having to be pushed in now.
You know, Rick, is much like last week. So many of the Hotpass, so many of the chase
further
drivers.
north than it was earlier when the race started, Bono, but that's about the same amount as it was earlier too.
So many of the chase drivers had trouble last week at Dover, and here we are. We've already had Kyle Busch with trouble and the 31 of Jeff Burton with trouble. Two of the chase drivers already this early in the race.
Copy.
And so as we're under our fifth caution of the day, coming out on lap 69, we'll be back.
Something wrong? My Silverado. It's gone. That's a shame, man. You got OnStar? Yeah. They can help you find it. Really? Yeah. They get your autograph. Yeah.
GM OnStar, how can I help you, Mrs. Johnson?
Looks like we need directions to the nearest movie theater.
Sending turn-by-turn directions now.
You don't have to be a star to get the OnStar treatment.
OnStar, active.
Available on 16 Chevy models.
Think back to the best beer you've ever had. Now, get ready to top it. Fresh Budweiser served on draft. No other beer is this fresh. And the taste, just as the brewmaster intended. Will it be your best beer ever? I say we find out. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Watch out, Fridays. I'm not here for just a meal. I want something with one or more of the following adjectives. Fire grilled, marinated, glazed. 3 courses totally up to me for just $12.99. Friday's 3-course menu is back. Give me more Fridays.
I'm comfortable going fast. I'm comfortable in Wrangler.
Introducing Relaxed Straight Leg and Relaxed Boot Fit from Wrangler Jeans Company. Wrangler Jeans Company. New fits, new styles, great comfort.
Having trouble getting to work after a car accident? One call to Farmers Help Point could fix that. Farmers Help Point. Sanity makes a comeback.
The NASCAR Toyota All-Star Showdown. Some of the hungriest drivers in North America in one of the biggest races of the year.
Welcome back to Kansas Speedway. The Lifelock 400 continuing. A cloudy, overcast fall day. Well, if it feels like football weather, it kind of is football weather. And if you haven't purchased NFL Sunday Ticket yet, call 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race or visit directtv.com/NFL and sign up. You've got over 14 games each week. You can watch your favorite team no matter where you live. Again, give them a call at 1-800-GET-SPORTS after the race and sign up today. Martin Truex Jr. moving like a nimble running back through this field as he's been able to move from the back of the field up toward the middle of the pack now, currently being scored in the 12th position. Most recently,
once again, the wind picked up kind of the way it was earlier. It's at its strongest right now since you've gone back to green. Lap 73 here.
Another front just to the west of us, and it's moving.
Pace car's off.
From the west to the south, or from the west to the northeast, so it's moving
green
in
flag,
our direction.
green flag.
Green flag back
Clear
out, we're back underway.
Still outside. That's the 38 of David Dillon.
We were able to go
coming
right
back to you from behind, but you're clear the 38.
And it looks as though Martin's going to do it once again.
Still outside, then you're clear now, clear. Back to your door, and you're clear. Clear.
That looks like the top 10 right there, Rick.
Top 10 run again for
man,
Martin
back in the
Truex
top
Jr.
10. 3370.
You know, during our commercial break, Bono told Martin that it looked like the weather was saying there was about an hour and 10 minutes till that next front comes through there, but it has really gotten darker and darker. But they know right now we may be racing a halfway situation, and we know halfway is 134 laps, so that's the goal right now. Bono said we could not have made it to halfway from here. That's why we didn't stop.
So they're going to stay on the racetrack.
3270.
They're in a very similar situation to everyone else, with the exception of they've got about maybe 5 laps, 4 laps more fuel than everybody else, because the last time we came onto pit road was when we cut our right front tire down, made it onto pit road. Take a look at the troubles that Chase drivers have had today. Kyle Busch, Jeff Burton, both with problems that have relegated them to 43rd and 41st. We even had some problems, but the number 1 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet team has been able to overcome that issue and get him back out on the racetrack and make him one of the fastest cars on the racetrack. So the most competitive car on the racetrack, Martin Truex Jr., continuing to work his way through this field.
I think once we get in our window, we know we can go somewhere around 51, 53 laps. Once we get in that window.
All right, man, I don't know if you feel it, but the wind's picked up a lot. 3305, leader in 06.
The leader he's talking about is the 2 of Kurt Busch. Tony Stewart running second, Matt Kenseth is third, Jeff Gordon fourth, Jimmy Johnson fifth.
Remember, that's the same Jimmy Johnson that started last in this race.
With a backup. Had to go to the backup car because of an accident in practice yesterday. And already
Leader
back up in the top 5.
You run a 10.
See, Martin has moved to the high side again. You see how much time he gains through the center of the corner. That's where he's the strongest.
And a big run coming off of turn number 2. Martin Truex Jr. gained 31 positions in the last 42 laps.
He can't even pass a car a lap.
That is moving quickly to the front.
Leader flat. You're 20.
Rick, I can't tell you how it feels as a driver to know you have a car that is this good. Martin has had that this year. They had such a great year. They won that race at Dover. They've been second a couple times. Pocono, when we got rained out in June, it looks like they probably had the best car there and unfortunately didn't get a chance because of the rain. So they know what it feels like, but you sure cherish it as a driver.
Go, get up there, tell them to go. Set 4.
Tell them to go if they're going to go up there. Martin Truex Jr. talking about Greg
99 will be on the bottom. He's one back.
It's slowing down the pace of the number 1. So now Martin Truex Jr. looks to the inside. A little bump there. Greg Biffle got into the back of the 29.
You're clear, buddy. Clear. Track's yours.
2 more spots for Martin Truex Jr.
Well, that was easy. All right, man. Leader run a 10. You run a 20 with a 2 pass.
1/10 of a second slower, Rick. Passing 2 cars.
Yeah, he got by those 2 cars. Take a look at the bump here Greg Biffle gives to the 29 of Kevin Harvick.
He really just trying to bump draft and trying to give him a little bit of help to get down the straightaway. And Martin just drove by on the inside. And remember, that's not our strong suit right there on the inside of the racetrack. We like it up top.
So, Martin Truex Jr. now 8th
Leader run a 15.
on the racetrack, and
You
we're
run a
catching
10.
the leader. We'll be right back with more from Kansas Speedway.
Newman! Newman!
Wasn't me.
Casey? Must have been the Phantom.
Get him!
Gillette Fusion Power Phantom. Turn it on and soothing micropulses help you reduce friction, so you barely feel the blades. You really feel the difference.
The Phantom strikes back.
Gillette Fusion Power Phantom. The only razor used by the Gillette Young Guns.
They pick up their tools, pick up the pace, and pick up the checkered flag. Enterprise salutes NASCAR for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Mr. Combs?
You the CEO of BK, man who says I can have it my way.
Sure.
I'm hungry. Y'all are closed.
I'll get my keys.
Now that's what's up.
BK's now open till midnight or later.
He was running to the bathroom all day.
It was no big deal. I could handle it.
And getting up to go all night.
Sometimes I had trouble going too, but you get used to it.
I told him, enough, talk to the doctor.
He said I had BPH, also called an enlarged prostate. That's what was causing my urinary problems. He said it wasn't prostate cancer. And once a day prescription medicines can help.
Day and night. Believe me, I noticed.
See your doctor. Call this number.
And Carl Edwards of Team Dish All-Stars wins again.
Look at the excitement down on the track. Carl's flipping over the incredible HD offer from Dish Network.
That's right, Jerry. Team Dish All-Stars can't stop celebrating the best deal in HD.
Get the best racing action with Dish Network and over 100 of the hottest channels for only $29.99 a month. Plus, get 6 free months of Dish HD and a free HD DVR upgrade. Call today and save up to $800 instantly on a Sharp Aquos HD LCD TV. Get the best sports and movies in HD with Dish Network.
Wednesday at 8/7 Central. A whodunit with a twist.
You touch murder victims, you ask who killed them, you touch them again, they go back to being dead, and then you collect the reward?
That's it in a nutshell.
How about we solve my murder and collect the reward?
From the director of Men in Black comes the biggest premiere of the season. Pushing Daisies premieres in 3 days, Wednesday 8/7 Central.
right by the 24 of Jeff Gordon. Martin Truex Jr. continuing to click away spots. He's up into the top 5 now. Running by on the high side of the racetrack, Martin Truex Jr. enjoying a little Leonard Skinner. Well, maybe he can't hear this. We can, though.
He's hearing some sweet
got
music
a wreck
himself
over in
right
2.
now.
Nice and easy, no caution. They don't see it yet. No caution. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. No caution. No caution. The car's gone. Keep going. Yeah, he's got another spin on the back. Keep rolling. Caution is out now. Caution is out.
Caution has come out. It's the 6th caution of the day.
He'll be down in the grass. Look for some tire debris off the 2 here down at the bottom. You'll see him. All right, Martin, listen quick. Pit road's open. 2 tires gas.
Copy. Little snug. Exit. Same thing. Just need to keep the front end on, under and around the corner a little bit better. Other than that, I'm real happy.
Caution coming out on lap 88. It was the 7
closed
of
here.
Robbie
Pace
Gordon.
car pick you up in turn 1.
Pit road is closed, so he will not come onto pit road this time, but we just heard Kevin Bono-Mannion make the comment what they're going to do on pit road now. Looks like the right front tire and maybe even the right rear of Robbie Gordon flat. See him sliding in the upper right-hand corner off of turn number 2. No caution. You see both the right side tires flat on that 7, and now...
Just so I know what to call out, you're using 4,200? Look at that.
Talking about pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. They're saying 4,200 on the RPMs in second gear.
Bono's already made the call. Going to have a quarter pound of air in the right rear. 2 tires, right side tires again. Again, we're in our window to get to halfway, and that's what we're shooting for right now because we know that the rain is coming. And we're getting a report that the rain is pretty heavy when it gets here, so this race may not restart. So we're racing this race like it's 134 laps.
That would be halfway. A NASCAR race is official if it gets past the halfway
Wave that
point.
hand, Purvis, all right?
And they're not able to get
the 20
race
being in the box,
restarted.
you're behind him. 4,200 when you get here. 4,200.
Coming onto pit road, they're going to pit stall number 23 just
Stop
in front
on
of
your
us, Tony
sign.
Stewart. Behind us is Jeff Green on pit
Up
road.
a little short because the 20's got a car in front of him. I see you. Stop on your sign. Now gas on, look left, gas on. Stop on your sign, tight to the wall. Okay, go, 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 go. Gas hard, hard, hard. Whoa, whoa, stop, stop, stop. Gas hard, gas hard, gas hard. Gas hard.
That was a very
Oh,
close
you gotta
call.
be quicker than that.
Radio is keyed again on Martin Truex Jr.'s car. This has happened before. That's what you're hearing. You're hearing his radio is keyed right now, and it's stuck. He made the comment to Kevin Bono-Mannion. He said, you got to be a little quicker than that because the 45 of Kyle Busch, or excuse me, of Kyle Petty was coming onto pit road, so he couldn't go all the way out. There may have been a little contact. We're going to find out when we come back. We'll also try to hear what's going on with the number 1 team. We'll be right back with more here in Kansas.
Jeff Gordon, 2007 NASCAR Nextel Cup contender.
Jeff?
The regular season.
Jeff?
Cut.
Can you pick up some diapers?
Got it. Jeff Gordon, NASCAR legend.
Baby!
And
I meant now.
Keep up with your favorite driver in the chase with the Motorola IC502 featuring Nextel Direct Connect.
No one has more access to the action than a pit crew member, until now.
Dodge Charger RT and Dodge Avenger RT. They're built for speed. So, pace yourself.
Are all gasolines the same? At Shell, we're constantly testing to prove there is a difference. From in the lab to driving 5,000 miles on the open road. And while some interesting things happened during the testing, the results proved even more interesting. Low-quality discount gasolines can allow performance-robbing gunk to build up in your engine. Shell gasolines stop gunky buildup, helping your car perform at its best. Now that's a difference.
Hello, I'm Alex Keith, president of Old Spice Marketing. To promote the new Old Spice Collectors series, we pioneered a unique media opportunity. Tony Stewart's armpits.
I think it's really good. This is the same car that you wanted.
Mark.
Two's coming on the bottom. Pass back to him.
Jr. leading the field at the Lifelock 400 at Kansas Speedway.
Got his nose on the bottom. Two back to the 17 inside.
Now running the high side of the racetrack, Kurt Busch looking to the inside, trying to make the pass. A little contact.
17 will be on the bottom. He's inside, and then a break.
On pit road earlier, when we were coming off of pit road with the 45, they've looked at it. Actually, they took a look through our cameras to see if there was extensive damage to the right front. They do not believe so.
You see, Rick, the top right of your screen.
Out, I'm a little tight.
Martin's talking about maybe they can push the fender a little bit. He wants to get it out.
You can.
I thought Bono did a great job. Let's take another look at it. You see the pit stop finishing it up here, top left of your screen. Martin's going to leave the pits. Bono's the one going to tell him to go. He said, go, go,
halfway.
go.
20 and 48 in your mirror.
He sees the 45 of Kyle Petty. They make slight contact, but a great heads-up call by the crew chief, Bono Man, and that's whose job it is to clear Martin. It's not Joey Meyer's job. That's Bono's job to let him know that it's clear to leave his pit. I thought Bono did a great job that
48
time.
will be on the bottom. 20's in the middle. He's inside. 20.
And definitely a heads-up move by Kyle Petty also to realize
Three
that
wide,
Martin was there
top.
coming out, and he stopped
in the middle.
to make sure they didn't make any more contact than they did.
Still three wide, now two wide on the bottom.
They were 3 wide going into turn number 3, and Tony Stewart jets out in front of the 1 and the 48.
48's down there by himself, and you're clear.
Remember, our car is better on longer runs. We need a few laps here till everyone else starts searching for a groove and starts slipping and sliding when they start losing grip. That's when we really make the high side work.
Hang tough here. We'll fix her up.
Is that bump with Kyle in the back of
You're
Martin's
clear.
mind right
11
now
by
as he
himself.
seems to drop back just a bit?
No, it's not that he needs to drop back, but he just feels like he pushed the right front fender in a little bit, and he's not got as much front downforce as he had before, and that's what he's worried about right
off
now.
the corner with that. I guess it's the damage. 10-4, man. I think it's going to rain before halfway. Get your rhythm going. I'll give you some lap time.
That's what Martin's talking about right now, that he feels like that it pushed the right front fender in enough that it killed some of his front downforce.
I think the better off will be. They'll come back to it. I walked on you. 10 back to the pack behind the 24.
Running that high line again. That's where he was so fast early on in this race. Now he's talking about he thinks they'll come back to us in the long runs. So now he's trying
clear for now. Inside on the bottom.
Trying to reel in that 11 of Denny Hamlin as Jeff Gordon looks to the inside now. And we flew by Jeff Gordon just before that last caution.
Yeah, the car is definitely compromised a little bit because of that damage to the right front fender. But remember, the longer we run, these guys aren't going to be able to use up those new tires down on the bottom of the racetrack, and that's when hopefully our car is going to come in like it has in the past.
And again, the weather an issue. Bono made the comment, I think it's going to rain before halfway. Halfway would be 134 laps. We're at 100 now.
Doing good, man. You run your line, do it the best you can. Do the best you can. I think it's going to rain before halfway. Lap 100 right now. Needs 33 more laps.
Yeah, we're really
Caution is out. Caution is out. Got debris. Caution is out.
We didn't need that. Now we need to run about 18 more minutes of green flag racing, and that would get us those 33, 34 laps.
Hey, we should have got 4 there.
Yeah. We didn't get in a wreck off pit road. Sorry about that.
I know about the wreck, but we still should have got 4. You know what I'm saying? These guys are getting quicker.
10-4, we'll get 4 now.
Sure, right now?
Big call here.
Just do what the leaders do here.
Yeah,
Man, the
I think
rain's
that's a
close.
great call. Great call right there,
It's
Bucko.
close.
Just
We
do
ain't got
what
to
the
worry
leaders
about,
do.
you know, pitting now. Or before halfway, you know what I mean?
I think everybody's going to stay out, Rick.
I think everybody's looking at the same radar.
Barno, the area of concern from the 2 cars in front of the Goodyear signal, Goodyear sign to the headlight in that area. All right, do what the leader does.
We're talking about the front valence.
How many laps was that? I think they're going to stay.
The area of concern.
That was only about 9 or 10 laps, green flag racing. Yeah, but from the top of the center of the tire to the front is what Joey Meyer was telling Martin, the area of concern. And that's where you get all the front downforce in that area from the very tip of the bumper out to the front
most
tire.
of them stayed.
Normally that valance is
the back guys all
kicked
pitted.
out a bit away from the tire.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. About 12 lead lap cars.
And so they stay out on the racetrack. Rain looking like it's coming at any moment. And we're running in the 7th spot. We'll be right back.
In taste tests, more people agreed that Miller Lite has more taste than Bud Light. Extrapolating, that means more hot, thirsty people everywhere think Miller Lite has more taste.
The fastest drivers on Earth are in a race across America. If you've been drinking Coke, if you've been saving up points, then prepare to get their NASCAR gear. They've thanked their pit crews. They've thanked all of their sponsors. Now they're coming for you. Thanks for drinking. Get the racing gear you want. Go to mycokerewards.com.
This is the gel that got America gelling. Now Dr. Scholl's has put 2 amazing gels together to create an insole that's soft and supportive for outrageous comfort. The new improved massaging gel insole. Dr. Scholl's.
Gellin'. There's a new policy in NASCAR. You break it, you fix it.
So driving for the Home Depot, naturally, I like to help. Hey, Denny, fix that fence with 6-gauge galvanized chain link. 6-gauge what? 2 gallons of Cascade White for that wall, Bobby. Exterior enamel. I gotta paint this? Tony! Fill those tracks in with topsoil, man. Good work, guys. Who's planting the Bermuda grass this time? Woo!
Wow, I can't believe we're really gonna meet Casey K. There he is. I wonder what he's like.
I must be dreaming, I'm always dreaming of you.
Avoid one of these, and you could save up to 30% with a Safe Driver discount.
I'm super sorry about your car.
Are you in good hands?
Chase for the NASCAR Nextel Cup is on, and NASCAR.com has you covered. From Track Pass to the Superstore's largest selection of driver gear, the only way to follow the chase is on NASCAR.com.
When a show is a little dirty and the sexy, it's money.
Because you know you're so.
An all-new Dirty Sexy Money. Wednesday at 10/9 Central after an all-new private practice.
Martin Truex Jr. currently running in the 7th spot. They stayed out. The cars in front of him stayed out. Everyone looking at a radar that really
Pace car is off. flag, green flag.
We've had 7 cautions today. Most recent one for debris. That one came out on lap 100. Again, the magic number for a completed race is 134. That would be halfway.
1 back to the 29, 10 back to the pack.
We run, 32, 33 second laps. So with 30 laps to go, we don't have very long. We only have, 16, 17 minutes. If we can do that, then we'll get to halfway. But right now, Martin would love to make some adjustments to that right front fender. So I think he would really like to see this rain come before halfway.
Stoley giving us a great shot of those clouds. That is to the west of this racetrack. This front is moving to the northeast. And
29's by himself now, 10 back to the pack.
On the radar, it looked nasty, like some very hard rains could be coming. Martin Truex Jr. trying to hang on to positions now as he's dropped back to the 8th spot. Kevin Harvick able to get by.
They're just pushing again. I need a long run.
I think Martin's radio is keyed again. He said he needed a longer run because his car's getting a little bit tight. This is what the engine sounds like all the way around the racetrack.
Again, we're hearing the in-car audio because Martin Truex Jr.'s radio has been, the button is stuck, and so his radio is constantly on. Which one of the issues there, Phil, is if that's keyed, he can't hear anyone else.
Button was stuck. We can tell it's tight. We can hear the throttle. The 41's by himself. 10-4.
33-40. Do all you can, man.
Ninth position, right up against the wall as he goes through 1
Put all
and 2.
I can. I'm plowing. 10-4, buddy. 10-4.
Push condition for Martin Truex Jr. He says he's plowing.
Yeah, that's a bad push condition is what that is.
Still 33-4.
33-35.
33-35 last time by. Not bad lap times, just not as competitive as he's been running. He was running 33-05.
Nothing ever go right for us.
Yeah, right now the leader's running about a 32.75, and even in traffic the entire race, we've been able to run at least as fast as the leader. Now we're about a half a second behind right now, so that's what Mark was talking about. Wondering why everything has to happen to him, but again, about a half a second slower that time than the leader.
That's the 41 and the 16. They're kind of just holding tight with you for now. It's 20 back to the group behind them. Hold tight here. Lap 110.
You can hear him getting back into the gas as he runs right up along the wall.
16's in your mirror.
Very close for Greg Biffle.
Clear either lane. You're clear.
He came up hard on Martin Truex Jr. there. Almost got into the back of him.
16 will be on the bottom all by himself.
Remember, these cooler conditions today are making the racetrack a lot better for a lot of other competitors. It was very hot, sunny, and windy yesterday. Now it's cooled off because of all the cloud cover. See, Greg Biffle went to the outside that time. Didn't look like he was able to go anywhere. Now he's going to fight back to the inside.
Should be clear when you see him.
Back into 11th now, Martin Truex Jr. We've completed 111 laps. Again, rain just off to our west. It is coming. Martin Truex Jr. trying to hold on. The last time on pit road, they had an incident. They got into the side of Kyle Petty as Kyle Petty was coming into his pit stall. Martin Truex Jr. was getting out of his pit stall.
3360.
Yeah, what we need right now, Rick, is either the rain to come before halfway or not to come for a long time, because we need to get down pit road and get that fender beat out and get this car back like it was and get some tires on it. If we get to halfway and rain comes and we're not able to restart this race, and then it will be an official race. And right now, that would be the worst thing that could happen to us.
50. There you go, man. Keep it up.
Martin Truex Jr.
inside all by himself here.
Now able to move up towards some of the cars that were able to get by him early. Martin's been running so much better on long runs.
Clear.
It looks like now the car's coming back to him.
A couple of them down here on the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's some of the competitors.
3 wide, you're up top here. And you're back to 2 wide, the 41's by himself. You're clear.
Back to the top 10 for Martin Truex Jr.
Inside. They're running the bottom and you're clear.
Phil, you can hear he's able to stay on the gas a little bit longer now.
Doing good, man. Holding your own. 33.55. 55 in front of you.
Yeah, he's maintaining his lap time. We'll see what the leader ran that last lap time. The leader was 33.23 last time, so it's only about 0.3 of a second down now. About 5 laps ago, it was a half a second, so we're gaining on it. Actually, we're not running any faster. It's just the leader slowing down more than we are.
They're backing up to us. Now we see that 38 of David Gillen move to the inside. Got a run on us, coming to the inside for the 10th spot. See the times behind the leader.
That's the 0-1 behind him, also on the bottom. You're clear right there, clear.
And right up behind that 38 of Gilliland. Now looking on the inside is Mark Martin in the 0-1.
Inside, that's Mark down here by himself. Rain is close. The rain is close here, sitting 11th.
We need rain right now, Rick, is what we need. We need this race to stop and then clear back off, and let's go back to racing.
All clear.
Martin able to stay out in front of Mark Martin. Mark running on the bottom of the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr. running up right up against the wall.
To your door. Oh, let it go.
There's that button sticking again for Martin Truex Jr. He said he was going to let him go, but he's able to clear Mark Martin, and Mark Martin dropped back 4 car lengths there. He gets a run now on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to get back by.
Yeah, Mark's a lot better down in 3 and 4 on the bottom than Martin is up top, but Martin seemed to really gain.
To folks like me and you, so let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
When you've been perfecting America's truck for 90 years, you back it with the best coverage in America.
On lap 33, put them on pit road. They were able to stay on the lead lap and actually restarted back in about the 42nd position.
Go, your mic has been stuck. We can definitely tell it's tight still. Just do what you can here.
No, don't let him go, man. Run as hard as you can.
Bono saying don't let him go. Run as hard as you can. Every spot counts right now. As we continue to mention, the rain is just moments away. Just to our west. and it is moving quickly toward us.
We're only 12 laps till
75, 85 behind you, 81 in front of you.
Actually, 13 laps.
13 laps until the halfway point. That would make it an official race if the rains do come, and it does halt this race and stop it before they could restart and complete it. NASCAR could call it an official race once it gets past the halfway point. That is lap 134.
I saw some lightning outside of turn number 4.
That's Clint in your mirror, the 07.
Clint, a chase driver as well.
He'll be on the bottom here.
Yeah, he pitted for tires, last caution.
Clint Boyer on the
Be
low
clear
side.
when you see him over here.
Able to make the pass. Martin Truex Jr. tucks right in behind him.
Doing great, man. Keep hanging in there. 10 laps till halfway.
You heard Bono tell Martin that the 07 of Clint Boyer came
I don't
down
know
on
what's
that
great
last
about
caution
it.
flag.
I'm plowing.
There's that stuck radio again. Martin Truex Jr. was able to get out and lead laps after a good, quick two-tire stop. So he gets 5 bonus points for leading a lap, which will help him in the chase for the Nextel Cup.
I know Bono and Martin and all the guys really desperately would love to see a caution
33,
flag.
65, same as Clint. 75, 85, 90, 90, 85 behind you.
That's a lot of numbers right there, Rick.
Yeah, and Martin said he wasn't very good at math, so that might confuse him.
It confused me, and I'm not too bad in that.
Bono made a statement earlier in the race. He said, you're running 33 20s, leaders running 33 50s. You do the math. And it was impressive. He was catching them.
74, 82, 70, 34, 10 behind you, 80. 70 and 90 in front of you. People coming back to you.
Take a look at where they're running now. Here are your chase drivers. Kurt Busch is out in front. Look at all the chase drivers in the top 10. Clint Boyer running 11th just in front of us, and then we're in the 12th spot.
There's a reason that they're chase drivers, because they do this every week, and you see it down at the very bottom. Kyle Busch, who had that problem, got turned around and hit the wall with his Kellogg Chevrolet. Jeff Burton had a fuel line cable break, and that's why he's so far back. He's still back on the racetrack. And Carl Edwards is the only other chase driver that has not had any trouble this race. Last week's winner, and he's currently running 19th.
And we have battled adversity today with a blown right front tire, having to come from the back virtually all the way up to leading laps. And what a strong car this #1 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet has been today, with Martin Truex Jr. behind the wheel. He was so strong, working from the back all the way up into the top 10.
Hell yeah. Everyone's slower behind you. 83, 64, 60 in front of you.
On lap 129 of the 267 scheduled, again, rain just off to the west, just behind the grandstands. It is coming in this direction. If it gets here within the next 4 laps, they would stop the race before the halfway point. If it gets here after 4 laps are complete, this race could be
Doing
called.
great, man. 67, 80, 65, 72 in front of you, 80s and slower behind you. Doing great.
Could be called as an official race once it gets past halfway. We do not want that, because This car has been very good today, and it could be even better if they could get it back onto pit road and make minor adjustments.
Yeah, really, all they have to do is just roll out that right front fender a little bit, get that front downforce back. You see a lot of the guys that have been able to pass us, we've now caught them back. So the
doing great, man. They're coming back to you. Hitting in about 10 laps.
You hear Bono saying they're coming back to you. I don't think, you know, we're not going to get rain before halfway, because even if it starts raining now, they will run enough laps under caution just to get the field collected to get this race to halfway. So we desperately need some green flag racing, and I would love to see an opportunity for us to make some adjustments.
He's on the bottom of lap car.
Get that fender pushed back out.
He talked about inside of 10 laps from a green flag pit stop.
Hell of a job, man. Hell of a job. Halfway is in 2 laps. The rain is just skirting us. Hopefully it'll miss us now.
If the rain misses us and we're able to make the adjustments that are needed to this number 1 car, Martin Truex Jr. will be right back in the hunt for this race. Look at him come up on David Gilliland now.
You heard Bono talk about 10 more laps till the green flag pit stop. You know, there are
31's
some
on the
cars,
bottom. You're in the middle right there. Clear, all clear.
some cars that stayed on the racetrack like we did in the last caution flag, but there were a bunch of other cars that pitted, so they can actually go a little bit farther than we can, Rick, on fuel.
And again, out in front of us, they stayed on the racetrack. We were going to do what the leader did. The leader stayed out there, and so we stayed out with them. So right now, the top 12, more or less, have run the same strategy. They will need to come in the same time we do. And so right now, the #1 Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet running a little bit better.
All right, buddy. Still inside. All right, you're clear. Halfway next time. Halfway next time.
Starting to grab back
those man, 24 is coming back now. You're 2/10 better than 24 even with that pass.
Remember, Rick, that 07 of Clint Boyer was one of the cars that pitted on that last caution, and he is one of the cars that's ahead of us. I believe he is the only car ahead of us that can run longer than we can, as far as the number of laps longer than we can.
In front of us on pit road is Tony Stewart. He's running second right now. So it would be beneficial if we didn't come onto pit road the same time that Tony Stewart did.
75. 3/10 better than him.
But we would be expecting to see pit stops here within the next 8 laps. We'll be back for those pit stops when we get back with this commercial.
You'll love this. Watch. The mirrors make bigger, better.
Well, it's fast, it's sharp, it's big, but they got rules. It's amazing.
It's the mirrors.
DLP HD TV. Millions of tiny mirrors make the biggest pictures better.
Check out the big selection of DLP HD TVs today at these retailers.
The dream is still alive. Someday it will come true. And this country, it belongs to folks like me and you. So let the voice of freedom sing out through this land. This is our country.
Chevy. This is for the kids, for the pets. It's for story time, for the great outdoors, and the chance of a lifetime. This is for all the little reasons that are bigger than NASCAR. It's why we created the NASCAR Foundation, and you can help support the causes that mean the most to all of us by becoming a friend of the foundation.
Get involved. Show your compassion as part of the NASCAR family. Visit NASCAR.com to learn how.
Become a friend of the foundation for all the right reasons.
The DirecTV Concert Series presents 2 of pop music's hottest live acts. Gwen Stefani hollers back live from Anaheim, California. And the Black Eyed Peas pump it up down under. Gwen Stefani and the Black Eyed Peas get it started. All this month on the 101, only on DirecTV.
Hey, Mom. Where's Dad?
In the backyard.
Just massage the laces and direct the traffic. Boys. Dad?
Come on. With up to 14 games every Sunday on DirecTV's NFL Sunday Ticket, I can watch every game. And every player? Matty here is like family now. Always wanted a lefty.
You gotta be kidding.
Look, Maddie loves you.
Maddie? Brutal.
Bring your favorite players home no matter where you live with NFL Sunday Ticket, only on DirecTV.
You're watching NASCAR Hotpass, exclusively on DirecTV, and brought to you by Shell, made to move.
Welcome back. We're within 3 laps of coming onto pit road for our pit stop. And in the upper left corner, take a look at the radar. We're right in the center of that radar, and that means that rain is coming. But for some reason, it has skirted us up to this point. Right on the edge of the race area is the rain as it's about to come, and we're now seeing green flag pit stops taking place. Matt Kenseth was in front of us. He's on pit road now. And again, we're going to be coming onto pit road the next two laps.
What you're looking at over the stands at turn 1 is what I'm worried about. Pit this time. Pit this time. 4 tires. Do not slow to stop down. Just pull up the front of that tire. Do not slow to stop down. Do not slow to stop down. Just look at it. It's obviously not bad. All right, pit this time here. Nobody from behind. You're going to use 4,200. 4,200.
Those are the clouds in the upper left corner.
A couple up pitting around the corner with you. 4,200. Come on down here. Happens quick. Here we come, guys.
On to pit road they come, Phil.
All right, man, I got you. Be in front of this black 42. 4,200. In front of this black 42. You should be good. Gas on, gas on, gas on, gas on, gas on. Right on your sign, right on your sign. Gonna be tight, Jeff. Angle it a little bit, Jeff.
Bono's talking about the Jackman. He slid in a little bit too close to the wall. That's Jeff Carr, our Jackman. Said you're going to need to go with a little bit of angle.
Hard, 42. One outside, clear up behind him, He'll be peeling off. There you go, 42, gas, 42. Joey? 4,200 all the way out to the cone here. 4,200. All right, dig around the corner.
Critical time right here for Martin Truex Jr. and this #1 team. It has to stay
Got him
green.
lined up around the corner, getting some sprinkles. Still outside.
We have to stay green for at least
lined up
another
around the
5
corner
laps.
Here. Clear one lane. They're going to be outside of you. 2 of them. 2 of them outside.
I can feel the sprinkles down here on pit road.
And you're clear now. Clear.
Back up to speed for Martin Truex Jr. Goes across the start-finish line. That time he was scored 33rd.
Still inside. Oh, you're clear.
Green flag pit stops have got to cycle through for everyone on the racetrack before the rain comes.
Still outside. And you're clear now. Clear.
Hey, Rick, when was our most recent caution flag when a lot of the other cars pitted?
They came on lap 88, Phil. That was when the 7 got turned around. Then there was a debris caution at lap 100.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That was 10 laps after we pitted, so these cars have about 10 laps. And the rain is picking up down here, Rick. I hate to tell you that.
No caution. Keep rolling.
Caution flag is out. Caution flag
caution is out here. Caution is out. Caution is out.
Caution has come out.
Screwed anyway.
You heard it in Martin's voice.
I don't want to talk about it. You know what we are. Yeah, we're screwed.
Caution has come out. Thunder, just a bolt of thunder just struck close to us. We could hear it rumbling. Or lightning struck, and the rumble of the thunder
we had to pit, I guess, though, right?
Come out.
Yeah, the 17, 24, all in front of you, the 48, the 11. Some guys that pitted that one time when we maybe should have come in and put 4 tires on and worked on our fender. They're the guys that are all up front there.
They're discussing that caution that came out at lap 100, and there was debris on the racetrack.
We put 18.6 gallons in the car.
It's an 18-gallon cell, you know what I mean? We did all we can. We stretched as long as we could.
Bono, the southern edge of this cell that I'm looking at, it's clear. Like if I'm looking over here to one, it's clear to my left and raining on the right. We're right on the edge of it. If it goes back to green, there's a good chance.
10-4. Hopefully this is as hard as it'll rain, and just obviously a heartbreak, devastation. Words can't describe. I just don't get it. Maybe my old lady's right about me being her frickin' Earl.
All right, pit road is open here. If we stay out, we'll be tail end, or are we still lap down?
We'll be tail end.
That ain't too bad as long as there's a bunch of them.
Oh, a lot of people faking coming down pit road and staying on the racetrack.
Yeah, there's only 22 on the lead lap. And then the 48, the 11, the 22, the 24 to 17, you, the 38, all the people you were running with. Might have some people run out of gas right here, too. A couple of them haven't pitted yet.
Yeah, after that, all that mess, I hope they all run out. I don't give a damn there. I hope they all run out.
Yeah. The only thing that I'm somewhat stomaching, even if we did take forward and led a bunch of laps, we had to pit, we'd be in the same spot. You know what I mean? That's the only half-ass positive I'm taking out of this. We took 2 or took 4, you know what I mean? The rain still didn't come until it was too late for us.
Rain's beginning to come down even harder now, as you can make out the car just barely on the backstretch. NASCAR has not given him the red flag as of yet.
Rick, the key is a lot of cars that pitted when we did actually stayed out, and they will be running out of gas.
Going to bring you down pit road. It is closed. Pit road is closed. They're bringing you down pit road here.
If they can make it to pit road and we don't restart this race, then it's going to work for them. But it's amazing that they're able to run this far. You heard Bono say we took 18.6 gallons in an 18-gallon fuel cell. These things will probably get about 19 gallons with all the fuel lines and everything like that. So we were within a lap and a half for sure of running out of gas, and more than likely we would have run out of gas on the caution flag if we would have stayed out another lap or two. So it's just one of those things that we had to do, unfortunately, and sometimes it works out. Boy, today if we don't go back to racing, it sure didn't work out very well for us.
No, and a lot of times we talk about how the best car doesn't win. Well, today, that number 1 of Martin Truex Jr. was definitely the best car at times when he was able to run that high line.
How does like the 29 and the 20 then? How are they still out there? They pitted when we pitted.
Go ahead.
But how are the 20 and them still out there? They pitted when we did.
I have no idea. Our gas mileage is absolutely horrible today. Last week it was the best it's ever been. Today it's the worst it's been in some time. Like I said, we're still on sync with the 17, the 48, the 11. When the 11 pitted, he's a Gibbs car. It's just can't explain it sometimes. But you're running the top. There's a lot of scenarios, But I'm sorry. You had the best car today. I'm sure this thing is over just because we're 33rd. But proud of you, did a good job. We got you a good car, and that's the important thing.
Rain's picking up now. A year ago, it was Tony Stewart.
Yeah, they're going to let you out of the car when you get stopped here.
Fuel mileage. He cruised across the start-finish line, and that made him the winner. Well, guess what? Tony Stewart leading this race now as we've gone to red flag conditions. Tony Stewart scored as your leader, could be given the win if we do not restart.
No one has more access to the action than a pit crew member, until now.
Do you
you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. Great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Tune in October 5th through the 7th for the Choice Extra free preview weekend.
Pacquiao lands another huge left.
The will of 2 warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm. And Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 123.
You just have to honor the correct price. You got that?
I can't do this many leaves for $10.
We need to get away.
Road trip?
Now, what do we have here? You wearing pants?
No.
What did you do? I blew up their bar.
Oh! I wanted to say something funny, but all I could think of was black jokes. Please.
Consolidated all of the pit stalls, and I know, Larry, this is difficult. You know, we had the rain come early in this race. It looked as though we were going to get to the halfway point, make this official. We have passed that. Some came onto pit road to do their pit work because they're running out of fuel under green flag conditions, and now those drivers are trapped a lap down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right now. It was not that many laps before we started those green flag stops that we had about 10 chase drivers in the top 12. Now that Matt Kenseth, Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, Jeff Gordon made green flag stops, we now only have 3 chase drivers in the top 10. Tony Stewart leading the race now, just basically all but out of gas.
Yeah.
And Kevin Harvick in third, Clint Boyer in the 07 car. Everyone was hoping it would cycle through the green flag stops, but unfortunately it didn't.
Didn't quite get there as the rains came down. Wendy Venturini, I believe you may have a weather report for us.
Yeah, this is the latest I can tell you. Now, I've been covering the 20 all day, so we're in the best shape out of anyone, and we love this rain. We would hope that it gets called pretty soon, but everybody has taken cover here. This is the latest from the garage. The radar is showing that it is a awfully bad storm, damaging hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Now, the track has recommended that race fans take cover. We at DirecTV have sent our roof cameras away for them to take cover. Our RF camera guys have taken a little bit cover. I'm actually using a robotic camera right now because it is nasty conditions. A lot of these guys with the cables need to take cover because of the lightning we've been having. But if you see this umbrella right in front of me, under that umbrella is Greg Zipadelli and Tony Stewart. I know it's kind of hard to see, but they have taken cover right here. Tony Stewart out of the car under this umbrella right under me, and he loves to see this rain. They were just a few laps away from pitting. They were actually waiting for the rain to fall. They knew it was heavy raindrops. They have about 3 laps left before they had to be on pit road, so they were cutting it pretty close. Probably had a little bit of trouble. They were waiting. Tony's just waiting for this to be called now at this point, talking to Eddie Jarvis, his business manager. But 3 laps left for Tony Stewart as he came down pit road as the leader. But Greg Zipadelli, just when I spoke to him a few moments ago, he said, oh boy, I feel like I'm going to throw up. So Greg Zipadelli a little bit on edge and a little bit nervous as to what's going to happen right now, guys.
Well, and Wendy, the rain doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon. The racetrack has been lost. You see how the water is just completely covered the racing surface and pit road. So even if we go back and try to get this racetrack dried as soon as it stops raining, which that could happen in 10 minutes, it could happen in a half hour, it could happen in an hour. The problem is we're at 4 o'clock Central Standard Time and we don't have lights at this racetrack, Larry. So we're really in a window right now where if they do not get a window open here as far as when they can get on the racetrack to start drying it, and it takes an hour to an hour and a half to dry, they may not be able to go back to race because of darkness.
Yeah, I mean, NASCAR, trust me, no one wants to get this race going back more than NASCAR. I mean, I look at the point situation right now. Remember, Jeff Gordon came in here with a 2-point lead over Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart is leading the race right now. Jeff Gordon is in 30th, so he's going to lose a huge points situation here. You see, he's going to go from leading to 110 points back. In fact, Tony Stewart would have a 46-point lead if the race ended now.
Exactly. And coming into this race, Martin Truex Jr. was only 46 points out of the lead, and now second place would be 46 points out of the lead, Clint Boyer, because of the green flag stops that some were able to take. Now, let's look at the positive side of this, Larry. If the rain does stop and we are able to get the track dry again, that would mean Tony Stewart is going to have to come right back down on pit road and get that fuel that he needs before this thing restarts.
If he can get his engine restarted and get back around a mile and a half. But I want you to look right now. We may end up, if the race ends, when the checkered flag waves at Homestead, we may look at what was the difference in the chase for this championship, and we may say lap 148 at Kansas Speedway, because look at the guys that have led this race that are now way back. Matt Kenseth has led this race. If it ended now 229 points out, look at Kurt Busch, who led this race, who was leading the race before the green flag stops, 238 out.
Martin Truex Jr. was leading this race as well. Probably had one of the strongest cars at Kansas Speedway.
In fact, the bottom half of those guys would be more than a full race out, because the most points you can gain or lose in one race is about 156 points.
And so the rains continue here at Kansas Speedway, and we talk about chase and chase points. This just the third race in the chase for the Nextel Cup. Coming into it, it was Jeff Gordon's to dictate how it was going to go. He had a pretty strong car today. It was mired back in the top 10, but running pretty comfortably there. And then because Jeff Gordon, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, not to cut you off, but Tony was just going to check in with us, and I know Zippy's doing an interview with Network right now, but Tony, man, we were doing the rain dance for him, and it seems to work right now. We would love to see this storm stay right over us.
Yeah, we really would right now. It's we've got a good car right now. We just got to hopefully this is some luck that we didn't get in the spring that we could be due for right now. So we got a top 2 car right now anyway, but I think Zippy was really smart on the strategy. I was begging to come in, and he's watching the radar, so he's doing a good job on that side, and hopefully it'll win us the race here right now.
We saw the lap go by, everybody coming down pit road, Kurt Busch hitting pit road. Zippy was about to throw up, and you were screaming, and you were giving the update though. You were telling us the rain was hitting you pretty hard. Yeah, I mean it's hard enough sliding around here as it is on old tires, let alone when it starts raining. That takes a lot of grip away too. So just hoping that this stays here for a while to where we run out of time. I mean, I hate to say that for the fans' perspective, but we're playing a strategy to win the race right here, right now, and this is if this thing goes back to green, we got to come in, and a lot of guys have already pitted, so we're going to be buried deep. So this could be a big break for us to win this thing. Now, NASCAR Hotpass loves to ride shotgun with you, and we're giving our race fans a heck of a ride today because you, being the leader, you've given us some great stories, man. The luck has definitely played in your favor. We can't wait to see how NASCAR makes this call. Well, we don't know if the luck's played in our favor yet or not. I mean, it's the end result of this is going to tell us whether it played in our favor. If we, if this thing gets called because of the weather, then it's going to work in our favor. If not, then it's going to play very much against us. All right, thanks, Tony. And of course, Rick, the points as of now has Tony Stewart, the points leader. Tony Stewart looking for another championship in the Cup Series. A lot of our focus, Rick, is, of course, on these 12 chase drivers. But if I'm looking, and again, the race has not been called. They're going to still diligently hope this rain ends and try to get the racetrack back going.
But how about Tony Stewart and Denny Hamlin's other teammate, J.J. Yaley, sitting in 10th right now? That would be his 3rd top 10 finish in the last 4 races. So I'm sure probably in his own little way, JJ's over there doing the rain dance with the 20 group.
Well, they better stay out and under cover, because there was just a big bolt of lightning that struck just outside of the racetrack. And we're hearing the thunder. The rain is coming down. NASCAR is looking at the radar right now. They are watching to see if it is safe to even keep these fans in the stands right now, because they do not want anyone, obviously anyone, to be injured. Fans, racers alike. They don't want anyone in harm's way right now. And with these thunderstorms coming through, I know they pass through quickly, but at the same time, they can be very, very powerful.
I'm a very optimistic person when it comes to weather and to racing, but right now at 4:05 Central Time, if it stopped now, you know, we wouldn't not be back racing until close to 6 o'clock. This is going to be a push right here.
Yeah, I think so. And one of the things that obviously we've got to look at, we've completed 148 laps. 267 was the scheduled distance. That means we're close to about 120 laps that still need to be run. And it's taken us almost 2 hours to run what we've run up to this point. Through that scenario, we would run out of daylight.
Yeah, I mean, remember, we did have a 40-minute red flag earlier in the day. That certainly took up some of our time, but I think the biggest thing, when I look at the skies, we look at the radar, we look at our watch, again, they're not going to give up the ship. They want to get this. This race is a critical race. Every race is a critical race in the chase, and I'm certain that they don't want the results to be this if there's any possibility. Because, Rick, I've seen them call races, and we had to load our cars in the sunshine. They do not want to see that happen.
Exactly. Let's take a look at where we started and where we're running right now. Matt Kenseth started this race on the outside of row number 1. Now sitting 31st. As you mentioned, one of the strong cars. He was out in front of the field for quite a few laps today. Another driver that was out front as the lightning and thunder continue to come down here at Kansas Speedway. Martin Truex Jr. was out front. Kurt Busch was out front, and they are mired back. Martin Truex Jr. in 32nd. Kyle Busch out of the race, finished 43rd in this one. Kurt Busch back in 24th position. 40th for Jeff Burton. He's also running 11 laps down on the field. 27th for Jimmy Johnson. Just an amazing turn of events for a lot of these chase drivers.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt Busch, Jeff Gordon, they've actually accounted for most of the laps that's been led here today, and because they made that green flag stop. Right now, another one of our chase drivers, I feel like, that may just as soon have it called, Carl Edwards in the 99 car, the winner from Dover last week. He has struggled to even run in the top 20. He'd not made his green flag stop. Right now he's sitting in 11th, so he'd actually be in pretty good shape. He came in here 28 points out of the lead.
Jokingly, there were a lot of them saying, well, we could do a rain dance. I don't think anybody wants it to rain any harder than it's raining right now. The wind is blowing. This is a front coming through. You see the lightning striking just off of the racetrack there as we freeze that video. There's that 99, the Office Depot Ford, parked with its cover on as all of the cars have come onto pit road. We're under a red flag condition. Even the safety vehicles are not going on the racetrack now. They have come off of the racetrack. The rains are coming down hard. So with the red flag condition, we have taken a short break. We're going to take a break and run off to commercial. We'll be right back to update you on what's taking place at the Kansas Speedway.
Lands another huge left.
The will of two warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm, and Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 123.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. Great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Tune in October 5th through the 7th for the Choice Extra free preview weekend.
You just have to honor the correct price. You got that?
I can't do this many leaves for $10.
We need to get away. Road trip? Now, what do we have here? You wearing pants?
No.
What did you do? I blew up their bar.
I wanted to say something funny, but all I could think of was black jokes. Please do tell.
Stevie Ray Vaughan letting us know the sky is crying in Kansas.
He's doing some boo-hooing right now, that's for sure.
The grandstands have almost completely cleared, and they were full, Larry.
Had a full house here even yesterday for the Busch Series race that Kyle Busch ended up winning. Matt Kenseth a close second.
Again, the rains have come down. This is the second time we're under a red flag condition at Kansas Speedway. The Lifelock 400 stopped again after lap 148. Joining us again is Larry McReynolds. I'm Rick Allen, and also from another pod, another area that we can talk to people, we've got Jeff Hammond joining us. Jeff, I know you've been covering today. You were all over Tony Stewart, our race leader right now. Are you guys thinking that this strategy is rain dance?
Absolutely. I mean, we're geniuses. We knew what we were doing all day long. You know, we started back there in 19th, and the car really was good. I mean, it just seemed like it hooked up right on the get-go. Even though we had that initial rain delay and the track started cooling down, Greg Zipadelli and the entire team, you know, Jason Shapiro, they made the right adjustments based off of what Tony wanted. But right there toward the end, Tony started getting a little bit antsy, guys. He said, what are we doing? What are we doing? And Greg said, hey, just calm down. We got a little bit of time to play with. The rain's coming. We're going to try and beat these guys by staying out. I mean, we had a good race car, but in the end, Greg Zipadelli basically showed me he's a great poker player because he's sitting there with basically, I'd call it a pair of deuces, and it looks like he's going to wind up getting another win.
Yeah, he's going to have 4 deuces here pretty soon and have an unbeatable hand. But, you know, Jeff, it was fun. You kind of said that he was, Tony Stewart was a little antsy. Here's a Cup champion who a year ago won this race running out of fuel and coasting across the start-finish line, and now it looks like Mother Nature could get him his second win at this racetrack.
But it just goes to show you guys that, and Larry, you've been there. I mean, every driver, no matter how many races they win, no matter what they do, they question what the crew chief is trying to do. He couldn't see the weather map like Greg and the rest of the guys could. He didn't know how fast it was going to get here. So when all of a sudden he's saying, you're going to do what? Stay out. Everybody else is pitting. I mean, when you see all the rest of the leaders or people you're racing with pull off and go to pit road, you start knowing you're giving up a lot of valuable track position. And so it's very hard to just sit there and do what you're being told because you want to run that car wide open. You want to come down and get 4 tires and get back out here and get in the fray. But right now it's making me believe that, and I made the comment that Greg Zipadelli is one of the coolest guys on pit road.
Here's what's interesting, though. I know we want to compare this situation to last year, and yeah, at the end of the day, if they call this race, the 20 car will win back-to-back Kansas races. That's not been done since Jeff Gordon did it in the beginning in 01 and 02. But last year, the 20 team, they were not in the chase. You know what? They could roll the dice. When all the other chase guys were hitting pit road to take fuel, what did the 20 have to lose? They stayed out, and they had just enough fuel to get to turn 4 and coast across the start-finish line. Let's spin it ahead to this year. You know what? The 20 team really was not in that big of a position to gamble. Remember, they're in the chase. They came in here 2 points out of the lead. They run out of fuel. They go from 2 points out of the lead to probably 102 points or better out of the lead. So that's actually quite a gamble. But Greg Zipadelli, just like myself, was paying close attention to the weather.
But Larry, all the thing I want to debate right there on you, bud, is the fact that Greg Zipadelli and I think his entire staff, they were conferring, and they knew they had that safety zone of a few extra laps that I think that, that's what they were banking on, because they knew they could go 4 more laps and 3 more laps, and they were telling Tony that even when the caution came out, make sure you do this and you do that to keep the car fuel lines full, get it down on the flat, and we've got about this much to go. So I think that he felt like, I might give up a little bit of track position, but I feel like I've got a great opportunity here to once again steal me a win.
Yeah, and Jeff and Larry, it was a year ago where it almost looks like deja vu. We're going to have another fuel mileage situation because he was running close here. He was nervous about coming in now, and so he stayed out on the racetrack. Well, a year ago, this is what it sounded like when he was here at Kansas Speedway.
The championship is close. What role is this year's Kansas race going to play in the chase? We find out starting next. Round 3 of the chase for the championship is underway.
And they are rolling the dice for the win. They told Smoke they're about a lap short.
Tony Stewart's going to take the checker flag and coast across the finish line and win.
He just came on the radio and Bill said, "Where did we finish?" And they started screaming, "You just won on fuel mileage for the first time."
And they're going to do it again. Fuel mileage is going to do it one more time, not pitting when everyone else pitted, left him on the racetrack. He was able to hold on to the lead, and now if this rain continues and they call the race, Tony Stewart again a winner back-to-back here at Kansas.
And you saw the sign there, Gatorade Victory Lane, rain or shine. That's the goal. That's where you want to get. You do not mind getting wet once you get in that little territory called Victory Lane, that's for sure.
Everything's covered up right now. You see the 20 teams staying right there at their pit box and in their pit stall. There are officials that are strewn out across all of pit road, and so an official will be close to that team as well as all the rest of the teams to let them know what their decision is going to be as far as if we will go back to race or if this race will be called.
We have 23 cars still on the lead lap, and when we have another 12 or 13 cars that are a lap down, which includes 6 of our chase drivers that made those green flag stops just before this caution came out for rain.
Wendy Venturini, I believe you're standing by with the genius who decided to stay out on the racetrack, Greg Zipadelli.
Yeah, he was sick to his stomach by making that call. Greg Zipadelli just watching the rain, watching the radar. Man, you are quite the poker player there.
Oh, yeah, I'm hiding it well. I'm standing here with my fingers crossed. This team's done a good job today. Proud of everybody. Pit stops were good. Everybody in the engine shop giving us that little bit extra fuel mileage there, something that everybody's been working on, and it paid off today, hopefully. Either way, we'll still, I think, be in good shape. But, just one of those deals. Last year we kind of had to make a call and win it, and I'm hoping that today's the same way. I mean, training pretty hard. Hopefully we'll make a decision here and it'll ease my mind a little bit.
I bet. Now, if it were to stop and we got back racing, you feel like you had a couple laps left in order to make that strategy call of fuel, but we saw a lot of guys had to hit pit road, including your teammate, Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, we rode around a couple laps under caution, so we don't have a whole lot. We gotta hope pit road opens up fairly soon, but we'll see. It's a chance we had to take, And
your driver, Tony Stewart, back in the hauler, is he drying out his shoes or something?
Yeah, he said they were wet, and he wanted, if we go back green, he wants to wear the same shoes that he started the race with, so he was going to go dry them.
All right, thanks, Zip. And that's, of course, the little superstition that Tony Stewart has, just as he changed the neon green number on his roof earlier this weekend. Wants to wear the same shoes he started the race with.
Looks as though the rain lightening up a little bit now, Larry.
I would say he's probably going to have better luck with the drying out process of his shoes than we're going to have probably with this racetrack now.
You see Dale Earnhardt Jr. under the tarp there, and we talk about how Tony Stewart coming into this race was 2 points behind our points leader Jeff Gordon. Well, Jeff Gordon, because he came down on pit road under green flag conditions, came all the way back and now is being scored in the 30th position. Randy Pemberton, you've been covering his Channel all day long. Was there ever a question of them staying out on the racetrack when this rain was imminent?
Oh, it was. I almost threw up for Steve Letarte. It was absolutely awful. It was gut-wrenching. But the question, they felt like they took it as far as they could. And they may have had another lap, perhaps even 2 in the tank, but Steve Letarte came over the radio and said, we did all we could right there. They did not want to take the chance of running Jeff Gordon out of fuel and putting himself in a position where there are, let's see, there's 36 on the lead lap now, and a lot of those guys that are a lap down would have still been on the lead lap. So had they run him out of fuel, they couldn't do that because he's leading the points. So they did the safe thing, and that's exactly what Matt Kenseth, Martin Truex, and those guys did, figuring we're going to see if we can start the chain of events here. If we pit, maybe we can get some monkey see, monkey do going here. But they thought they did what they could do, but unfortunately, I mean, Steve Letarte was distraught once this race went red flag.
Okay, Randy, I can't help but think, okay, we're basically 14 laps past halfway. Let's go back about 3.5 months ago. The last time the 24 DuPont car went to victory lane, I think we were about 7 laps past halfway at Pocono with a car that almost would not compete in the top 15. He rolled the dice and won the race there when the rains came.
I'll be honest with you, I was surprised to see the car come to pit road, but I think they felt as if they had to do it. And I think they may have been swayed a little bit by the 17 coming and the 1 car coming and some of the others. So, you know, I mean, the 20, you got to give the 20 team credit for sticking it out.
But you're going right back and touching on what Larry was alluding to earlier. You're looking big picture. You don't want to run this car out of gas, and if you feel like you're a little bit too iffy, well, let's play it a little bit of conservative. Maybe I could have gone another lap, but if I guessed wrong and I ran him out of gas, well, now I'm really going to be in trouble, and especially even if the rains do come, I'm not going to get an opportunity to get anything back. At least if you're not down too much, you know, you have these options. And then, again, what Greg did, you know, you got to give your tip of the hat to him because he's sitting up there, he's sweating bullets. He could have wound up being a 0 just as quick as he may wind up being a hero. Same way with Steve Letarte or any of these guys who made the call. And you bring up a really valid point. A lot of times you sit up on top of those pit boxes, you watch what the other teams do, you take it as far as you think you need to, and you follow suit. And that way you never really kind of get yourself in a box. And you've already talked about the 2, the 48, the 22, the 11, 24, 17, 1, for example. They're all back there at the back of the pack now, but they all did it basically the right way. The only cat that really kind of held their feet to the fire had to be the 20 car, and he's getting by with it so far.
And I'll tell you another thing, Larry, when you think about the 20 car, with him sitting up there the way he is, if this thing does go green, and let's just say they got the remainder of the race in, he still has time to recover from having to hit pit road once we go back, you know, under caution here.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Greg Zipadelli talk about, we hope we've got enough fuel to make it back around. But here's the thing I want to lay up to you guys, and I know, you know, myself and Matt Yoakum, we've been doing Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin was the only Joe Gibbs car to make a green flag stop. His teammate, Tony Stewart, leading the race, J.J. Ailey in 10th. I go to Jeff Gordon. You got to believe he and Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus and Steve Letarte are going, my gosh, how could Casey Mears and Darian Grubb stay out there? They're in the 8th position, knowing that all these cars have the same gear and for the most part would have the same engine combination.
You know, Larry, they were questioning that here in the 20 pit. Greg Zipadelli was looking at the monitor trying to figure out why Denny Hamlin came down pit road when he did. He's now back in the 29th position, but I'm looking at the instant messaging that was going on right between the 2 engineers, between the 11 and the 20, and for some reason the 11 did come down pit road, and not sure if they're getting the same fuel mileage as Tony Stewart, but Greg Zipadelli was even surprised that the 11 had a pit as early as they did.
Well, trust me, Wendy, if you'd have been listening to the radio transmission, Denny Hamlin was wondering that a lot. How come Tony Stewart and that group are still out there?
I have a question, Jeff.
I think real quick, Randy and Jeff, I think the key, you mentioned it, Randy, when Matt Kenseth hit pit road, all of a sudden, I think there were some knee-jerk reactions that came out.
Will the 20 car get different mileage? Was he running around the bottom of the racetrack, Jeff?
Hey, Tony's running bottom and the top today.
Yes.
It really hasn't mattered, and I think that, you know, you have to look at it like that. And you mentioned driving style. I mean, you know, Denny could be, the way his car's working right now, he could be burning a little bit more. We're far enough in this race that these engineers know what the fuel mileage is, and then we'll go back to what we talked about earlier. If that window, and looking at Tony Stewart's car and thinking about, we're talking about 2 to 3 laps here.
Yeah.
And if Denny was just a little bit off on that and Mike Ford reacted a little bit too quick, it's real easy to see why he came down pit road. And, again, I think Tony Stewart's crew chief, Greg Zippadelli, he decided to make another one of those gut-busting calls, you might say, and it's paying off so far.
Jeff, the 11 car was definitely tight, pushing, and you know when your car is in that configuration, you
burn
use more fuel because
exactly.
the car is kind of bound up as he's in the throttle off the corner.
You have to do it totally different. So you're trying to make up that where Tony Stewart's car was rolling through the center pretty decent. He was able to get out of it, let it roll, and then pick the throttle up. So, again, that'll get you that extra lap or two you're looking for. So this is kind of like the story of the day. A little bit, 2 laps one way or the other, we wouldn't be looking at this.
Hey, and don't look now, but the fans are coming back in the grandstand.
Well, we're seeing a lot of the crew members moving back out underneath their tarps. The rain has let up. We actually saw a break in the clouds, so things are starting to look up. Now, they would have to get the jet dryers and the service vehicles out onto the racetrack quickly to start drying this racetrack. But again, the high winds are going to help with the drying process so that they may be able to get the conclusion of this race done at the prescribed distance that they had said it was going to run, the 267. Now, it was earlier this year when we had a rain-shortened win that took place on the 2007 season, and that was Pocono, and you guys talked about it. The gamble was Jeff Gordon staying out on the racetrack until they made it past the halfway point, and look here.
And he did not have that great of a race car, and I think that's one reason they were very much in favor of, hey, let's roll the dice here.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff even said after that win, he said, I felt like I stole one. I mean, no, they didn't have a great car that day, but they were able to do exactly what the 20 team is doing today.
But I think we need to take a look at what the weather map is telling us right now, because, again, that could be one of the determining factors whether NASCAR elects to do something different, because if there's more weather coming in behind here, that could affect their judgment. A lot of the fans have already left the grandstands. And that's, again, you got to kind of look at the pro and the con. We're running out of daylight. How long is it going to take to drive the racetrack? And if there's more rain coming, Wendy.
Hey, guys, that's exactly what I was trying to figure out down here. It's approximately 4:30 right now, Central Time. How long does NASCAR wait? We saw when Jeff won in Pocono, it was a matter of darkness. It gets dark here, I'm guessing, within the next 2 hours. If it takes an hour and a half to dry the track, I'm not sure when it starts to get dark, if we could get enough racing in to get the full race, or what you guys think up there.
I just believe that how critical every lap of every race in this chase, right. I just think they're going to do everything they can to race as long as we can run. You know what? If it starts getting dark and we're at lap 240, you know what? Then they'll throw a checkered flag. I just think they want to get every lap of racing in these chase races.
Well, they're doing that for the fans. I mean, NASCAR obviously realizes that the fans paid money to come out here and see a race. It was scheduled for 267 laps. We heard the smattering of crowd that is there all cheer when the jet dryer just came out onto the racetrack. So they would love to see the end of this race. They would love to see a battle at the start-finish line. They don't want to see someone get handed a checkered flag while he's standing on pit road and then handed a trophy. They want to see a race to the finish.
We only race at Kansas once a year. They want to see all 267 laps.
I agree with you, but at the same time, Rick, I disagree with you. Because I think that
that's just Hammond. You just got to get used to that.
How can you agree and disagree with me?
Listen, because what you're saying is true. I mean, it's very good about the fans, and they're there to see the full race. But another reason why NASCAR wants to make sure this thing goes back and give these other teams, we've already touched on it, the 2, the 48, the 11, their seasons could be determined by these rain showers. If they elect to call this race, it's going to give them a huge, huge hole to have to dig out of. And I don't think they want a lot of these owners and drivers over in the big truck tell them about it either.
And best thing you can do when Hammond's in this mode is go to break.
We're going to do that as they start to dry the racetrack. Let's see if we get this Lifelock 400 back underway. We've got 148 laps in the books.
Pacquiao lands another huge lap.
The will of 2 warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm, and Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one.
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
Has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view channel 123.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
Getting more out of your DirecTV just got a whole lot easier. More style. More action. More family fun. Great tunes. More movie madness. Choice Extra from DirecTV. Over 30 extra channels for as low as $5 more per month. Tune in October 5th through the 7th for the Choice Extra free preview weekend.
You just have to honor the correct price. You got that?
I can't do this many leaves for $10.
We need to get away.
Road trip? Now, what do we have here?
You wearing pants?
No.
What did you do?
I blew up their bar.
I wanted to say something funny, but all I could think of was black jokes. Please do tell.
As quickly as the jet dryers made it onto the racetrack, the rains came back, and they came back hard. Even though we're seeing the clouds break up back behind the grandstands, it is still coming down. And obviously, it doesn't do any good to have the jet dryers out there if the rain comes right behind them and soaks the track once again.
Yeah, I thought we had a moment a while ago where we were gaining on this, but looks like now it's starting to come back down pretty steady. Jet dryers are tenacious. They're not giving up.
They're not going to give up. We're not going to give up. We're sticking with you until NASCAR makes a decision as far as if we will race once again or if they will call this one. Again, Tony Stewart on pit road right now under a red flag condition is your leader. If it is called, Tony Stewart will get his back-to-back wins at Kansas Speedway. Greg Biffle, who struggled with the car today, off and on, was good at times, but then not so good at other times, currently second. And Kevin Harvick, who had a terrible day of practice yesterday, actually third right now in this race.
And how about Greg Biffle? This would be his second consecutive second-place finish. Finished second at Dover. And I'm sure Matt Kenseth is saying, if Greg Biffle could make it, how come I couldn't make it?
Exactly.
I'm sure that's questions going to be asking all the race shops, regardless if we go back racing or not.
Oh, yeah, we already heard it out of Denny Hamlin's crew. They're saying, well, wait a second. He has the same stuff we have. Tony Stewart is still on the racetrack, and we had to come onto pit road. What's going on? And like you said, every race shop is going to have that same question. You see the 16, the tarp actually almost off of the 16 car now as the wind has really blown here today.
And, of course, DEI's engine department's been beat up pretty bad about engine failures this year. Well, they won't get beat up about fuel mileage because right now we've got 2 of the DEI cars in the top 10, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 6th. And how about Mark Martin, who finished 3rd at Dover last week, sitting back there, actually finished 4th in Dover, sitting in the 7th spot in the 01 car.
Yeah, impressive. And on the other end of that spectrum, from the DEI guys, Martin Truex Jr., who had such a strong car today, it looked like it was going to be a dominant vehicle. They were having fuel mileage issues.
It's like the Chase guys, for the most part, with the exception of Stewart, Harvick, Boyer, were playing it conservative. I do not want to run out of fuel. The guys not in the Chase, the Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s, the Greg Biffles, the Reed Sorensens, Mark Martin, Casey Mears, Elliott Sadler sitting in 9th, J.J. Yaley. Same deal as Tony Stewart a year ago. What the heck have we got to lose? Let's go till it rains or till it runs out.
Roll the dice. I mean, you've got nothing to lose. Let's go out there and see if we can win this race. And like you said, if it rains, that's exactly what we needed. If it doesn't, well, we rolled the dice and we gambled, and maybe we'll be able to get back out on the racetrack and race them for the spot. But they did take a big gamble here, and the gamble looks as though it may pay off if this rain continues to come down the way it is now, even though the jet dryers are on the racetrack trying to dry the racing surface.
Looking at Clint Boyer there in that 07 car, sitting there in the top 5 right now, won at Loudon. I tell you, this could be indeed the man that's a sleeper in this chase for the Nextel Cup Championship. The biggest thing is he knows how to finish races. I mean, he's running at the end of almost every race that he competes in.
See the jet dryers again, and we talk about this rain that's coming. It was a front that went through. We had a small front go through earlier, and then this big front is the one that's on top of us right now. You see Kansas Speedway right in the center, and we're somewhat on the tail end now of this front as it's going through. It's breaking up behind us, but that smattering of green in the back of this is going to be really a thorn in NASCAR's side, wanting to try to continue this drying process, because even if it continues to sprinkle, that's not helping these guys on the racetracks as they blow off the water that's already come down.
Hey guys, the thing I've been looking at the timing and score monitoring, we're talking and we're focusing so much about the guys in the chase. Let's also talk about the race that's going on between the teams that are trying to stay in the top 35 and build on a lead, get some cushion in there. Take a look at where Kyle Petty's running right now. He's 14th. The 22 car, who's run strong all day long, he makes an early pit stop. All of a sudden, he finds himself back in 28th, a lap down, along with guys like Ken Schrader. They've already been at pit road, who now find themselves 2 laps down. So if you're trying to make up some ground and get yourself either solidly in that top 35 or to protect that position where you are, it's not really playing out very well for you right now, including guys like Johnny Sauter. He's sitting there in 20th position.
You can still see the crews here doing all they can to get the moisture off of the racetrack, but as soon as they push it off, the rains continue to come down and soak the racetrack. And you see a soaked race team right there. That's Kevin Harvick's Pennzoil Chevrolet team, Jeff Gordon's DuPont Chevrolet team, that are standing out there, actually standing in the rain right now, hoping that the rain will stop. Actually, Kevin Harvick's team probably not hoping that the rain stops. They're sitting third and in a pretty good position. One of the drivers who struggled early on was that number 31 team. Adam Alexander, have you joined us over there on the booth? I believe Adam's with us, possibly, that will give us an update on Jeff Burton.
You know, while we're waiting on Adam to join us on the 31 car, Jeff Burton, who's 11 laps down back in 40th, I want to give a call. I'm trying to make note of some other drivers that we've not had an opportunity to talk a lot about all year long. But Dale Jarrett in the 44 car for Michael Waltrip Racing, he does not have a top 20 finish yet. A top 20 finish in 2007, sitting right now in the 13th position. So this would be a huge day for Dale Jarrett in that UPS car.
Most definitely. And Adam, I believe we've caught you again. Now you're on the headset, and let's talk a little bit about the 31 of Jeff Burton and his troubles today.
Well, you know, they really have had a rough weekend, Rick, when you look at what they started with here on Friday, qualified 34th, and certainly for a team racing for a championship, that's not where you want to start a race, but battled the car in practice yesterday and had made some nice gains. We're up to 23rd in the running order, and that's when Jeff reported a miss in the engine. He said he switched ignition boxes. It really didn't seem to help, and eventually ended up being an issue with the fuel line. And so they came down pit road, and as you talked about, 11 laps down, and all those were lost when they came down and had to sit on the pit lane at lap 70, somewhere in that neighborhood. And once we kind of put things together for Jeff Burton, we started watching after Kevin Harvick, and they're a race team that kind of played the strategy similar to Tony Stewart. They had come from 17th, worked their way into the top 10, and then they were planning to stay out. They had another 3 or 4 laps before they were going to have to come to pit road, and they too are hopeful the rain continues and they can get out of here with a solid top 5 finish.
And third would be a solid performance for Kevin. I know yesterday they did not make that many laps during practice because every time they'd go out, they'd maybe make 1 lap or 2 laps, and then Kevin would come back in and be, you know, you got to change it. We need to make some changes to this thing. I can't drive it the way it is. And so really coming away with a 3rd place finish, I think, would be a big victory for that team.
Probably feel as good as Tony Stewart, wouldn't they, Adam?
Well, you know, I think they would feel great about it. And the question I have for you, Larry Mack, with all your experience being on the box, and this is something we kind of got into there when that cycle of green flag pit stop started for Kevin Harvick, they're in the chase, but they found themselves outside or more than 100 points outside of the lead. At what point can a chase driver take a chance and gamble? And I felt like maybe they were in that position, because you don't just have to be a chaser to go after this thing. And we saw Tony Stewart do it a year ago, but for a guy in the chase, how tight can you walk the rope, or do you always have to be conservative?
Well, I think it's a case-by-case basis, Adam. I think if you have a car that you're struggling with, we talked about Carl Edwards, who basically had a car that almost would not even run in the top 15. Bob Osborne, why not roll the dice? And that's one of the things that Carl Edwards did, one of our 4 chase drivers that's not made a green flag stop. So I think a lot has to do with how you're performing, and I think that's one reason we talked earlier that Matt Kenseth, Martin Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, I think that's the reason their teams and crew chiefs went the conservative route, made that pit stop because they just did not want to take a chance and run out of fuel at this mile-and-a-half racetrack and end up 3 or 4 or 5 laps down.
You guys were talking about the day for Clint Bowyer and really his chances of being a champion in 2007. And, my thought process is there's an evolution in winning a championship, and that would mean guys like Martin Truex Jr. and Clint Bowyer are here to smell it and feel it and learn about it, but maybe not win it this year. But, when you look at performance, those 2 guys over the course of the 3 races have been as good as anybody.
They really have. And Jeff Burton said it in the media center at Loudon before the first chase race even went off. He said, I'm telling you guys, do not count my teammate Clint Bowyer and Gil Martin out of this deal because they finished races. And he said, you know what? They have come so far. And he said the biggest thing I don't think people make note about Clint Bowyer, it was only about 3 or 4 years ago, he had never even been on an asphalt
right.
racetrack. He was running dirt just about 100 miles from this speedway.
Yep.
And here he is now, a race winner in Nextel Cup, a race winner in the Busch Series, and now he's in the thick of this championship battle with 7 races to go.
Yeah, currently sitting 4th in the standings right now. So rolling the dice and working out for Clint Bowyer today. I know, really, I've been covering the saga that has been the run of Martin Truex Jr. today, and so strong. I mean, starting in the 9th position from qualifying because of what took place with Ryan Newman, his time being disallowed. Then Jimmy Johnson having problems and having to go to the back. Well, Martin Truex Jr. has been battling all day long. The tire goes down for him up into the wall. They make some contact there. He's able to get down on pit road, change that tire, and stay on the lead lap. Then battled all the way back from 42nd position into the top 10 and really had a strong car going. But then an incident took place on pit road when he was coming off of pit road. And right here you see Kyle Petty coming on. There's a little contact right there. That did enough damage to that front valance on the right front. All Martin Truex Jr. was talking about was a push. He said, I am pushing so bad right now. This thing's like a dump truck. And so Martin Truex Jr. was frustrated, but at the same time, the long runs enabled him to get back up toward the front. Well, then they had fuel mileage issues. They were not able to stay out as long as Tony Stewart, Greg Biffle, Kevin Harvick. They could not stay on the racetrack. They had to come down and do green flag pit stops, and that is why now they're sitting in the 32nd position, 1 lap down, because they had to make that fuel stop.
They definitely win the award for passing the most cars, I think, today. And the front fender area on these cars, they are so sensitive. You just move one in an eighth or a quarter of an inch, and the car will go dead pushing. You move one out an eighth or a quarter inch, and the car will go dead loose. It's the most sensitive area on the race car is those 2 front fenders in front of the front tires.
But what a tremendous testimony to NASCAR's step to the top for both Clint Bowyer and Martin Truex Jr. A couple of years removed from these guys battling tooth and nail for a NASCAR Busch Series title. And now here they are after 1 season to get their feet wet at the Nextel Cup level, and both, as we talked about earlier, with a legitimate shot to win a championship at the highest level.
Do you think he used the word get their feet wet as a little bit of a pun of the situation?
I think it was very fitting for the day, absolutely.
Because a lot of guys' feet are wet right now at this racetrack. Again, we're under a red flag condition. It coming out on lap 148. That is the lap that we have completed as far as the 267 that are scheduled. It's the second red flag condition that we've been under. The rain now has let up once again. And so the jet dryers are on the racetrack. The one thing we're fighting against right now is sunlight.
There's definitely some clear sky back there. You look over the Turn 4 grandstands. But, yeah, now we're not only racing the weather, but it's 4:45 Central Time. So we've still got about 2.5, maybe 2 hours and 45 minutes of daylight. I think just so much depends on how quick they can get this track dry.
Hey, Matt Yoakum, I think you've caught up with a crew chief, Mike Ford, down there on pit road.
Well, we've left the con here in the JGR 11 pit. The rain has finally stopped. First off, Mike, you've said it before, 4 minutes. What a window.
Yeah, it's a shame you get a race like this. It's going so well, and you know, a 4-minute fuel window from being able to make it not, you know, kind of completely changes the complexity of this race and kind of takes the race out of it, if you will. But you know, we're trapped a lap down, but as soon as these guys stop, we'll be at the tail end. But we still got, you know, 28 cars that we'll have to pass after that to get back to the front. So hopefully we get a lot of races in here. We're going to need it to get back to where we were capable of running. You know, had a top 5 car all day, and you know, just you hate to see races take a turn like this.
And you had pushed it right to the very edge of your window.
Yeah, we were borderline. It could have gone either way. You know, a lap or so. You know, even if we stretched it, we weren't going to make it to the rain. So that's, you know, several other cars in that window also. But like I said, you just hate to see a race take a turn like this.
And when you look at your teammate, the 20 right now, where they're sitting, they stayed out. And a lot of people go, well, how could one team car get better fuel mileage than another? But a lot of times it goes back to, A, how your car was handling over the course of that run, and B, how the drivers, as far as either the left foot or right foot braker.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, generally Tony gets a little bit better fuel mileage than we do. You know, we're not talking much. I mean, we're talking, you know, 1/10 of a mile a gallon. I mean, just very small, you know, differences. But majority of the time he gets a little bit better. It depends on how you work the throttle. If you've got to pump the throttle, you're going to use more fuel. And you know, like I said, it comes down, you know, sometimes to how the car handles, but majority of the time we're just a couple laps shorter.
Well, the sun is coming out when you look around and also look at the scoring rundown. How crazy is it going to get when we go back to green?
This is going to be a scramble, depending on how much time you have left. You know, by the time the track dries, you got a lot of good cars trapped a lap down, and they're going to stay out, get out of sequence, and get to the tail end of the lead lap. Then they're going to have to stay, you know, in front of the leaders, the 20 and the 07 and the 8 and the 29. Those guys will be up there, you know, leading it, but they're going to be behind us. So there's going to be a lot of emotion out there when it does go back racing. And, you know, for the guys that are going to be at the tail end, we're going to need a pretty quick caution to get caught back up to be able to race the guys that we're better than.
Well, the good news, guys, the sun is back out. They're cleaning up things here in the pit. They're starting to unzip the condo high atop the war wagon here. So it looks like they may get their shot coming up shortly.
Hey, Matty, before you go away, is the wind, has it died down? It doesn't look like the wind's blowing as much.
The wind has died down a lot. There is still a lot of wind. If you look around, you can see some American flags behind us on top of the Nextel Vision hauler. So the wind is still there. So that should help the drying process. And again, we're not only battling Mother Nature, now we're battling how much daylight we're going to have left. And keep in mind, they did have a USAC Silver Crown race, and Mike and I were talking about this. They raced till about 7:30 to 7:45. So we did have some daylight there. So we will possibly have some time if the track does indeed dry quickly.
You know, guys, I've been sitting here studying the scoring monitor. We have one here in all of our pods. And if you want to grab a pencil and paper or pen and write this down, should we go back racing and under caution, once all of these guys that make a pit stop that have not been to pit road, this would be the running order unless someone else decides to come on and make more adjustments. But Kurt Busch would be leading the race in the 2-car. Jimmy Johnson would be second. Dave Blaney would be third. Denny Hamlin fourth. Jeff Gordon fifth. Matt Kenseth sixth, and Martin Truex Jr. would round out the top 7 if indeed we go back racing. All of those 23 cars in front of them, plus Robbie Gordon, plus Joe Nemechek, they would still have to make a stop here as soon as we get back under caution.
So the strategy could play out for some of the cars that did come onto pit road early under green flag conditions if we do get to race again. And as Matt just mentioned, and we're able to see, the clouds are breaking up, the sun has come back out, and it's on the racetrack. The jet dryers are back out there. They will continue to work on this racetrack. As the winds pick up, that will continue to dry this racetrack. And so the possibility is still out there that we could see 267 laps here at Kansas. Hey, Jimmy Thompson, who have you got up? Jimmy.
And Bill, you have the big responsibility of cleaning off pit road. How difficult is drying this pit road?
It's not too bad here. We've got quite a bit of wind, which has helped. And if the sun comes out here, it should dry pretty quick. We got blowers out, every few feet to try to help with the drying, and it shouldn't be too bad. Maybe within the hour we get it back to where it normally is.
Now, what are you looking at when you're actually sweeping off? You're just trying to get as much moisture away so we can actually make it easier to dry once the sun comes out like we're seeing?
We're just trying to get as much grip in the pit stall as we can for when we do go back to doing pit stops. If there's any bit of moisture in the pit stall, we can feel it, and we just don't want a chance getting hurt, basically.
Now, earlier on, we were covering you guys. We switched over to the 29, but just update some of the fans watching back at home on Hotpass. What you actually fixed on the 31 car during that pit stop?
Well, we had a fuel pump cable break, and we had to swap it out, and basically that's all we did was we swapped it out. We went down a few laps in the meantime to try to make sure that it was up to par, and once we swapped that line out, it ended up getting fuel pressure back, and everything was good. So.
Well, Bill, I'll let you get back to work. I know he's got a lot of work ahead of him considering how saturated pit road is. Just if you look down here on the dryers in pit road, they're just plugged into the outlets and the extension cords. They're just trying to help push some of the water away. Dry out small areas, you can see right now it's how effective it's been, but it helps push some of the water away from the pit stall down to pit road where the jet dryers might be able to reach it, or if any pace trucks come down pit road, they may be able to put some heat on the racetrack, because obviously if you have the pace car or the tow trucks who might be driving around the racetrack trying to put some heat into the surface, they really aren't going to come down the actual individual stall. So it's up to the crew and their responsibility to try to dry this portion of the racetrack. Everything else left up to NASCAR. But I will make one note. The sun has come out, but if you look on the front stretch, I don't know if you can see from this angle from the RoboCam, but probably about 30 minutes ago, you saw from the soft walls, you could see puddles forming out. So it wasn't just the racetrack that was getting saturated from the rainfall, but as well as just the condensation, the moisture was actually collecting inside the soft wall and leaking through the bottom. That has since stopped, and now you can have the track drying. I think will pick up a lot more since no more rain in the air, no more moisture coming out of the soft walls, and we can just worry about drying this racetrack and hopefully going back to green. Rick?
Well, thanks, Jimmy. Those safer barriers obviously around pretty much the entire racing surface here at Kansas Speedway. Those were developed not too far from here, about 3 hours from here at the University of Nebraska is where that engineering and technology came from. And we get a look at that as the drying process is taking place now. Those crews running on the bottom of the racetrack, but you see that seepage coming out from those safer barriers from behind them. So the jet dryers will have to spend a little extra time up near the wall. The other, I guess, bad part of the situation of the timing is that sun is in a place where it is now behind the grandstands and behind the press box. So the sun is not going to be hitting that front stretch. So we're not going to have that benefit of that helping to dry this racetrack.
Rick, I just came in from outside kind of checking things out, and absolutely the weather is the prettiest that it's been all day long out there. It's unbelievable. It's hard to believe just, 45 minutes ago it was a monsoon out there.
Yeah, unbelievable rain coming down. And now that it's dry, we see that Phil Parsons has been able to make his way back out into the garage area. It looks like he's got Kevin Bono-Mannion with him. Hey, Phil. Can you talk to Kevin with us?
Bono, here we are. Here, the sun's out. A beautiful afternoon here at Kansas, and we need some more racing.
Yeah, we're just taking one of them mid-race breaks here, get something to eat. Waiting on the track to dry, but we need to go back racing for sure.
That car was so good. Obviously had to pit under green. Everybody saw that. Now we find ourselves, we'll be on the tail end of the lead lap when all the lead lap cars that did not pit under green pit. So really should be in pretty good shape. We're going to lose a lot of track position. We're going to actually need another caution flag to try to catch up.
Yeah, I think we're one of about 12 or 13 that'll be tail end of the lead lap. Most of the guys in front of us will have to pit. There's a couple that played a little different strategy. They pitted about 5 laps after us on that quickie caution there, and they'll be able to go a few laps, but I'm pretty sure most everyone will pit here, and we'll find ourselves tail end, and we have a great car, and we should be able to get back on the lead lap and have a good day if we run all laps.
Did you think the guys were able to get the right front fender out a little bit where Martin made that contact with Kyle on pit road?
Yeah, we got it out a little bit on that green flag stop. Once the two tires evened out, the lap times were competitive again. You end up passing a couple of them guys back, getting back in the top 10. So still looking for a good day. We just need to get all the laps in.
I know we didn't want to see that rain. I said if we going to see the rain, we needed to see it either before halfway or a long time after halfway. Obviously, it came right after halfway. But if we can get this thing restarted, which is looking pretty good right now, got a great shot.
Yeah, absolutely. The guys on the Bass Pro Tracker Boat Chevrolet did awesome today. To come back from a flat tire and a small pit road incident, and it's really, really hard to swallow right now. Sitting there in 33rd and thinking that you might go home sitting 33rd. So we're really praying for the track to dry here pretty quick. And like I said, I played 18 holes of golf last night and got done about 7:30 and had a little trouble on that last hole, but still was able to see it. And so I think we can get all the laps in today. Just track will be dry in about an hour with the wind and the sun coming out. So just don't need to see any small rain shower now, and we should be okay.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Phil. You can see over their shoulders those flags blowing. So obviously the wind still blowing hard. It was gusts upwards of 35 miles an hour earlier. It looks like that has subsided a bit. A cold front passed through this area, and when a cold front goes through in the Midwest, thunderstorms can pop up at any time, and they kind of follow that cold front through, and that's why we've seen 2 storms that have gone through the area. This most recent one was pretty intense. We saw some pretty intense lightning and thunder that came with that. But the rain has stopped. The wind is blowing. The sun has peeked through the clouds every now and then, and we're trying to dry this racetrack.
And I think we're still a little ways away from it. Like Kevin Mannion said, if we don't get any more showers, the racetrack definitely got saturated. We're not seeing any of the gray. That first little rain shower we had back on lap 12, it didn't take any time at all because the racetrack really didn't get very wet. But not seeing a lot of gray, so we still got a ways to go to get this thing ready to race. And as you mentioned there, you see some more of that seepage coming out from underneath the safer barrier because it rained so hard for so long.
Yeah, it was getting caught up in behind that barrier, and it still continues to seep out around the racetrack. But again, NASCAR is going to do everything they can, or try as hard as they can, to get this race completed. Kevin talked about being out on the golf course yesterday and the sun going down around 7:30. Again, right now, Central Standard Time, it's coming up on 5 o'clock. So you're talking about maybe 2 hours. We're still looking at potentially 45 minutes to an hour of drying time before they would even think about getting back out on the racetrack. So maybe an hour of racing that might take place. Greg Zipadelli still probably an uneasy stomach, because if they do go back to racing, he will have to come back on pit road. They have not stopped as of yet. We're going to go to commercial. We'll be right back after this.
Pacquiao lands another huge left.
The will of 2 warriors.
Big shots by Barrera.
Fast and fearless.
Pacquiao is a storm, and Barrera just keeps coming.
But only one
Talk about going into the jaws of the lion.
has the will to win.
This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Pacquiao Barrera, live on DirecTV pay-per-view from Mandalay Bay, Saturday, October 6th. Don't miss it. Live on DirecTV pay-per-view, channel 123.
Do you have what it takes to spend the rest of the year inside the octagon? Now's your chance to prove it. Introducing the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV. It's the best way to catch 3 UFC events live on pay-per-view. Act now, and you'll also get a 1-year membership to the UFC Fight Club, plus the Ultimate Knockouts Volume 4 DVD, and a skull cap from Tap Out, a special offer only from DirecTV. Be a part of the biggest fight package of the year, the UFC Ultimate Fight Pack from DirecTV.
The buzz to pushing diesel.
Welcome back to Kansas Speedway, the Lifelock 400. We've got 148 laps in the books. The rains came down and soaked this racetrack. Now the skies have opened up just a bit. Sun has peeked through some of the clouds, and they are trying to dry this racetrack. We are going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to be back at 5:30 at the bottom of the hour to give you an update as to what is taking place. As we mentioned before, Larry, it takes a little while to drive this racetrack.
But I am very optimistic because I think Kevin Mannion talked about it playing golf last night. We have about probably 2 hours and 20 minutes of daylight left. If we can get this thing going by 5:45, 6 p.m. local time, very possibly we can get those 119 laps in if the boys will behave.
And I tell you what, there are some cars that are on this racetrack right now that are saying, I don't care if we only get 40 laps of racing back in at the end of this. That would definitely help me out because I'm locked back here in 32nd, or I'm back here in 30th right now.
All Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, Jeff Gordon, Matt Kenseth, Martin Truex Jr., they just want about a caution lap or two. That's all they need.
Exactly. Again, we will be back here at 5:30, the bottom of the hour, to update you as to how the track drying has gone and is going. Again, we are going to try to get back under green flag conditions by 5:45 or 6 o'clock. So make sure to come right back here at 5:30, the bottom of the hour, and we will give you an update as to how the drying has gone.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
That is a gray racetrack, meaning the moisture has, well, somewhat gone away in certain areas. The sun is shining, and so it is beating down on the racing surface as well, helping to dry. But the sun is beginning to set, and that becomes a little bit of an issue because we do not have lights at Kansas Speedway. And so to give you an update on what has taken place, NASCAR has made the statement that they're going to try to run this race and continue this race. They have told the people in the garage to be ready. They think it's within 45 minutes to an hour until we get back onto the racetrack. And so the teams are looking like they are going to race once again at Kansas. Jeff?
At least that's what they're hoping for right now, Rick. I mean, the key thing, and you brought out all those points, the racetrack is drying. The problem is the sun is setting. Which one will come first is really the key. As we looked around the racetrack, the actual racing group is pretty good shape. But it's up close to the outer safer barrier that we really were more concerned with than anything else. And I think during that heavy downpour, a lot of water got trapped up there in between what we can consider the retaining wall and the area where the safer barrier actually works. If you take a look right out close to the edge here, you can see there's still wet spots, and those are areas where the drivers will actually get up to. So NASCAR has got to make sure that they get that dry enough, get the water that's behind the wall, behind the safer barrier area, taken care of so it doesn't run back across the racetrack, and that can be a challenge. You see the jet dryers trying to do that, but again, it's going to be a major task, and they're running out of time to get it done.
Right. They're racing against daylight right now. One guy who would probably prefer not to go back to racing is Todd Barrier, and he's with our own Jimmy Thompson. Todd?
Well, thanks, Rick. Todd, Rick just said it pretty much what everyone would expect. You probably are hoping we don't go back to green, but if we do go back to green flag racing, what do you got left for this 29 team?
You take one like now. If you could finish third, I think you'd be crazy not to. But on the flip side of that, the car's good enough to run in the top 5 or 6. So if we get this thing back going, and when we do get it back going, we're going to be the race is going to be short for sure because it gets dark at 7:15 or something here. So we're going to have to just pit at this point when they open pit road and go for one last run because we won't pit again. It'll be the last run of the day.
Now you talk about opening pit road. I know it was kind of close for your fuel window when you stayed out. It was only a couple laps, maybe one at most, running under green flag conditions. If we go back to this race where we're underneath a yellow flag condition, but pit road is closed because they're trying to dry pit road, are you really concerned about running out of fuel?
Yeah, we don't want to run out because these things are really hard to crank. According to how many laps they would mess around with that, if they open pit road like they opened it all day, it won't be an issue. If they want to run 5 laps around there, then it could turn into an issue for a lot of us. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We got a teammate behind us, and we got Burton there 11 laps down. So if we run out of gas, we got some help to get us back here.
All right, Todd Barry, right now the smartest guy probably in the garage area because everyone up here in the 07 War Wagon is pretty much bone dry. In fact, Gil Martin was asking if I was cold. That's why I had a raincoat on because he's completely bone dry. So I think they have quite the hot setup up here right now. Guys?
Well, thanks, Jimmy. Jeff, I don't know. What do you think as far as if we do get going again, who would you put on as your odds-on favorite?
I think Tony Stewart is still one of the cars you're going to have to beat. He and Kurt Busch looked like they had two of the best cars, day in, all day long. And you got to factor in, I think, Jimmy Johnson. I think he was making a pretty good charge, especially starting from the very back of the field in a backup car after his problems in final practice. But, the key thing is right now is how much racing will we get? We already know that these cars, like the 48, the 2, they've made their pit stops. They're going to need some help here to get back on the lead lap. What I'm concerned with, and I know that NASCAR is going to say, well, it is what it is. We know we're racing daylight everybody makes a pit stop. When they drop the green flag, there's going to be some people that are going to be driving crazy, trying to get laps back, fight their way back to the front. So we liable to be seeing a lot more caution flags, not for weather, but for wrecks.
Right. And the big question will be when we get ready to go back to racing is how many laps will NASCAR decide will be to the end of this race? Because of the race being a 267-lap race, we've gone 148. Time is not going to permit us to go the full distance, and so NASCAR will have to shorten this race, and the key is what number do they put as far as the end. We'll be back to update you once again on Hotpass at 6 p.m., so join us at the top of the hour. We'll let you know what is taking place here at Kansas Speedway. Lap. Al Petty. Right behind him, Tony Stewart, Kevin Harvick, Greg Biffle, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Reed Sorensen, Clint Boyer. 2 red flags, almost 3 hours of delay. 2 hours and 53 minutes. Kurt Busch has led 77 of the 148 laps that have been run. And the problems for our chase drivers, Kyle Busch and Jeff Burton. Kyle Busch has scored.
Mark Truex, Rusty Wallace, ESPN, you got us?
He scored 46 laps down. Let's listen in.
Go down. I just want to let you know we are going to be good luck for us.
I hope so, man.
All right, buddy, that's good. Now, look, this track is much, much cooler, and it's a lot greener. You pretty concerned the way this car is going to handle now in these conditions?
Not a bit, to be honest with you. My car's been really good all weekend, and I don't think it's going to be any different than it's been. So, that time groove ain't going to be no good for me for a while, but, she'll go around the bottom here for the first 30, 40 laps, and hopefully we can stay ahead of them guys with new tires on the lead lap and get our lap back, and we'll make a good day out of this yet.
All right, man, we're going to bring you some good luck, and I know you got good luck now because you changed all your clothes. That's got to help a little bit.
Yeah, I figured I had to do something.
And have a good day.
Thank you, guys.
And so,
hey, Bono, it's Andy up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Oh, we're just great. First time we got to talk to you today. You guys have been pretty busy now. You only got 73 laps to go. They shortened the race a little bit. How does that change your strategy down there?
Well, we got to stop one more time, like everyone else. So the strategy is just get back on the lead lap and just march away to the front, get the best finish we can. We got a really good car. NASCAR Chevy's really good today, so just get the best finish as many points we can today.
10-4, Bono. I know this going back green is definitely something you wanted to see.
Absolutely, man. That good car, as good as we had, to come out of here 33rd would have been devastating. So every position from here on out is a bonus.
Okay, good luck, Bono.
and again, Martin Truex Jr. is the in-race reporter. Take a look at the race recap. We've had 2 red flags, almost 3 hours of delay, 2 hours and 53 minutes. Kurt Busch led 77 of the 148 laps. The problem for Kyle Busch and Jeff Burton, 2 chase drivers. Kyle Busch, 40-30s, 46 laps off the pace. They weren't the only drivers who had problems today. Actually, our driver, Martin Truex Jr., struggled a bit today. In your upper left-hand corner, we take a look back at what's taken place. The right front tire going down. We brush up against the wall. That puts us on pit road. We do not lose a lap, though. They're able to change the right side tires and get Martin back out on the racetrack. But then, as he was moving up toward the front, he was able to get by almost all the cars, broke into the top 10. And look at this issue right here. Greg Biffle gets into the back of the 29 of Kevin Harvick. Martin Truex Jr. continues to move up, and then the problem on pit road. Kyle Petty comes down pit road. We're coming off of pit road, a little contact. That caused a push condition for the one of Martin Truex Jr. It took him quite a few laps before he got comfortable with that car. We went back a few spots, and then he was able to move back toward the front. And then the rains came. And that again brought out a red flag condition. We were relegated back to the 32nd spot because we came down pit road just before the rains came, and we were a lap down. Phil Parsons.
Yeah, great break for us, really. As much trouble as we've had this race, as Bono and Martin have talked about so much, the car is so good right now. I really feel as though we need to catch a caution flag, though. That's the key, because right now we're on the tail end of the lead lap. We need to be able to...
we got the line up ahead of them since we're ahead of them. No? Barter, check on that. We're going to have 2 cars lined up a lap down in front of us.
You can line up on the outside.
I think the cars they're talking about are also on the tail end of the lead lap, so I think Martin will probably have to restart behind behind the cars that he's behind right now, the 17 of...
I guess the 2 doesn't get the lucky dog. I would stay on the outside, Martin.
Let's take a look back at the damage that we saw from the 2 ends we had. You see right there, the right front. That's the critical part here, especially in front of the tire, because that's where you rely on a lot of your downforce. But majority of this contact is from the outside wall when he cut down that right front tire. It also had a little bit of damage from that collision on pit road with Kyle Petty, but I talked to Martin during the rain delay, and he said he really felt like that maybe it was the 2 tires that we changed on that caution flag. Maybe as much as the damage.
70 to go, you come to the green. The leaders are in your mirror with lap cars to your inside, 3 rows back.
As much as the damage from the 45 of Kyle Petty. But now, right now, we've got 4 fresh tires.
21 and 55 are the first lap cars. They're in front of you on the bottom. The 2 and 48 are leading your lane here. We can do this here.
Yeah, should be able to do this. Should be able to stay on the lead lap now. That is the leader right behind us now, the 20 of Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart, your race leader. We would love to stay in front of him. As you see, he's moving up and right on our back bumper. As they come out of turn number 4, the issue is going to be a little bit of sun in their eyes now. They weren't expecting that to be the case. They thought this race would have been over about 3 hours ago. Green flag flies. We're back underway with the Lifelock 400.
Clear high if you need it. Still inside. Trying to go out. Here you go. Still inside. Still inside. Lined up on the bottom. I got to spin in front of you. Spin in front of you. Go low. Go low. Go low. Got hit from behind, guys. I'm not sure how bad.
Contact taking place. Martin Truex Jr. caught up in it. The frustrations continue.
Junk, dude. We're junk.
An accident taking place in front of the 1. And look at the damage to the
You're
front
rolling, man.
and the
I
rear.
see you. Come on around. I know you're junk. I see it. How's your water pressure gauge? Who the hell spun there, Joey?
21.
Jesus, what are they? Just when I thought it couldn't get no worse. How's your water pressure gauge, Martin?
Good. Everything else is gone. Everything else is junk.
All right, I reckon we're down a lap. Yeah. I see you. Let's not lose another lap here, guys. Get your sawzalls, get your fenders clearance. There ain't no flats. Right here, man, right here. Left front's flat. Get the tires off the fenders. Where's the leader, Joey?
Middle of the back.
The radiator. Needs a radiator. All right. Let's get some tires on it. We got to come around. Get the crash area set up in the garage. Put a radiator on it. Put the nose on it. Put a left front tire on it so it don't come apart.
Apparently it's busted the radiator, Rick, so that will necessitate a trip behind the garage.
All right. Best thing to do is back straight up. Back straight up. Meet you guys at the garage. Don't go in reverse, guys. Push them.
Such a strong car today. Look back at what took place here.
Look at this replay, Rick. Look at that's Tony Stewart right behind us. That's really what turned us around right there. See, Tony makes contact with the back of us, turns us around, but I think by the time we got there anyway, you see all the cars bunched up against the wall. But look how fortunate the 20 of Tony Stewart was. he was able to get by that, it looked like, on the inside with very minimal damage. But unfortunately, this one Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet is not going to be as lucky as that.
He's down in the garage, and they're going to go to work on that, Phil. They're going to change the radiator and put a new front end on this as far as body so that they can try to get back out there. One car that is off the racetrack, Kyle Busch, is 46 laps down, but he is back on the racetrack now. The other thing that they've got to look at is the 31 of Jeff Burton, also a chase driver. He's 11 laps down.
Buddy, come put up a win in it.
Martin Truex Jr. disappointed, discouraged. Such a
sorry guys, I couldn't do nothing. I could hit behind.
Dominant car today. Martin Truex Jr. had.
Yeah, we started the 20 pile drive twice. I guess he got what he wanted. Got me out of the way.
Again, Ken Schrader spinning in front of this group.
Yeah, going for it, stands here. So roll it forward a little bit.
Numerous cars involved. The Bass Pro Shops Chevrolet in the garage now as the team goes to work on it. A lot of damage.
I was okay until somebody drove right inside of me or something.
We've been everywhere on the racetrack today. We've led laps, got 5 bonus points, had to go all the way to the back. We were 41st at one time after the right front tire got cut down. We got into the wall. It brought out a caution. We were able to get back up. That's when we made it up to the front and led this race, but then relegated back to 32nd when the caution came out for rain after we had made a green flag pit stop and some of the cars had stayed out onto the racetrack. That put us a lap down. On the restart, we were able to start at the tail end of the lead lap. We were right in front of race leader Tony Stewart. And Tony Stewart got in the back of us, got us turned around, and now we are in the garage working on all of the damage. Replays of the accident taking place in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. You see the smoke, the damage that took place right along with Martin. Take a look at the points as they stand now. Tony Stewart still out in front. Now 144 points back is Martin Truex Jr. in 8th. Coming in, he was just 46 points behind point leader Jeff Gordon. Now Jeff Gordon scored in 4th, and he is 59 points out of the lead. You see all the damage to the different vehicles that were involved in this one up in the upper right-hand corner.
You know, Rick, I talked earlier about how it feels as a driver to have that car like Martin did today. That was so good. You could go wherever you wanted, pass whoever you wanted to. What kind of a euphoric feeling that was. But conversely, this is just the opposite of that. Knowing everything you knew about how good this car was, in a great position to get our lap back, still get back in contention to win this race, and here he is in the garage, a victim of an accident not of his making, with all this damage to the Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet in the chase. You know, with 7 races to go in the chase, and here he's going to be relegated to a very poor finishing position, and that's equally as heartbreaking as it is being euphoric on the other side of the coin when you have such a good car.
Yeah, Phil, I mean, even if this Bass Pro Shop team gets this #1 Chevrolet back out on the racetrack within the next 4 or 5 laps, they're still looking at a 39th place finish. And that's nowhere near the caliber of what this team had done today and this whole weekend. They had made that #1 Chevrolet competitive, and they were going to be racing for the win at the end of this race if it would not have been for this accident.
they've been so consistent. The last 7 races, they've been in the top 15 finishers in each and every one of those races. Martin ran the whole season in one of his Busch Championships years without ever having a DNF. The only Busch champion ever to do that, going throughout the entire season without a DNF. So he knows how to get to the end of these races. But as we could see from all the replays, it certainly wasn't his fault. And that was it's not fair for us to blame it on the 20 of Tony Stewart too. Everybody just seized up in front of us. Let's take a look at it again, Rick, and see, because it looks easy to say, well, why didn't Tony just hit the brakes? Well, they're just stopping in front of him. Everyone's stopping. You see Martin having to stop because the 17 of Matt Kenseth saw the accident and he slowed down, and then Tony ran in the back of us. It's a chain reaction deal. It always happens like that. Fortunately, the 20 of Tony Stewart is going to get awfully lucky there. And you see top right of your screen, you see the 21 of Ken Schrader was on the inside of a 3-wide situation. He's the car that got loose to start with, and there were cars everywhere because we were right after a restart. There was nowhere for a lot of people to go, and no place for a lot of people to go, and unfortunately we got caught up in it. That's what happens sometimes. It doesn't make it easy to take, but unfortunately, here's our onboard right here. Here's a look at what Martin's going to see. Listen.
Here, spin in front of you, go low, go low, go low. Got hit from behind, guys. I'm not sure how fast.
You saw the last contact there from the 43 of Bobby Labonte. After we just about stopped there, it looked like Bobby had, again, nowhere to go and ran into the back of him. And here Martin's going to take it and drive it back. Here's another view here from outside the camera. You see the 21 of Ken Schrader. There's the 38 of David Gillen. There's the 17 of Kenseth. There's Matt Martin in number 1. Everybody else going down. Here comes Bobby Labonte. There's the contact that we saw from that onboard shot just a few moments ago.
And so the Bass Pro Shops team will continue to work on the number 1 Chevrolet. They will get him back out on the racetrack, obviously out of contention for a win today. What we are going to do when we come back, we're going to switch over to the number 8 team, and we will follow Dale Earnhardt Jr. as he is currently running in the 3rd spot. So we'll find out how Martin Truex Jr.'s teammate will do today at Kansas Speedway in the Lifelock 400. We will continue to check in on the number 1 of Martin Truex Jr. and make sure to document the progress that they make as far as the work that they've done and the work they are doing to get that car back out onto the racetrack and how they do once they do make it out onto the racetrack. But for now, we will move over to the number 8 team of Dale Earnhardt Jr. and we will follow that team and see how Tony Gibson, Tony Eury Jr. Those guys are calling the shots for Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's currently running in the 3rd position. So just behind the 16 of Greg Biffle and the 29 of Kevin Harvick. That is your new race leader as we have 64 laps of racing to go.
Rick, the problem is right now that NASCAR has already told all the teams that we were going to go to lap 225. That would be the race, but with this extended caution period here, obviously the sun has gone down behind the grandstands. We're at 45 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, we're not going, completing laps, obviously as fast as we would at speed. So it may get dark before that 225 lap mark.
Yeah, we're hearing the number is 7:06 as far as when the sunset is going to be in Kansas City, Kansas. Right now, Central Standard Time is 6:32. So even if they were able to go out and run from here on out caution free, we're still looking at the end of this race potentially happening right at sundown, which would be around 7:05, 7:06. So they're really calling it close right now if we are able to get this one in its entirety. Again, we've shifted over to Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the number 8 Budweiser Chevrolet. His crew chief, Tony Eury Jr., is with Phil Parsons.
Long time no see.
Yeah, where you been?
Well, we've been down with your teammate, Martin, and unfortunately you saw what happened there, obviously. Victim of circumstances. There's nothing he can do about it. But you guys have had a pretty good day, huh?
We had a pretty bad day. We started off, we had a really good car yesterday, and it was just really, really tight and started the race, so we just kind of started playing the weather game and stopping every time the caution would come out, making changes. And just make sure we had fuel where if we could get an extra little advantage on these guys, we could, and it worked out. So, it's went back green, and we really didn't give up anything by not being able to pit. But, it's been a very lucky day today, basically.
Well, Martin had a very unlucky day, so sometimes it pays to be a little bit luckier than good on certain days.
Yeah, we've had a lot of bad luck this year, and maybe it's starting to turn around. We'll just have to see. But we're in a pretty good position right now. The car seems to be working pretty good for him that last run, and so we'll see what happens here at the end.
Do you think that even with this long extended caution period, you think this race will still be able to go to lap 225?
I really don't know. I mean, I think they'll go as long as they want to go, but it's going to be tough to get to that number, I believe. Especially if we have another accident like this, we're going to be in trouble. But, we'll go as far as they tell us, and then hopefully it's before we have to pit again.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. That's the key. Now, what lap does it look like, Tony Jr., that you would have to pit if we go green from whenever we restart this thing?
It looks like around 203, 204, something like that, and these guys just getting back on lead lap. They're getting a little bit of advantage because they're being able to top off. So hopefully that won't work out for them. Maybe, if we either got to stop before 200 or go to 225. That way these guys don't get an advantage of us, so we'll be fine.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
So back over to the Budweiser, number 8 Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr., teammate to Martin Truex Jr. Your race leader now, the 29 of Kevin Harvick, Greg Biffle running second, number 16. Then it's Dale Earnhardt Jr., Clint Boyer, and rounding out the top 5 is Casey Mears. Elliott Sadler with a good strong run in 6th currently. Tony Stewart back to 7th. 8th is the 41 of Reed Sorensen. 9th at 6, driven by David Reagan, rookie David Reagan. And rounding out the top 10 is Mark Martin in the 01. Dale Earnhardt Jr. we would expect to move back up the racetrack once this restarts. He will run right around the top of the racetrack as his teammate has been doing all race and was very strong up there. More of a comfort line for Dale Earnhardt Jr. running the top of the racetrack.
We've seen a number of cars top off. You see Jeff Gordon topped off here, and he's leaving pit road. Obviously, 164 laps into this race, we're looking at about 61 laps to go. I don't think anybody can make it that way if we go green. But after we talked to Tony Jr. Rick a minute ago, he said the problem is if we get a couple caution flags, yeah, that'll be opportunity for Dale Jr. to come down pit road, but it will also increase the fuel mileage on the guys that have pitted on this caution flag. And with a couple caution flags, he said they'll probably be able to make it. So it's going to be very, very dicey here as we move our way towards lap 225.
164 laps complete. Pace car makes its way onto pit road. The field in the hands of Kevin Harvick and that number 29. We're running in the 3rd spot in that Budweiser number 8 Chevrolet. Green flag back out. Smoker behind them. It's Tony Stewart. A lot of smoke coming out of that number 20. No caution, and the smoke has quit. Oh, it's wheel.
Bumper, I'll clear the 42 there. Inside a true bumper.
It is definitely wheel rub on the 20 from the damage that he had.
So inside the 55 there. All clear. Still all clear.
Phil, I heard a voice there momentarily that didn't sound anything like Steve Meal. Who's spotting for Dale Earnhardt Jr. today?
TJ Majors is spotting for Dale Jr. He's going to be a spotter next year, so I think he's just trying to get used to him a little bit. But TJ Majors is the guy right now up on top of the grandstands doing the spotting work for Dale Jr.
Junior running on the bottom of the racetrack. Right behind him, the 07 of Clint Boyer running in the 4th spot. Junior trying to hold on to this third position.
Still clear by 2 there. Still all clear there. 25 all the way on the bottom there. 1 back. All clear.
56 laps of racing to go. Tony Eury Jr.
That 07 of Clint Boyer has had a fast car this entire race, so maybe we can latch on to him.
There you go. Slow car up high there. You see him.
Having to check up because of the 49 just in front of us.
There in the middle there. Yeah, get your bumper all clear.
Dale Jr. has moved up the racetrack.
Nice and smooth, clear by 6. You'll drive away from that 25.
As he moves up the racetrack, he's able to hold that momentum, roll through the corner quite a bit better now. Get back to the accelerator a little quicker, and he will try to reel in that 07 of Clint Boyer. Roller coaster emotional day today for all the drivers and crew members.
No pressure.
This race, green flag came out at 1:15 today. Local time. It is 6:40 now. 2 red flag conditions. Almost 3 hours of delay because of the rain and the drying of the racetrack. And after all of that is said and done, Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes out of it.
25 just looking here.
Restarting third and now battling for fourth with the 25 of Casey Mears.
Still inside there. All clear. Clear by 10, no pressure at all with a 41.
Junior now in the 5th spot. The shadow's getting extremely long here at the racetrack. Again, no lights here at Kansas Speedway.
You see that outside groove working for Greg Biffle as he drives by the 29 of Kevin Harvick for the lead.
Still clear by 10 over the 41, no pressure at all.
Harvick still trying to run on the bottom of the racetrack where a few different drivers have moved up to that top groove right up next to the wall.
Caution's out, caution's out. Caution is out there. You're clear by 10.
It was Tony Stewart.
Watch for debris over there in 3.
We knew there was going to be a problem with.
Down into center, tight off. Tight in, tight, pretty much everywhere. Okay up top, but can't get in the corner real deep.
The 20, the 99, and the 2 all involved in this accident. 3 chase drivers all having problems.
Just stay in the middle of the track here. Got one sitting down low and one smoking on the apron coming in the pits.
And Tony Stewart not happy at all. Not able to
wait
get
to
that
see the
car moving
replay
again.
of this, Rick.
Yeah.
The pit road opens, we will see it.
Tony Eury Jr. letting him know when pit road opens, they're coming down pit road. Tony Stewart not happy at all as he climbs out of that Home Depot Chevrolet. The damage to the left front of Tony Stewart's car was causing severe tire rub. Take a look. The 2 of Kurt Busch got into the back of him. A lot of damage to the back. The 99 gets collected.
Did that tire go down, Rick, and Tony slowed down? Is that what it looked like happened?
Potentially he could have slowed down, but the 2 hit Tony pretty severely and got him turned around. Now the left front tire
right
was
here. I'll
down.
tell you as soon as they open them. When they do, it'll be 4,300. Pit road's closed still.
Yeah, he slowed down right there. It went down, Phil.
Before this, but
yeah, did you see the sparks?
Yep. Yeah.
Even before the 2 of Kurt Busch ran into him?
Yep, it blew.
Yeah.
It went down. And then Kurt Busch didn't know. He had no idea that he was slowing.
That was one of those deals, just like when, when Tony ran into the back of Martin Truex. It was one of those deals where he just didn't have any idea. You're going almost 200 miles an hour. They're entering the corner, and all of a sudden, somebody in front of you. It's like they throw the parachute out. So, tough break for Tony. Certainly, as you can see the sparks right there, the top right of your screen on that replay. Tony had to get out of the throttle, knew the tire was going down, and then Kurt had nowhere to go.
Carl Edwards getting caught up in that as well. So a lot of damage to the 99. The 20 and the 2 all having collected in this one. Tony Raines goes by.
Rick, it's amazing the turn of events because, here we are thinking we have a shot at winning this race. We get rained down. We end up 32nd, 33rd. Then we come back, feel like we're in great shape to get get back on the lead lap and maybe have a chance to win. We get taken out in an accident. And here Tony, if they didn't restart this race, he's the winner. And here he is right now with so much damage to his car. So it's amazing the turn of events and the emotions, the highs and the lows in this sport.
Definitely a low for Tony Stewart as he is frustrated. This was moments ago when he climbed out of that race car.
That road's still closed here.
Terminal damage, it looks like, for Carl Edwards as well as he has climbed out of his car. Now talking with the ESPN reporter, we take a look at the problems today for our chase drivers. Kyle Busch early on into the wall, a lot of damage to the front end of that car. Jeff Burton had
still closed there.
A fuel pump issue, cable connecting the fuel pump. Martin Truex Jr. involved in the accident just recently. Matt Kenseth was right in front of us. Carl Edwards, Tony Stewart, both in the most recent accident.
You can add Kurt Busch to that because obviously he may have some damage. It looked like he drove right underneath the 20 of Tony Stewart, so more than likely he's got some damage to the front end of that Dodge.
They'll have to bring that onto pit road and take a look at it. We heard Tony Eury Jr. tell Dale Earnhardt Jr. bring it down pit road when pit road is open. This way they will ensure themselves enough fuel to get to the end. They'll make any adjustments they need to, put 4 fresh tires on there, and be racing to the end of this race. And again, these extended cautions were racing against time and sunlight here in Kansas.
All right, Tony Jr., you hear that? 210 laps now.
And there you go. They've changed the race distance to 210 laps. We've completed 178, so 32 remain.
That means a lot of those guys that pitted on the last caution flag can stay out here, Rick, for track position. We know that we probably are going to have to pit. We're going to have to. Let's wait and see what Tony Jr. says.
179 this time by.
30 to go.
Yeah, I'm saying take 2 right here. What do you think?
Whatever, dude. I want to win, so take two rounds right out, let it eat.
Still closed here.
More than likely, a lot of the cars, or all the cars that pitted on the most recent caution flag for Martin Truex's accident, obviously along with a lot of other guys, will be able to make it the rest of the way. We know that Tony Jr. is going to bring Dale Jr. in. We're talking about possibly 2 tires, and Dale Jr. wants a couple of rounds of light out because the car's a little bit too tight.
You got 28, so if you want to stay out, you can stay out. But you got 11 laps on your tires. Normally we've been taking 2 at that juncture, but I don't know how many of them stop.
It sounds like Tony Jr. with all these caution flags feels as though we can make it to that mark, so he may elect to stay out here. He's going to leave it up to Dale Jr.
Make it to the finish?
Yes, you can make it to the finish from here.
is a whole lot more than tires, so you want to stay out.
Yes, I hear you.
You heard the call right there.
Won't be hugging the fence, but I hear you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hugging the fence, Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's actually a familiar sight to see him running right up
Pit
against the
road
wall.
will be open this time.
Upper right, you see the damage to
All right, staying out.
front end of that 2 of Kurt Busch. A lot of damage.
10-4, stay out.
When pit road opens, sure they'll bring that number 2 Dodge down onto pit road and do whatever they need to do to get that thing repaired. No takers on pit road. There's a few now skirting off to the left. Jeff Gordon back on pit
42
road.
on the outside right here. There you go. Lucky dog.
Not a lot of time spent on pit road for Kurt Busch. They're going to do right side tires for Jeff Gordon. Four tires for Jeff Gordon, and we're hearing that the number 1 of Martin Truex Jr. is coming back out onto the racetrack. Again, Martin Truex Jr. coming back out on the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr. actually in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. We started the day off following Martin. Extremely strong car early on in this race. Blew a right front tire, came down pit road, worked his way back up front, actually led laps. Then a pit road incident with Kyle Petty relegated him back once again. And then having to come onto pit road under a green flag condition, make a pit stop for fuel. And then once they got back out on the racetrack, they weren't able to run enough laps before the rain came. And that relegated them back into the 30th position. While back there, problems took place because of they got caught up in an accident. And so they have done the repairs to that car. It is back on the racetrack. We will keep them in the upper left-hand corner of your screen as we will continue to follow the number 8 Budweiser Chevrolet of Dale Earnhardt Jr. as well.
Such a horrible break for that Bass Pro Shop Chevrolet team there. Bono and Martin, all the guys really worked so hard, had such a good car, and looked like we're going to overcome some adversity, and unfortunately some more adversity caught up with him and got involved in an accident. But tough break for Martin. But meanwhile, we've got Dale Jr. down the bottom of the
you want
screen.
to go when you get back to the line here.
Up in the top 5 right now, currently being shown in the 5th position. His new spotter, TJ Majors, letting them know there'll be 1 to go when they get back.
Make sure to stay tuned after the checkered flag for the Old Spice post-race show. Right here on channel 795. That's on all the channels, 795 through 799. Only on NASCAR Hotpass. We'll be able to wrap up 2 cars, the DEI cars of Martin Truex Jr. as well as Dale Earnhardt Jr. Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently running in the 5th spot. He was able to get back by that 41 of Reed Sorensen.
All right, 1 to go this time by. Clean up real good. You have black cars coming up the inside of the line here.
NASCAR has.
How's your view in 3 and 4 there? Better?
Once again.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Don't worry about it no more.
10-4.
Again, the new voice in the Earnhardt ranks is TJ Majors, spotting for Dale Earnhardt Jr. today. Tony Eury Jr. calling the shot from the pit box. They made the decision.
So used to hearing Steve Meal.
Yep.
Spotting for Dale Jr. Competition director at DEI.
A couple lap cars coming up here. I believe it's the 49 will be the first car by you. Yeah, the 49, 21 all tore up.
Upper left corner of your screen is Martin Truex Jr. Again, we were covering him all day today until he had the issues and problems on the racetrack, getting caught up in a wreck. A lot of damage to that car. They put him into the garage. They did the work on it, and he is back out on the racetrack. He is 25 laps down to our leader, Greg Biffle. We will keep him in the upper left-hand corner of the screen so you can stay updated on how Martin Truex Jr.'s progress is.
This time, protect the outside there. A couple last cars on the inside. I'll tell you where they go here.
We're also going to follow Dale Earnhardt Jr. as he comes back to the green flag about to restart.
Get ready. Bring the green.
No pressure, clear by right 2. Steve Neal up on top of the pit box talking to Tony Uri Jr.
So clear by 2.
As TJ gives Dale Jr. the information.
Clear the 21.
Looking to the inside of that 25. That's for position.
Good run off the center of the
Still
corner.
Outside there. Got a wreck on the backstretch there. Caution's out. Caution's
Denny
out.
Hamlin
Still
caught in this one with Jamie McMurray.
Clear. All clear. Wave him off there. I believe you're in front of him.
And another Chase driver caught up in an incident.
Well, that's amazing these last 2
You're going to
weeks.
have to check that efficient on there, Tony Jr. They won't do it from up here. All right, they're putting him in front of you.
We're down. Okay.
Yeah, 10-4. You were ahead of him middle of the backstretch, all the way in the middle of 3 and 4.
Yeah, I was ahead of him when you talked about the wrecking before the light.
Yeah, NASCAR has loops all around the racetrack.
I don't think they really exist. I think they just do whatever.
He's talking about your loops right there, Phil.
Yeah, 10-4.
Yeah,
the
3 wide situation there.
11 almost got turned over, Phil. It was up on 2 wheels as it was sliding down the backstretch.
Yeah, and he made contact with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, and the 26 of Jamie McMurray also got caught up in that. But I'm like Dale Jr. I don't understand.
Tony Jr. Quickie yellow. Staying out.
Understand why they're saying that the 25 is in front of Dale Jr. because I think Dale Jr. was side by side and passing the 25 when the caution flag came out when they started wrecking on the backstretch.
The 15 was involved in that
14 minutes,
as well.
you got to turn your headlights on.
Yeah, by law or steadily.
14 minutes, you got to turn the headlights on. Phil, it still looks fairly light on the racetrack, but that actually can be a little bit deceiving with our cameras. They can make it look brighter than it actually is. We're expecting official sunset here at Kansas City in about 9 minutes.
Yeah, it's really not too bad down here right now, but once that sun sets, then it can get dark quick. But as of right now, there should be plenty of visibility.
Again, Martin Truex Jr. back on the racetrack. We'll cover him in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently running in the 5th spot. Fewest cautions.
Coming around the outside here, 55 car.
At Kansas Speedway.
11 cars all tore up there.
Most cautions were 13.
About 11.
I just said he's all tore up.
Closing in on that with 11. Again, now this race has been rescheduled to go 210
Him and the 26
laps.
were smashing Paulie, and Paulie sent him. They beat no Paulie. They did. He won.
Hell yeah.
Talking about Paul Menard, teammate Paul Menard to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Martin Truex Jr. yesterday on the Busch race right here at this racetrack. Paul Menard, Denny Hamlin battling there as well.
You can see the incident up there on the top right of your screen that Denny Hamlin and Kyle Petty had, and then Kyle came down to Denny's car to voice his displeasure after the race, and Denny jumped out and then was restrained from having any more to say to Kyle Petty, but tough deal right there.
That was Jamie McMurray that got into the side of Paul Menard. That moved him up into the 11. And so they work on the FedEx 11.
Let's take a look back at when Dale Jr. tried to get by that 25 car. You see right now Dale Jr. is ahead right now of the 25 car. But we don't know exactly when that caution flag came out. Obviously, this is turns
green here.
3 and 4. But so it's close. And again, NASCAR has that loop data, and they go back and review that. I know sometimes you don't agree with it, but they don't. They really don't play any favorites here. They don't. I don't think they would put the 25 back in front of him arbitrarily.
No pressure from behind there. Slow cars down low.
Again, Martin Truex Jr. Upper left-hand corner of your screen. Dale Earnhardt Jr. We're listening to his audio. Back up to speed on the backstretch.
Here comes that 48 car. You can see just out of our camera view right there. You just caught the nose of it. There he is right there. He is on the lead lap. Jimmy Johnson started very, very back into the field here in this race because of a backup car. And there he is racing the 41 right behind us.
Still all clear.
Jimmy Johnson making a run on the bottom, getting by that 41 of Reed Sorensen. Dale Jr. needs to lap by this.
Inside the 49, you got the 48, 2 back behind you. Still inside there. Just the 49 there.
48 on the back.
All clear.
Back down to the bottom of the racetrack for Dale Earnhardt Jr. 21 laps of racing to go.
Top right of your screen, you see the 07 of Clint Boyer is able to get by his teammate Kevin Harvick for the second position.
Such a strong car for Clint Boyer today.
Inside all the way on the bottom, 48 car by himself.
Jimmy Johnson making the pass on Junior with 20 laps of racing to go.
Clear by 7 over the 41.
DEI cars today have run better on the long runs when they move up the racetrack.
There you go, nice and smooth, man. You'll drive away. Clear by 10.
Let me know when let me know if the bottom ain't working.
It's so cool right now, Rick. There's a lot more grip down on the bottom of the racetrack than we probably saw earlier in this race, and that's what Dale Jr. just told TJ.
Corner right there.
Let me know when the bottom doesn't work anymore, when people are making some time on the high side, and then he'll move back up the racetrack.
It looks good there. Still clear by 10. 42 to a 56 right there, so you're doing good.
Tony Uri Jr. letting him know lap times compared to car in front of him.
See Jimmy Johnson able to pass by Kevin Harvick on the inside. That is a battlefield position that will move Jimmy up, I think, into the fourth position.
Still clear by 7 there.
Clint Boyer was being scored 1.5 seconds behind Greg Biffle the last time they went by the start-finish line. This time by 12.4 seconds. Jimmy Johnson had gotten by the 29 of Kevin Harvick. Dale Jr. still running in the 6th spot. 41 now back on his back bumper.
The way you want to run it, Dale Jr. Either way, same lap time.
Chase contender Carl Edwards being able to come back out on the racetrack.
Right with you there, so all clear. Clear by 2, get 24 coming hard behind him.
Back to the high side.
All clear. Side by side behind you, 24 will be on the bottom there, inside the 24 car.
Here comes Jeff Gordon in that number 24.
Inside at your bumper there, all clear. There you go. I think you can beat him on top like that, clear by 5.
Right up against the wall for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Inside all the way on the bottom there. At your bumper, clear.
Martin Truex Jr.
Slow car and head on the high side there. He shouldn't be a factor in this corner here.
Upper left-hand corner, he's still running 39.
Inside all the way on the bottom there, 41.
He's trying to stay on the racetrack to get by the 20.
Still there, all clear. All clear. Slow car up ahead to 17 there. You see him, you're all clear. All clear. Side by side behind you there. Inside at your door. All clear. Got the 19 looking inside there. All clear.
Looking at the inside.
At your bumper.
Elliott Sadler now in that number 19. This is for that 8th position we've been holding on to, and Elliott Sadler will take that away.
All clear there. You got the 9 looking inside there. Inside. Still there. All clear behind him. Clear by 10 to the 01.
01 is a teammate, Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's Mark Martin in the 01 today. Up in front, Jeff Gordon has made his way by the 29 of Kevin
All clear
Harvick.
by 12. Still 10 to go this time by.
Inside of 10 laps of racing remaining. It's Greg Biffle by 1.3 seconds over Clint Boyer, then Jimmy Johnson, Casey Mears, Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, Reed Sorensen.
There you go. Still clear by 12. No pressure at all.
Elliott Sadler, Casey Kane, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 10th.
Looks like we've stabilized right now after Casey Kane, the 9, got by. Looks like the gap is remaining constant between Casey and us.
Real hard, so we're running faster. Brakes in real hard.
Dale Jr. talking about hitting the rev limiter because they're going so much faster because of the cool conditions out here. I tell you, it is getting dark now, Rick.
Still clear by 12, no pressure at all from behind.
They've got about 5 minutes to go in this race if it goes green the rest of the way. It's pretty dark out right now.
Again, sunset was 7:06. It's 7:08 now. So as far as any more sunlight, we're just getting reflections now here at Kansas Speedway. Again, it looks a lot brighter than it actually is. The cameras have an iris on them, they can open them up very wide to be able to let in as much light as possible, so it looks brighter out on the racetrack.
7 to go, 7.
But it is getting darker. Martin Truex Jr.
No pressure, still clear by 15 now, man. Keep it up. 7 to go.
Has not been able to keep up the pace. He completed 169 laps. Tony Stewart completed 174 and is off the racetrack. Kyle Busch only completing 157 laps today. Up to this point. Greg Biffle trying to hold on. He's lost 0.3 of a second to Clint Bowyer. So with 5 laps of racing to go, Greg Biffle trying to hold on. Clint Bowyer trying to reel him in.
You know, Greg
5 to go this time by. You're clear by 15 over the 2 car.
Greg Irwin is the crew chief for Greg Biffle right now. You know, he swapped, actually came over here when Pat Tryson left this team. And Ray Irwin, his father, works on Martin Truex's car. So he was one of our teammates early on Martin Truex's car.
So clear by 12.
Looks like he might get to go to victory lane with Greg Biffle.
Greg Biffle since 2003, slow car on the racetrack. That's Juan Pablo Montoya, but since 2003, Greg Biffle has won a race every year. The right front tire comes off of the 42. I'm sure that will bring out a caution.
There's a big piece of debris up high off turn 2 after right when you get straight there. So clear by 7. Caution's out. Caution right up there in front of you, right there. Caution is out. Wave off that 2.
After all this, Rick, now we're going to have a green-white checker. And it looks like the 07 of Clint Bowyer may be a little quicker right now than the 16 of Greg Biffle. Is that what it looks like to you?
Yeah, most definitely. He was closing in on Greg Biffle as the laps continued. When they crossed the start-finish line the last time, Clint Bowyer was the fastest car on the racetrack, and so he was reeling in Greg Biffle. And now with this caution coming
How far
out,
back am I now? 10th right now.
they'll line up in single file formation for the final run here at Kansas Speedway. What a day it has been. This caution coming out on lap 207 for the 42 of Juan Pablo Montoya. So a green-white checkered finish is expected here at Kansas. Quite a bit different from a year ago when Tony Stewart glided across the start-finish line to win this race. Fuel mileage not an issue as the race has once again been shortened to now just 210 laps, but it will go a little bit longer than that because of the green-white checkered scenario that we will have. They're cleaning up the debris from Juan Pablo Montoya's car. Once that is cleaned, we will make one attempt at a green-white checkered finish.
I'd say all bets are off.
Yeah,
here, Rick. Because, with what's gone on today, there's no guarantees we're going to have a clean green-white checker.
I believe this is going to be over. They're going to go to 210. I don't think they're going to restart. Is that what you heard, Tony Jr.?
We're hearing some celebration.
They're going to restart. Everybody's complaining it's too dark, so they're just going to let you ride it out to 210, and that'll be it. It's pretty dark, and I don't think I can stand to lose another spot. That's it for.
We're hearing that they've called the race. They'll ride out till lap 210. the scheduled distance that they had, well, the rescheduled distance that they had come up with. It was supposed to be 267 when we started. They lowered that to 225. We had numerous cautions once they restarted because of the sun going down and no lights at this racetrack. They shortened it once again to 210. The most recent caution came out. Drivers are talking about it being very dark on the racetrack, or dark enough that danger is possible. So they have let us know that the white flag has come out now. Once they take the white flag, it's 1 lap to go for Greg Biffle, continuing his streak of winning at least a race every year since 2003. Greg Biffle will win the Lifelock 400 from Kansas Speedway. Dale Earnhardt Jr. will end up in the 10th spot. Martin Truex Jr.
Get off this spring and something we're not normally running. I didn't really like the right front in there.
Martin Truex Jr. skips up 1 spot ahead of Tony Stewart to 38th. Tony Stewart drops to 39th. Chase drivers: Matt Kenseth, Jeff Burton, Carl Edwards, Martin Truex Jr., Tony Stewart, and Kyle Busch, all finishing 35th or worse today at Kansas. Big shakeup in the points. Clint Boyer is going to come home 2nd. Jimmy Johnson 3rd. Jeff Gordon will be 5th. Casey Mears is 4th. Kevin Harvick 6th. Kurt Busch will wind up 11th today. The 11 of Denny Hamlin will be 29th. Out of turn number 4, Greg Biffle and the rest of the cars that have weathered the storm today will see the checkered flag. Biffle will win at Kansas. Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes home in the 10th spot. Welcome everyone to the Old Spice post-race show. The race just coming to an end. And what an amazing race it has been. We're going to try to talk with Dale Earnhardt Jr. if we can before he makes it onto pit road and into the garage. Dale Earnhardt Jr., it's Rick Allen with the Hotpass headquarters. I'm sure you weren't expecting to hear my voice here today, but because of problems with your teammate, we shifted over here and saw you run the last 25 laps.
Okay. Well, do you like it?
Well, it's always fun to ride along with you. We always appreciate the Hotpass attention that you guys are able to allow us to have. How was the car today during the bulk of the race? We didn't get to see much of you other than we saw your teammate run the high line. Is that where you were comfortable today?
I wasn't comfortable anywhere. My car was pretty bad. We tried hard and worked hard on it, but we couldn't really get any results. So we're lucky to finish 10th, I feel like.
How about a week from now? Talladega, what are you looking for there?
Win. Every week going to win.
Very good. Thanks a lot for letting us jump in with you on the last 25 laps.
We should have fun doing that, but I like the test we have there wasn't too bad, so we'll just see how it goes.
Thanks a lot. Phil Parsons, I believe you got Tony Eury Jr.
I have caught up with Tony Jr. Dale Jr. is going to bring his car right onto the hauler here. Tony Jr., we appreciate you letting us hang in there with you for the last few laps, and obviously it was getting dark and still salvaged a top 10 finish out of the day. Wasn't too bad.
Yeah, I mean, we ain't not happy with that. We'll just go to Talladega and try to do better. I mean, car's been pretty bad all day, and I don't know what's happened between last night and today, but get home, we'll try to definitely figure it out. But top 10 is all right, but that ain't what we're after.
What do you look for next week at Talladega? Rick just asked Dale Jr. what he was looking for. He said a win, nothing but a win.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants to. I mean, that's our biggest goal is we want to win a race. So I think we got a pretty good car down there, and Dale Jr. is an exceptional driver there, so I think we can get it done. I hope.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
All right, thanks.
Back to you, Rick.
Thank you, Phil. We want to take a look at our Shell Made to Move. Today, we're going back to the #1 team of Martin Truex Jr. This is early on in the race. Moving up, trying to get toward the front. The right front tire blows out. Into the wall we go. They come down to pit road. They're able to change that tire on the right side, put right side tires on, and then it was the Bass Pro Shop rocket. Martin Truex Jr. able to go from 41st to 1st as he was moving by Greg Biffle, who has eventually come on to win this race. Kevin Harvick, he was able to get by, and then an incident on pit road. Got into the side of the 45 of Kyle Petty. They were having troubles then. The handling gone from the Bass Pro Shops number 1. The rains came once again. This was the second rain delay, and then after that, we were mired back in an issue with Tony Stewart, Matt Kenseth. The team went to work on that car, got him back out on the racetrack.
Yeah, and the biggest issue they've got is.
But it was an amazing day for the Bass Pro Shops team. The roller coaster of emotions from running as strong as they did to having to finish the way they did. They finished 38th. They were able to stay out on the racetrack longer than Tony Stewart. They completed 175 laps compared to 174 for Tony Stewart. We want to take a look at this crew and what they did to get that car back on the racetrack. Not only did they overcome a flat tire early on in the race, they did damage control to the right side when Martin Truex Jr. got into the wall, and then they were able to get him back out on the racetrack to complete enough laps to gain a spot on Tony Stewart on the racetrack. Martin Truex Jr., 158 points now out of the top spot. He came in 7th. He had now moved to the 8th position. Jimmy Johnson takes over the lead in the NASCAR Nextel Cup chase for the Cup. Jeff Gordon 2nd, Clint Boyer 3rd. Next week we move on to Talladega. And hot pass, hot shots are going to be Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, and Martin Truex Jr. Jeff Burton rounding out the top 5. And that will be the hot shots you will see for Talladega. And what a race that will be as they go 3 and 4 wide around the high banks of Talladega. Thank you again for joining us here at Kansas Speedway. Thanks for sticking with us as long as you have. We've gone through a lot of things here at Kansas Speedway. We appreciate you staying with us. Now it's off to Talladega and your hot shots coming up.
Next week, Carl Edwards, Kevin Harvick, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton, and Martin Truex Jr. head back to Dega for some restrictor plate racing, and NASCAR Hotpass has got you covered. The fastest and largest oval track in the Nextel Cup will have drivers going 4 and 5 wide to make their move and gain momentum in the chase. Who'll take home the victory, and who will get stuck in the middle of the big one?
Oh, that's going to happen. You knew it was going to happen.
Find out next week on NASCAR Hotpass.
Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Yes, I'm stuck in the middle with you.
This copyrighted